Test, test, test.
Oh, yeah.
Side on the corner feeling brand new dope. Got a brand new phone. Side on the corner feeling brand new dope. Trying to find that gold. Side on the corner feeling brand new dope. Got a brand new phone. Side on the corner feeling brand new dope. Trying to find that gold. Side on the corner feeling brand new dope. Got a brand new phone. Side on the corner feeling brand new dope. Trying to find that gold. Side on the corner feeling brand new dope. Got a brand new phone. Side on the corner feeling brand new dope. God damn it, I'm fucked.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Space, time.
Can you guys hear me on the broadcast okay?
Left your party at sundown. You would know where to be found. Sip my bottle, heading uptown. Ooh, long way home, the back roads. No hands on the handle. Blew the red light like a candle. The wind undid my hair like it knew you weren't there. Boys like you never play fair. Don't play fair. I'm on a midnight bike ride. Best orders 2 a.m. Left you behind. How could you think we could just be friends again? I'm on a midnight bike ride. Best orders 2 a.m. Left you behind. Now that you know things can never be the same. City has no secrets. I know all the shortcuts. Now I'm lost looking for your touch. Used to be your night shift. Can't work out, I might just fly down here until the sun lifts. Found an empty street, sing myself a melody about how it used to be. Wind undid my hair like it knew you weren't there. Boys like you never play fair. I'm on a midnight bike ride. Best orders 2 a.m. Left you behind. How could you think we could just be friends again? I'm on a midnight bike ride. Best orders 2 a.m. Left you behind. Now that you know things can never be the same. I'm gone, I'm gone. I'm gone away. I'm the moon lights up my sundress, reminds me to forget.
Hello and welcome into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. We've got a good one on our hands here tonight, and it's going to be a very long night as we are jam-packed with Boise State action. We're going to kick things off with some Overwatch and NACE. Boise State Blue taking on Northcentral Tech, and then we'll continue on to some TESPA Invitational Overwatch, and then we'll shift gears to Rainbow Six later tonight. Helping me call all of the Overwatch action alongside myself, Michael Fisher, is going to be Nerdy Bird here joining us. And Nerdy, I mean, you got to be pretty impressed with how Boise State Blue's handling things so far. They've got 2 games tonight, but right now, this blue team has rarely run into anyone who could slow them down.
Hi, how are you?
Hello, how are you doing? I don't know if she can hear me.
I'm doing okay, having to play some, like, weird volume mixer games.
Right.
Yeah. The vMix call is kind of, like, lagging on my end, so I apologize. But yeah, I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing really well. Hopefully, hoping we can get you all fixed up here before we hop into the game, because the last thing we want is you to be like 3 fights behind me, because that would just be really awful. So hopefully we can get that all figured out. While we do, we'll take a look at the NACE Skillshot Overwatch breakdown. 85 schools broken into 8 groups with 11 rounds of group play. Both squads for Boise State are in the same group. They actually kicked things off in group play against each other, with Boise State Blue taking that one, which has been part of their dominant winning streak. And then you see, once we get to the start of November, we will have the playoffs. And speaking of Boise State Blue, and then you see Boise State Orange there as well, both of them sitting at the top end of the bracket. Boise State Orange sitting at 4-2, Boise State Blue sitting at 4-0, along with Northeastern right behind them. The Huskies would have the slight advantage, as they've never dropped a map. Boise State's overall map record sitting at 12-1. So definitely some work to do, but they've got one here tonight against North Central Tech to improve to 5-0 and get ever so closer to probably putting themselves in a good spot when we get to the tournament.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree, but North Central is going to be a force to reckon with. I will not lie.
Curious to see what the Timberwolves want to do if they are able to take a map off of Boise State, just becoming, I believe, the second school all semester to take a map off Boise State Blue. So they definitely, the Timberwolves, have a tough task in front of them, but we'll see if they can get it figured out. Fish and Nerdy Bird here, as we mentioned, we'll have some TESPA Invitational coming up after this, and it's going to be the Blue Squad as well. So a tough night for the Blue Squad. We'll see if they can remain undefeated in their pair of matches.
Oh, I think I have it working. I think.
Do we have? Are we no longer on a 20-second delay, Nerdy? Maybe.
Nope, I'm still on a huge delay.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get that all figured out. You can see the Overwatch players there up on the stage, spread out appropriately, masks on as well, enjoying themselves, getting ready for some action coming up here later tonight. Hopefully going to make sure that we can get Nerdy on the same page as me. As any gamer will know, lag is not the thing that you want to be dealing with there. So you definitely don't want your casters in different time zones, almost in the equivalent of how far Nerdy Bird is behind me. So see if we can get that all figured out. Until then, we're going to take a look here at a nice promotional video designed by one of the recruits for Boise State. Doc, just looking not only to recruit him for his support play, but definitely his video editing skills. You take a look here at some of his Overwatch highlights.
Yeah, I'm still not getting any audio coming through the vMix call at all, and I restarted it. I just got nothing. I have no idea what I can do.
Well, hopefully we can get that all figured out. As we saw there, I mean, that's definitely a player that you're going to want on your team, not just for his play, because if his play is as good as that video you just saw right there, that he is going to be someone Boise State definitely would love to be on their sides. We see the spooky Doc's keys to the game here. Jack Skellington joining us for the Overwatch keys. First fight win. Get that better target focus, so it is something that Blue Team has done a very good job of. Respect their ult and Bagel. Seriously, don't feed, man. I mean, I know that you're a large bagel. I know you look tasty, but please do not feed. It's all made possible by Count, whose Identity Trust Global Network delivers real-time fraud prevention, account protection, and a personalized customer experience for more than 9,000 leading brands and payment providers. They help give you quick and accurate identity trust decisions, deliver safe payments, account creation, and so much more. So if you're curious about staying safe online, you want to make sure you go check them out at count.com, Count.com. Definitely something that North Central Tech probably investing into, because they're going to need all the help they can to stay safe from this Boise State Blues team as we see the matchup there in the NACE Skillshot group play. Boise State Blue taking on North Central Tech, the Broncos and the Timberwolves. The Broncos on the Blues side, undefeated right now. They've only dropped a single map here in NACE, sitting at 4-0. North Central Tech towards the bottom of the standings, but still Team Boise State has to make sure they respect. You do not want to give away a map, as we saw Northeastern sitting there at 12-0, so a potential map tiebreaker could be something that the Broncos want to make sure they watch out for. You see the breakdown there: control, escort, hybrid, assault, and then back to control. If we get to a game 5, something we have not seen all season against the Broncos. As we kick things off, a little bit of an unconventional comp for Boise State, but it's not going to matter. Goblin's going to pick up one on to SB, and in perfect time, sounds like Nerdy Bird is back, and she's going to watch Boise State pick up 3. Can they get Lost Soul or Sloth? They'll get 4 and 5, and Black Man's the only one to survive. A great start for Boise State, and Nerdy Bird has to have been the success.
Group up with me.
Party on the objective. Who's in?
Sounds like we actually don't have Nerdy back. Still trying to make sure we get that one all worked out right now. Boise State putting in some work on the North Central Tech spawn. They've even got Blackman to swap off of the Sombra onto the Soldier. Same result, though. Who needs hit scan as Goblin's going to take him down. You can see almost close to that ultimate. You got the Pulse Bomb online from Rezo as well. The Broncos with the point right now, just body blocking the Timberwolves there in their own spawn. Fish and Nerdy Bird here trying to get some audio issues worked out so Nerdy Bird can get all caught up if she's been unable to hear us or she's been lagging behind. Is another elimination on the Blackman. A double boop off the edge for a large bagel. He's doing the opposite of feeding right now. See Javaco dropping low. Rezo just being a thorn in the side of the Timberwolves right now. A large bagel dropping low. He will be the first elimination that they're able to pick up. Master Bubble getting that one, but they are so far away from the point, it really is not going to matter. It looks like the Timberwolves up on that second floor. Finally going to try and approach in on the point. Sloth going to try and duel Guac. Then he goes off the edge and off screen Blackman. He's swapped over to his third hero of the match. Is able to take down Goblin. Coalescence from Javaco is going to take down Asu. Guac does win the hamster versus hamster, but Blackman's able to pick up one more. Pulse Bomb is going to miss, and Boise State right now in risk of losing their first point. You see the minefield has been dropped down. SB dropping low, but able to stay up in the air and away from the mines. As Goblin's able to get revenge on Blackman, and that's allowed Boise State to maintain control of the point. Valkyrie has been popped by SB. Gravitic Flux going to be used by Kel as well, and a res going to come out onto Blackman. They bring him back to full life, and immediately he'll thank his support with a nice kill onto Rezo. Master Bubble able to get one more. Goblin does take down Blackman once again. That has been an interesting duel to watch. Asu now going to pop the Coalescence on the Boise State side as the Broncos have been doing a great job holding on to this point and stalling out as long as possible. They have got the double kill there. Now Sloth's going to get one back against Asu. Both teams down 2 as Lost Soul down with the Death Blossom. And now Goblin going down probably means Boise State's going to have to concede this point, but we'll have to see. As Guac right now doing a great job holding on. The Broncos in overtime. Primal Rage has been popped by Master Bubble, and that's enough to flip the point over towards North Central Tech. Try and make sure that we have everything back together. Boise State trying to make sure that one, Goblin doesn't fall off the edge. Nice use of the fuel there, and we're going to see how Boise State wants to set up for this next fight. It's going to start with a pulse bomb from Rezo, not going to land onto anyone. Rocket Barrage going to be popped by Goblin. He'll get one, and then immediately get sniped out of the sky with the Coalescence from Javaco. Rezo's able to get one on the back line, and a minefield comes down from Sloth. Boise State still holding on to theirs. They're going to be able to take down Blackman and Sloth as Guac gets a pair. Going to see the sound barrier come out from a large bagel, and that's going to be enough to get Boise State control of the point. They're going to flip it in overtime, and that should be enough, Dirty, for Boise State to take map 1.
Well, though I could not enjoy the majority of that round. Can you tell me how it went in like 10 words or less?
A lot of Boise State bullying. North Central Tech won one fight, and that was about it.
You know, honestly, I'm a bit shocked as I was scouting out the side of North Central a little bit. They have a stacked team, and so maybe that was just a warm-up for them. I'm excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, the one big shocker was Blackman 2169. He swapped 3 different times. Started on the Sombra, tried the Soldier, then the McCree. So definitely something that Boise said has either made him uncomfortable on or something, because he was not having a fun time no matter what he played against Goblin. So that is definitely a battle I want to see. And we see the May coming out from Lost Soul. So the Timberwolves going a little bit off meta here as we go to the second map.
Well, that's going to be a little hard for them to control their May usage right, because we have Rezo to break down all of those walls as they come up. So I don't think the May's going to work in their favor. We'll see.
To kick things off here once again, Goblin put a ton of damage in. He does have to deal with the Ash this time, and once again, it's not going to matter. Blackman can just not figure out what is the best combination against this Spara. He's going to get another one onto SB as well. A large bagel gets slothed down. Master Rebel not able to get away. Goblin's got 3. A large bagel's got a pair himself, and another great win for Boise State.
Yep, and they've just got so much speed on the side of Northcentral right now. They don't have that Lucio. They have a May, which is arbitrarily kind of, setting your comp pace to be a bit slow, whereas Boise State, Guac on that Wrecking Ball, he's just constantly swinging and rocking and rolling right now, and his speed is going to be high and above that of Northcentral altogether. We do see Sloth making that swap over to the Wrecking Ball as well, but we see Goblins just poking away and etching away at the side of Northcentral here at the choke point. I don't know if that wall swap is going to make much of a difference.
See, Blackman is swapped over to the Sombra. That's going to open up Soldier for Lost Soul to go on. So the DPS for the Timberwolves still cannot figure out how to deal with Goblin. He is going to get hacked. We're going to see Repair come out from Rezo, and that's able to pick up Lost Soul. And Goblin going to be able to survive. Rezo picks up another one as he's able to get back in the air on the Pharah and start to rain vengeance down. He still has the ult. Rez comes out onto Lost Soul, but you have to wonder if it was even worth it as he's the last member remaining. He goes down again, and the Broncos up near 60%.
Sometimes as a fellow support player, I question whether or not attempting those risky reses in these cases where it's like our team's going down anyway, was it worth it? Sometimes just to prove to yourself that you could pull it off, it's worth it. So, SB, I'll give you that one. You've got guts.
See, Valkyrie is up for Asuka. Rocket Barrage up for Goblin as well. And a Minefield online. The only 2 ults up for Northcentral. The only ult even above 50% are their support ults. You see Master Bubble has swapped over to the Roadhog. He's dropping towards 50%. There is the Cola. It's going to come out. Valkyrie has been used, and a hack going to land onto Rezo. Right now, Goblin still holding on to the Rocket Barrage for now. Now he's going to pop, and he's going to get one, and he's immediately going to be taken down. Looks like he might have reflected that right back onto himself. And a nice res from Asu there with the Valkyrie, going to be able to get him back, and he proves worthwhile. He takes down SB. Gravitic Flux going to be used by Kel to finish off the remaining members of the Timberwolves as Lost Soul has just respawned, and I'm not sure Legs is going to be able to hustle back to the point fast enough. And once again, a resounding Boise State control win. We've been seeing it all NACE season.
I guess control is now the new Boise State Scrims Row, so to speak.
Yeah, Boise State back-to-back dominating wins there. As we see, it is going to be interesting to see where we go next on Escort. But a good news for everyone who's just chilling in the chat. You could win Respawn products just like the players use by just winning chat. You just got to be smart, funny, supportive, clever, and support your team. Don't be mean, though, and that's not going to get you anywhere. And at the end, we'll vote for tonight's player who won chat, or I guess I should say chatter who won chat, and that person will receive a prize pack. So look at that. You don't even have to be participating for Boise State to be able to win tonight, even if you're a Bronco fan. But on the other side, if you want to be that person up there who is winning up on the stage, Boise State Esports is always looking for talented players, production, and broadcasters. Top talent, along with good grades and eligibility, can earn you scholarships as well. Sign up today by visiting boisestate.edu/esports for more information. So everybody's winning tonight, Nerdy. You can win. Boise State's current players are winning. Now you know how to win if you want to be a future player, and you can be winning chat at the same time. I mean, we're handing out winners left and right here tonight.
Okay, but there's a category we aren't covering here, and I need to cover it because LC Coro is asking. He's like, can I win? And so he's a hybrid, he was a player, he's now a fan, he's a retired player. Does he still count? I hope he counts.
100%, he counts. He counts, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, LC, you can definitely attempt to win some shaker cups and some pretty awesome stuff, but man, I missed you. Come back to school.
Hey, I mean, you know what? He doesn't need. He's already got his plaque up over to my left on the Boise State Esports Wall of Fame. So, I mean, he's done more than you could ask. So, hey, I mean, you want to be like LC Carl, get a plaque up there, and then stay around and chat, like we said, boisestate.edu/esports if you want more information to sign up. We're going to head on to Escort here between Boise State Blue and Northcentral. And Northcentral and Boise State right now, they are just dominating here as we are going to go on to Dorado.
Yes, of course we're seeing Dorado once again. This is a very, very common pick this season, probably just due to the meta being so mobile. Everybody loves Dorado because it gives you so many different levels of height that you deal with throughout the course of the map. But it also forces a lot of comp switches because of the types of altitude changes that take place. So this actually could be Northcentral's like kind of kept in a little back pocket secret map. We'll have to find out because everyone's been practicing this one like crazy.
And the one thing I will say is Goblin's going to have no problem here, at least on the first point. Sticking on that far, that was a pain in the side of the Timberwolves. You see, looks like it is an Ash Soldier run back for them, trying to get that hit scan onto the far, and right now it is going the exact opposite. Rezo's going to be the first eliminator, get the first elimination. He's going to take down Lost Soul. You see Sloth with the Orbit Discord, 50% on the mech. Blackman's taken a couple of shots, but has been able to retreat and heal back up, and Boise State not slowing down after that first map.
So one of the things I will point out is that Sloth, I love you to death. We've encountered each other in gameplay. We are fellow streamers. They are a force to be reckoned with once they get on their game. So if they get enough backup, Boise State better be ready for those tanks to be making some dirty plays coming out of this gate once they get on their A game.
See Master Bubble, who had no luck on the Winston, is now going to swap over to the Wrecking Ball. SB being taken low, as well as Blackman. And now Master Bubble is going to try to dive in on Boise State, gets the Orbit Discord, and immediately that hamster is going to be retreating. Rezo has the Dragon Strike, but he's not going to be able to use it as Blackman gets his first elimination of the game. It's going to be a Rez and a Rocket Barrage come out at the exact same time. That's going to allow Boise State to pick up a couple. As we see Sloth has been taken out of the mech. Goblin gets one more on the back end. That's a 4K for Boise State, and once again, it's back to spawn for Northcentral.
I mean, the payload's moved a little bit. Looking at this point, Northcentral's going to have 3 solid opportunities to push, but no promises on how far they're going to be able to get unless they make some serious changes on what they're doing right now.
Yeah, we see Master Bubble has once again gone back to the Winston, so at this point, he's just kind of throwing away ultimate percentage. You see Goblin is literally standing outside the spawn doors. A little bit of a flank attempt going to come out, but we see the Dragon Strike coming out onto Northcentral Tech, and that's going to be able to take down Blackman as well as Lost Soul. Sloth has been taken out of the mech. He will barely hold on, but SP's been taken down. There goes Sloth. Master Bubble is the next target, as well as Javaco, who barely makes it back to the spawn, and Boise State not allowing the Timberwolves to breathe at all.
Rezo, my dude, I am excited to watch more of what you have to do. You're popping off on the Hanzo. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love your Genji. I wish Genji was meta, but your Hanzo's pretty clean, man.
You see right now Boise State, they're not even letting Northcentral Tech leave the spawn. They do have the swap onto the Sombra. Lost Soul, well, he's given up that pursuit rather quickly. He's now going to go on to his own Pharah to see if he can maybe slow down Goblin in the skies there. We're going to see the Coalescence pop by Javaco, and we're going to see Goblin and Rezo be taken down. And Valkyrie is going to be used by Asu, and he's going to be able to battle Mercy down Blackman. We're going to see the Minefield come out from Block as well. Rez going to go out on a Goblin, and he immediately is going to pop the Rocket Barrage, and just like that, Boise State's flipped the fight with 4 eliminations. 5th one added up as Lost Soul playing a little bit of ground fair there. And Boise State, a little bit of a tricky start there, but they end up winning nonetheless.
60 seconds.
Okay, so Boise State did end up winning that fight, Fish, but was that 3 ults or 4 ults that they just used?
I believe that was at least 3, potentially 4.
Yeah, so the ult economy is no longer in their favor this next fight, and they're going to have to take it very quickly and basically take advantage of either Sloth being out of mech or their Pharah, like she is right now, being without a Mercy.
Well, Bob has been called in by Blackman, who is trying to hide out in the spawn. He'll be taken down. Goblin has said, that's my spawn now. He picks up Master Bubble as well. Rez is going to come out, though, from SB. Goblin in the mid-air. Going to get the hit on the Lost Soul. That's going to take him down. Guac gets SB, so there's no chance of any sort of shenanigans. And for Boise State, this has just been a clinic on how to defend on Dorado. Javaco can't even get back to his own spawn. A hack does come out. It's going to ground Goblin, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough.
I don't think it will either, but they might be having their Sombra cut from the back line. We'll have to wait and see because Sombra was in close.
Bomb comes out. Dragon Strike going to be used by Rezo, and we're also going to see a Rez come out onto Guac. Goblin going to be able to use his Rocket Barrage, can't pick up anything, and Master Bubble using the Primal Rage, trying to hold on to the point, but he's not quite able to do much more than push it just a few meters. Jobco goes down as well. It's just Sloth remaining in Boise State with an excellent hold. A little bit of hiccup there at the end, but still a great hold nonetheless.
I mean, they were down on ultimates, they were down on manpower as well during that, at the end of that last fight, and they still turned it around. That was pretty gosh darn clean from the side of Boise State.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that Goblin has been so confident on that Pharah, despite North Central's best efforts, they've like, okay, we tried the hit scan with Soldier, that doesn't work. We'll try the Sombra, see if we can get the individual hack and ground him. That didn't work. I mean, there's really nothing the Timberwolves have found that has slowed down Goblin at all.
Yeah, I won't lie, Goblin's Pharah is difficult to handle because he is a beast, and he eats everybody for breakfast on the enemy team every day. My only advice would be to tag team it and make sure that, you know, you are dumping enough resources to take care of that Pharah first and then focusing on something else, or create a separation and then dive the rest of the team and ignore the pharmacy. But that's not going to be easy, so I wish you luck, North Central.
For now, doesn't look like Boise State has plans to bring out the pharmacy, though you do see Blackman going to be on the Widow. Now he's going to swap over to the Soldier. We're going to see a Torbjorn as well, and also looks like for the support, Espy's going to be the one on the Moira now, and Jabako going to pick up the Ana. So we'll see how that does against Goblin, who his fire play is pretty good. His Widowmaker play is downright filthy at times.
It is, and the fact that Lost Soul decided to go Torbjorn to try to counter a Pharah is kind of counterintuitive in itself, so that's going to be an interesting pick. Though there's a chance that they went Torb, left the turret out, and are back at spawn waiting to see what Boise State pulls out, but there's not enough time to run from spawn because this is one-fight territory for Boise State.
Yeah, any sort of extra ground, the North Central Tech's going to want to give Boise State probably a mistake. You see Rezo going to go with a little bit of his own pirate ship. SP does get the first one onto a large big. Guac's going to be able to take down Lost Soul, and Lost Soul's turret going to go down as well. Goblin goes one onto SP, but does get taken down by Master Bubble, so a little bit more of a fight coming out. Unfortunately for North Central Tech, they really just don't have that much room to work with. As you see the res onto Goblin, he immediately gets Sloth as well, and that should be, as you predicted, Nerdy Bird, a one-fight win for Boise State, and they're going to put themselves on match point pretty dang quickly.
You know, sometimes you don't start how you wanted to start, and it's just not your day. Maybe North Central is off their game. I know that they're a fantastic team. There's still an opportunity for a reverse sweep, so let's not put all of our eggs in one basket here and say Boise State's at match point. They may be, but we could see a complete swap. I mean, Boise State's done it before.
That is true, but I would be pretty dang impressed, especially if what we just saw on Dorado, that if North Central Tech could pull off the reverse sweep. We'll have to see as we go over to Hybrid next. If Boise State can remain, I believe, at now 5-0, still just dropping that singular map here in NACE. It is Boise State Blue taking on North Central Tech.
Yeah, and I believe our next map is going to be Hybrid, right?
Yeah, it should be.
So I'm going to make a prediction here.
Okay.
Scrims Row.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think if you're North Central Tech, you got to pick a map that you would think Pharah would be weak on. Would be my one guess.
So, not Eichenwald for sure then, because
not
Pharah
Eichenwald.
on defense, played right. No, you don't want to go against that. So, no Eichenwald. Let's pray they didn't pick Eichenwald.
Yeah, I guess Kings Row, but I mean, even then, Pharah's decent until third point, so...
I mean, you could push for Blizzard World, but then they would really be having to dump a lot of resources into their hit scan or their off-tank player that's going to have to be dealing with Pharah, and there's going to have to be a lot of heavy communication in order to pull that off. But as far as countering a Pharah pick, Blizzard World would be my best bet.
Yeah, Blizzard World was the one that came to mind as well, but of course we've talked about it. Teams are just so familiar with Kings Row, as we talked about Scrims Row, that the fact that they're probably going to go there, but we'll have to see what the Timberwolves want to pick on match point. Be very curious to see Boise State, as we mentioned, looking to go to 5-0, looking to move to 15-1 overall in terms of maps. A very, very good record, though. Northeastern, the fact that they're 4-0 and 12-0 in maps gives Boise State a little bit of a concern. They might lose to one seed off of one map, which is absolutely bonkers. And there you go, Nerdy. I'll give you your first pick. I tried to talk you out of it because I wanted to talk the other team out of it. They're going to Scrims Row.
Ah, man, we both tried to talk him out of it, but you know, I'm seeing like the Widowmaker pick when you're coming out the gate on attack for King's Row kind of sends a message, in my opinion at least, that it's like, I know what I am doing on Widow, and you better not screw up, because if you give me a line of sight, I'm gonna kill you. And I'm hoping we see that, because I love one-shot kills. Maybe North Central's got something up their sleeve. Let's find out.
We'll have to find out. A couple of swaps to get to before we kick things off. Plato in for Rezo on the Boise State side. Ender in for Espy on the support side of North Central Tech. So a couple of changes there, and the Widowmaker immediately abandoned by Blackman. He's going to go on to the May, something that Timberwolves have played with relatively little success here tonight. And Lost Soul right now, he is about to be lost to the gray screen as he drops incredibly low, able to revive some of that HP behind the wall. Blackman dropping low as well, and you can see the Bronco health bar sitting at full, and Lost Soul, Master Bubble, and Blackman all going to go down as Asu picks up a double. Javaco falls, Sloth, and Ender look like close on their tail to the team kill for Boise State, and much of the same for what we've seen on the first two maps.
So what North Central needs to do here is they have a comp. I wish they hadn't swapped off the May for the Pharah, but that's okay. Oh my goodness, it's their fight song. But what they need to do is they need to go to right side, take hotels, go to the high ground, because Boise State, other than a large bagel, does not have a lot of movement ability going on right now, and if North Central monopolizes that high ground movement and uses their speed boost ability at the right time, it could be a very viable option here.
Team's going to trade 2 for 2 for now. As we do see it's a DPS down on both sides of support for Boise State and a tank for North Central Tech. Good news, though, for the Timberwolves. Their spawn is much closer. That's going to allow Flop to get back into the fight, though a large bagel, as you mentioned. He's the only person with movement speed, so while the Broncos' front line is slower, he's going to get back into the fight very, very quickly. Riptire is going to be used by Goblin there, still driving around, as we're now going to see the Coalescence pop there by Asu, and the Riptire, unfortunately, is just going to explode and get nothing. Coalescence does get one. A large bagel able to pick up Javaco, and Lost Soul retreating, as well as Ender, who can't quite make it back to spawn. Neither can Lost Soul. And Boise State, a little bit of a sluggish start on that fight, still going to pick up 4.
I mean, I know we're really used to seeing Goblin with those multi-man Riptire kills. Gosh, are they so crunchy and enjoyable to watch. But that was a very strategic Riptire. He did it before the fight intentionally, knowing that a large bagel needed a little bit extra time to get back. And it was more to zone the team than to kill anybody, and it was perfect. We see Plato go in and, like, just show his team up and, like, this is how you kill everybody with that Graviton Surge right there.
As I say, speaking of killing everybody, they are just going to miss out on Blackman, who's able to avoid the Graviton. But yeah, I mean, there you go. Zarya doing the heavy lifting on that one. A huge grab coming out from Kel. And now just over a minute and a half left. You see ult advantage has got over to the side of the Timberwolves. Nano going to go on to Master Bubble. Guac going to throw down the Shatter. Just going to land one onto Master Bubble, but he's going to be taken down. That's going to take the Nano and the Shatter out of the fight. You can see the Timberwolves responding immediately with a huge retreat back to their spawn. Their whole plan was around that Reinhardt. Him going down is going to mess up everything.
Yeah, unfortunately, I feel like they need to swap off that Ana. The Antis and the Nanos are just not worth it into the comp that Boise State is playing. They have means of countering it, running away from it, and sustaining through it. There's so much more sustain. It's not worth it. And of course, Jesus on cooldown with his ultimate, but we see that Shatter land onto the side of Boise State. And now it's just kind of ulting back and forth, but we see Goblin taking out aerial heroes and Plato taking out the Reaper on North Central, and they're now just cleaning this up.
Yeah, great job there by Boise State. You saw the 2-man Shatter from Master Bubble, did cancel out Asu's Coalescence, but unfortunately it was not enough. Another team kill for Boise State, and now 30 seconds left to see a couple of swaps on over to the Ash for Blackman. We do have the grab and the Death Blossom available for North Central Tech. The only problem is right now, no one's surviving long enough to use those ultimates as 5 members have gone down, and the Timberwolves going to have one last shot here for their grab, Death Blossom, probably Sound Barrier combo.
What they need to do is speed boost onto the point, force Boise State onto the point themselves, grab them, have their Reinhardt charge that grab and get them right away, they can see it and kill the team. They used their ult and Boise State was able to set the pace of that fight.
Saw both grabs come out. We did see the Sound Barrier pop from a large bagel. Ender did not get his off before he died. A ton of dies being screamed everywhere. Both Death Blossoms have come out as well. And unfortunately for North Central Tech, they are not able to get onto the point. So once again, it is zeros across the board for the Timberwolves. And the Broncos should have a very, very easy time potentially wrapping this one up. It's only going to take one fight.
If I could give any word of advice to North Central, it would be to have more faith in your fellow teammates and to regroup just a little bit faster. The fight is not truly lost until that timer ticks down to 0, so you always have an opportunity to take something away from these matches. So just at the end of the day, just, take these VODs away and see what you can improve.
They could still maybe have a epic hold here, force us into overtime, prolong what looks to be a Boise State 3-0 victory just a little bit longer, maybe even pull off something crazy. But right now, Boise State, you see Goblin back on that Pharah, and that has spelt doom for North Central Tech. So the Timberwolves, if you're a Timberwolf fan, they're going to need a lot here to try and hold this point.
Yes, they will. Unfortunately, we have Plato on Doomfist, and I have been yearning to see Goblin on Doomfist as he switches over to the legs here at the last second. I was low-key hoping to see something changed up, but it's interesting to see Goblin not sticking with that Pharah pick, knowing how much he's been dominating on that. Maybe he's wanting to try out some other skills that he has with Soldier 76. And we do see that North Central's also running a Soldier, but they have a Diva on their side, so that might play into their advantage. We'll have to find out.
We had Arissa from Guac as well. We saw a little tidbit there. North Central Tech, one of the Broncos' favorite opponents. Big praise for their director, John DeGroot, as well. So always love to play teams that the Broncos are big fans of. And hey, that's a great start for the Timberwolves. Lostful is able to pick up Goblin. Unfortunately, the res comes out, so teams are back at full strength. The turret has gone down, so he's going to have to put it down, and Sloth gets knocked out of the mech, but should be able to survive. As you can see, Plato is waiting in the wings. He definitely has his eyes on that Baby Diva if he can get there. Another turret kill going to be this time on a large bagel, and just like that, Lost Soul and Sloth both can be taken down. Ender's going to join him. Master Bubble, hey, that looks fun. Hey, Javaco, he wants to join in on the party as well. Blackman, can it be a team kill? Yes, it can, and what a perfect way to wrap up this series. And with the team kill coming out, there it is, Boise State. They're going to win it off that one fight, and that is a 3-0 Bronco win here. Something we're coming very accustomed to in the NACE groups play.
Yes, Boise State has, to put it bluntly, been grinding, and it shows.
Yeah, I mean, diabolical, definitely one way to put it. They were all over whatever North Central Tech wanted to do, but great job by the Timberwolves, hanging with Boise State, making the first control map competitive, and then, as you mentioned, playing until the clock said it was zeros or it was a Boise State victory. So a big shout out to them. But once again, Boise State Blue, they are moving now to 5-0 in NACE group play. They are 15-1 overall on the map. So you could not ask for a much better start to this NACE group season than a 5-0, 15-1 record.
I mean, not at all. And plus, let's not forget that, the world's crazy right now, and they're still managing to act normal and keep a routine and play like they're just fine? What? Are y'all robots? Tiny bit, maybe? But
maybe.
They're doing awesome. Every team's doing awesome for, trying to do this throughout all the craziness that's happening. So everyone, everything that we put into this, you all deserve a pat on the back for it.
Yeah, I was going to say, the one thing that I'm still looking forward to, if we get a chance to see it somewhere down the line before November, would be the Boise State and Northeastern group play game, as both teams are undefeated. The Huskies have not dropped a single map, so they are probably 1-2. I know the Orange Squad was listed at number 1, but they've played a couple more games, so I cannot wait for Northeastern and Boise State Blue to take each other on in NACE. But that is going to wrap up our NACE portion of the broadcast tonight, but we still got more Overwatch on the horizon. It is going to be a shift gears to the TESPA Invitational. We saw a look at it last week when it was Boise State taking on UCI and USC. The Broncos splitting those games. And this is the game that I had talked about. I really wanted to see Fresno State, a new varsity program. They were not varsity last year, so they weren't really a factor in the Mountain West, but they are a Mountain West school. They were invited as well, and it's going to be Boise State, Fresno State. So not only is it where do you stand in TESPA, this is potentially a preview of potentially any sort of Mountain West semifinals if Fresno State is this good, because I haven't seen if any other Mountain West team was invited to this tournament. So this goes a long way into saying who probably might be taking the mountain and who's setting themselves up for a trip to Vegas, or however we're going to handle that come March.
Well, I'm not going to lie. Of course, I'm going to be rooting for my side. And the band kid / football fan in me is also like, ugh, Fresno State, you're going down. But before we even talk about that, we've got the player of the game to go to. So who do you think it is real fast?
I was going to say it's probably got to be Goblin. I mean, there's no way it's not Goblin, right?
Yeah. I'm going to give a supplemental shout-out to the Mercy Pocket that deserves supplementary player of the game when you have a Pharah player of the game. Just saying, because that's a team duo here. That's a 2-player thing, not a 1-player player move there.
I mean, really, I think you got to give a shout out to probably everyone on Boise State. I mean, I know it was Goblin racking up the kills, but Rezo and Plato did a really good job. A large bagel, I mean, kind of got called out in Doc's keys to the game. Don't feed. I mean, he did a pretty good job of that as well. So, I mean, you have to give a shout out to everyone on Boise State, but Goblin dominated the kill feed. Goblin dominated North Central Tech. He made those DPS incredibly uncomfortable. So, yeah, him, and as you said, we'll give a shout out to Asu for the Mercy Pocket. Those are your Idaho Central Credit Union player of the games. ICCU, who believes a great player makes a team more successful, just like they're helping their members achieve financial success. So, Goblin, with a small shout out to Asu, your Idaho Central Credit Union players of the game.
One of these days it'll be a support. One of these days.
The fact that we didn't get it when I think it was Asu, one of our Mercy players went full-on Mike Tyson punch-out and started punching people down as Mercy, and he got a 3K and still didn't get it. That made me think that the support dream for player of the game probably will never happen unless it's like a large bagel with a 6-man boop or something. But still, we always got to say, we give a shout-out to the supports. They usually don't get player of the game, but they're the reason why Goblin is player of the game, because he got a huge pocket.
Oh yes, and any player that's rotated to support, I commend you, and I appreciate you for that reason.
Well, as we wrap up and take a final look at some of the highlights here from Goblin, before we get into our TESPA Varsity Invitational against Fresno State, we are going to take a short break. But as I don't go anywhere, it is Boise State, Fresno State, TESPA Varsity Invitational in Overwatch coming up after this break.
Here in Idaho, we do things a little differently. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. Next, always use fry sauce. I mean, why wouldn't you? Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. We call it pop, not soda. We always put a lift on our pickups. And we always buckle up because we still have a lot we want to do, and I'm guessing you do too.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your Guard adventure.
Growing up in Riggins, we have certain rules we live by. Look both ways before crossing the street. Fishing stories get better the more you tell them. Small town life makes your life anything but small. Never work alone when you go hunting. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by. Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
State Game Pants Esports Arena. We'll continue on with our Overwatch portion of the night. Don't forget, we got Rainbow Six coming up to wrap things up on this Monday. But first, we've got Varsity TESPA Invitational. Boise State and Fresno State, a pair of Mountain West opponents, both making their appearances in this Invitational. Fish and Nerdy Bird here on the cast. And as we talked about before we went to break, Nerdy, this is a new team, I guess you could say, in the Mountain West. As we mentioned, Fresno State, not a varsity program last year, upgrading to varsity program status, being able to get into this invitational so that you know that they're here to play. So this is going to be a very, very tough task for Boise State to prove that they are still the top team in their division in the Mountain West. I think you might be muted, Nerdy.
Am I? How? What?
You were. Cat must have done it while you were on break. Cat must have snuck up and turned you off.
Can you hear me?
Now I got you.
Okay. So all I have to say, and I'm sorry to the players that are going to hear me, but y'all better beat Fresno or I'm going to have an aneurysm. That's just me personally. That's just how seriously I'm going to take this match. Y'all better, bring them to the mat and show them what's up, because we're Boise State and they're Fresno State, and this is, rivalry in the making for esports, and it's already a rivalry on the football field. Yeah, it's just going to happen.
These teams have met in quite a few of the Mountain West football championships, as you alluded to, Nerdy, and now they're starting to get to face off here on the Overwatch fields. Now, this isn't Mountain West, as we mentioned. This is TESPA Varsity Invitational, so a huge shout-out to Fresno State, who, as we mentioned, didn't even see him last semester when we were having our Mountain West race to Vegas. It was actually Boise State, Colorado State that we were finalists in the Mountain, and then, of course, Boise State UNLV was the championship. But you see there, Fresno State, the only Mountain West team besides Boise State in their group, as we see 16 schools, 2 groups of 8. It is a round robin in the group. There's over 100 varsity schools that had to apply. You had to send them a ton of things, pictures of your arena, the actual arena, by the way, not, hey, I have great plans in 2035 for this multi-tiered arena. No, it was whatever you had right now. So definitely you can see Fresno State is taking this very seriously, and they have gotten on track, and they have gotten on track very quickly to go from not even participating last semester to being in the TESPA Varsity Invitational this semester. So we see there USC and UCI, and the opponents Boise State's already played. So yeah, I mean, you said it best, Nerdy. Boise State's got to play. They've got to beat Fresno State. They've got to say, hey, we're still upper echelon in the Mountain West. Don't think just because you're new on the block, Fresno State, that you guys are suddenly, the hot team.
I mean, with all due respect, they are a first-year official varsity team, but they've had club teams in TESPA consecutively, and we have played them before. And don't underestimate the fact that they were just a, quote, club team, because they went hard, and they were very hard to play against. I played against them myself. So they have a very well-stacked team, a well-rounded team, and they hopefully will, give Boise State a run for their money, because I always like to see a close game.
Yeah, close games are definitely a lot more fun. They also it makes the casting better, and even though the players might have to sweat it out, it makes it my job a lot more fun when it's 3-1 as opposed to the 3-0 beatdown we just saw. So we take a look there at the standings. UC Irvine and Northwood sitting at the top, and then a myriad of teams tied at 1-1. Boise State, USC, Fresno State, Cal, and then UCLA and Oregon sitting at 0-2. So we mentioned the Broncos have already beaten the Trojans, so they are technically ahead of USC. They'll see if they can keep a spot ahead of Fresno State here and keep on the tails of UC Irvine and Northwood. The Broncos still have yet to play Northwood, Cal, UCLA, and Oregon coming up in a couple of weeks as we spread that out over the weekend. So I'll be curious to see. I mean, this is kind of going to see, are we upper echelon, or are we right behind UC Irvine? Because that was a really, really close fought match last week. They took it 2-0, but it was still very, very close. Boise State definitely made them work for it. So are we upper echelon? Are we middle of the pack? That's what we're going to find out here when the Broncos and Bulldogs kick things off here in a little bit.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I mean, I'm excited to play against Northwood because I spent my day and last night scouting them, and their team is sparkly to say the least. So definitely excited for that one.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of, I don't know if I must have actually followed the coach of Northwood or what, but I've seen a lot of Northwood esports on my social media. They are about as good as Boise State is. They're having about as good a semester as the Broncos are in terms of team success, but that will be down the road. As we mentioned, right now in the TESPA Varsity Invitational, it is Boise State and Fresno State, a pair of Mountain West teams sitting among the Pac-12 12 elites, if you will, in this group. And we'll see who's going to win as we kick things off here between the Broncos and Bulldogs. And you always got to point out when there's a Symmetra sitting there, Sushi Lover got something up his sleeve. We'll see if Boise State's ready to counter it.
All right, so if you don't pull this off perfectly, Sushi Lover, you're actually gonna make your team late to the point. So this first engage is all on you, buddy, and I'm gonna sit here quietly and judge you. And they just disconnected, so there's a possibility that we will see the match restart. No, I don't think they'll be requesting it. Sushi Lover just went over to Reaper, so they are going to lose out on that opportunity to get the point first. And Boise State basically has set Fresno up into the kill box zone that they want them in with the comp that Boise State has.
Yeah, we'll see if the Boise State is able to take advantage of that DC, as you mentioned, over to the Reaper. So Goblin going to basically control the skies without much issue, facing down a Reaper and a Junkrat. Now the Bulldogs going to engage, walk in on the back line. Dynamite taken low, but the first elimination is going to go on to Frost, who's being pushed onto the support roles. Or anything this man cannot do. They're going to see another elimination going to go on to Goblin as well. Plato get booped off the edge. This Lucio doing work for Fresno State. Fake memes able to get one more, as well as MGCL, and Boise State forced to retreat.
I think we have definitely established across the board that a Lucio player can make or break your team. Granted, they can pop off and your team's going to do A-okay with everyone popping off, but if your Lucio is dominating, it's going to make it a real hard day for the enemy team.
Dynamite going to get another one here. So Boise State looking for their first elimination. They're going to drop Sugar low, but they're not able to capitalize it. Kel dropping low, but he's going to be healing back up. And a respawn from Plato is going to allow Boise State to get full contest on this point. See Guac just swinging around there, but unfortunately Boise State not able to find anything. And Frost now going to be taken down once again by MGCL. And Boise State is again down another member, and they're going to give up all of their progress on the point. They finally do take down Sugar, and that might open things up for Boise State in the 5-on-5. Unfortunately, they're going to lose Plato in the process. So this does look like Guac. Yeah, he's going to actually go for the back cap. We saw this used against Boise State. We'll see if it's going to work out. We're going to see the Rocket Barrage come out from Goblin. He's going to take down Fake Memes. He will go down. Gritted Fox going to be committed there as well by Kel, and a great turnaround by Boise State as they caught Fresno looking in multiple directions. Riptire hunting for somebody. He is able to take down Kel, but nothing else. We're going to see the Valkyrie has been popped by Frost on the Mercy. Diva Bomb going to be used by MGCL. Nothing there. He's just trying to zone people off the point. Going to allow Kel to get the res from Frost. And Boise State's still going strong. Unfortunately for them, they have not found a way onto the point as Fresno State pushes up above 80%. Plato's Riptire going to come out, but a nice sound barrier from Sugar is going to shut that one down as MGCL gets taken low, but not much more. Sushi Lover takes down Plato, and Boise State losing another member in Kel. And you got to wonder when the Broncos can get back and see once again Guac going for this flank. It worked last time. Be curious if the Bulldogs are ready for it this time.
Yeah, not gonna lie, Guac made a fantastic play. So did Boise State. They had the opportunity to take that back cap, but as you see now, there's just a level of staggers that's occurring and a lack of target focus from the side of Boise State that's not allowing them to get full control. And now we're at the point where we're kind of throwing bodies on point as we have a large bagel kind of dancing around trying to maintain it, but it's just not enough for the side of Boise State.
Boise State not even able to capture the point despite the disconnect on the side of Fresno State. So a little bit of a weakness being shown here. Of course, this isn't NACE, so map record not something we've been keeping a track of for the TESPA Varsity Invitational in these best of threes. But it is worth pointing out that Frost, not on his typical role. He's forced over to support. Did think that there was a player who, unfortunately for Boise State, could not make it. So we'll see if the Broncos, a little bit shorthanded here, can pull some magic off against Fresno.
So I know that we don't normally see Frost in the support role, but I'm going to let you all in on a fun fact. Frost actually was a support player when he came and tried out for Boise State. It's just my butt was already in that seat, and he gratefully went over to DPS and has been dominating. So he is a jack of multiple traits here, so we cannot count him out. His Mercy is very good, and it is very clean, and I'm hoping that it works in the favor of the side of Boise State, especially because it's kind of like a fresh face for the side of Fresno to have to go against.
Yeah, he did not have a clean first map. We'll see if he can get back into that support mindset here. Right now, no eliminations, but a couple of Boise State health bars extremely low, and Sushi Lover able to pick up the first one onto a large bagel. Guac does get Robin, but Kel being forced out of the mech. It looks like he's just going to swap over in Boise State right now. Unfortunately, got to concede the point once again.
Yeah, and Fresno is running a comp that Boise State is very familiar with. We have seen a comp very similar to this one. Granted, sometimes we'll have a Diva instead of the Winston or the Wrecking Ball. But Boise State knows how to counter this comp. They just need to get someone caught out and focus targets equally because of the amount of limited damage that they have, except for their Pharah. So it's going to be a matter of target focus and working together in order for Boise State to take this point back. And Guac worked great with his team just there and did not die during that rocket barrage. So that gives Boise State a huge two-man advantage as we see Plato just rocking it out right here on Tracer.
He gets the stick onto Sushi Lover, and the first signs of life for Boise State as the res goes out onto Goblin. Plato gets a punch onto Dynamite. The Broncos still trying to find a way to capture this point. As Fake Memes doing a great job, as all Wrecking Balls will, to just stop and be at any point capture, to be an overall annoyance. You see the minefield has been popped by Fake Memes. Looks like Boise State trying to do their best to pop it. Valkyrie has been used by Frost. Sushi Lover has the Death Blossom. Guac has his own minefield. But once again, Boise State has just not found a way to capture this point, and it's picking higher and higher for Fresno State. Goblin taken down. Pulse Bomb going to land onto a large bagel. Kel forced out of the mech, and the coalescence by Robin being popped. Going to be a punch down onto Kel as well. And the Broncos, you can see how close they were, but in the end, none of it's going to matter. And once again, Fresno State's going to start building this up above 70%.
Unfortunately, just due to the nature of the tanks that Fresno has right now, they have a little bit more sustainability as well as speed, not including Sushi Lover. Reaper is a creature in itself, in all honesty, but that is not playing in the favor of Boise State, and with how much they're spreading out, the target focus lack on the side of Boise State is clearly visible. So if they're going to take this point back, they need to focus targets and know who they're focusing and needs to be killed first. As we see Plato take out the Tracer on the side of Fresno State, just in time for Sugar to pop that sound barrier.
And Primal Rage used as well by MGCL, not able to find anything, and the Broncos just going to lose a mech from Kel. They do get a kill onto MGCL. Sound barrier used by a large bagel. The Broncos got to use it to their advantage because they are in overtime and they need to capture this point. They'll take down Sushi Lover. They're going to have to trade that one for Guac, though. Rocket Barrage able to pick up one, and Kel's able to get Dynamite. Plato contributes as well. He's going to take down Robin. Sugar, the last one left. He will fall as well, and finally, Boise State just able to flip the point. We'll see how long they can hold on.
With that point flip, Fresno unfortunately does have 3 ultimates in their back pocket. We see the swap over to the Sombra, so hopefully someone on the side of Boise State hit that tab key and is seeing that, and Frost is now realizing he's gonna have to hide in about 2 fights to save his ultimate, or the large bagel will, because Boise State is a little bit lacking in the ult department when it comes to facing the ones that Fresno State has.
Minefield going to be used there by Fake Memes, and it's going to be able to take down Plato, so now Boise State going to have to wait while he gets back in the fight. That's going to go on to Kel, plus a Death Blossom, and a Coalescence going to be used. Frost has committed that Valkyrie to make sure he is well above the fight. Deepbop going to come out on the point just to try and keep Fresno State off and away from capping, as Goblin picks up 2, and you can see the Bulldogs are on the point, but Boise State just doing enough to contest it. They are going to trade Guac for Robin, and as MGCL goes down as well, looks like the Boise State Broncos have survived that ult onslaught from the side of Fresno State.
Yeah, it's now going to be pretty much par for the course. Both sides are going to be equal in this next engage. We've got about 2 fights left, percentage-wise, for Boise State if they maintain full control at this point the entire time. And the DPS have their ultimates ready to go, as does Guac, so they have the opportunity to hold this point right here.
Rocket Barrage used just to kill Dynamite. They'll have to trade that one for a large bagel, but MGCL is going to be taken down, as well as a directed onto Sushi Lover. Going to maybe catch him off guard, and now Boise State starting to really rein things in. They take down Robin as well, and now it's Fresno State who's entering into that last fight territory with a very, very limited ult available, if any, going to come up this next fight.
Yeah, these last 2 fights, the time to kill on the side of Boise State to Fresno has dramatically dropped. Their focus has been supreme. Goblin obviously is just in the comms calling every single one of these rocket shots because they know who needs to die and when. I hope Boise State is able to hold it to a full 100 cap right here.
Sound barrier going to be used by a large bagel. It is in overtime, so whoever wins this fight is probably going to win the map. Primal Rage has been used by MGCL. Minefield going to be dropped by Fake Memes, but it's Guac who gets the first elimination. Kel forced out of the mech as Fake Memes able to get the mech and Guac. Kel, as the Baby Diva, does take down Robin, however, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to stay alive to get back in the mech because Sushi Lover is going to take him down. Nice job by Goblin. He's going to shut down the Death Blossom. Sound barrier coming out from Sugar, and Boise State right now just barely holding on as Goblin's doing what he can. Frost taken down by Dynamite. Ground fair forced to be played there. He's trying to keep it in overtime. So you see a swap onto the Echo going to come out from Sushi Lover. Coalesce is going to keep Goblin out of the skies. And now Boise State, unfortunately, is the one on the back end and has to find a way back onto the point rather quickly. Dynamite going to use the pulse bomb. Not going to find anything, but Guac has been taken out. Overtime just barely reset there, it looked like, by Kel. But Boise State right now is just throwing bodies at the point as Kel's been taken down. Plato's the next one taken down. Another near save by Goblin. He's going to be taken down as well. It's Frost, the Large Bagel, and Guac trying to do what they can. Wall riding all about, but you can just see the eliminations racking up. And finally, Fresno State gets a clean kill, and they are going to go up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Yeah, Boise State, they were cleaning up their act near the end of that round on Li Jiang. You could definitely tell that they were hyper-focused towards the end. Hopefully that carries over into this next map, as I believe we're going into an escort?
No, while we check the rules, let me tell you a little bit about Black Box VR. Wouldn't it be great that by playing a game, you could level up yourself instead of just an on-screen character? It's now possible. Your actual speed, strength, and endurance will help you win through Black Box VR Arenas, making it more like a futuristic sport than a video game. Keep following Boise State Esports on Twitch to see upcoming Black Box VR events, and go check them out at www.blackbox-vr.com for more information. I'm trying to remember what we played against UCI and USC. I think it is actually hybrid, Nerdy, but we play in like 3 different tournaments and they all can't agree on whether or not escort or hybrid should be second. So I think it's hybrid, but you know, both of us have a 50-50 chance of being right or wrong.
I mean, either way, we're going to see a payload.
Yes.
There this next map. It's going to be one of the 2 payload maps.
You would think they would, like,
way to put it.
You know, they'd go escort, assault, hybrid, or hybrid, assault. Like, break up the payload map so that we don't have this confusion of, well, this tournament does escort, this tournament does hybrid. It's like, okay, come on, guys, get on the same page. Let's, you know, make everything smooth for the casters. But we will wait to see what we're going to be going to next. Boise State going to need a little bit of a reverse sweep. I know in best of 3s, it's not as, you know, exciting to get a reverse sweep, but still, the Bulldogs are on match point, a chance to send Boise State to a 1-2 record. So the Broncos with Frost on that support, they're going to have their work cut out for them no matter what map they do pick.
I mean, yeah, when you're playing someone that's not normally in your group, it can kind of throw off the feng shui, so to speak. But at least a lot of the Boise State players in their free time play together, and I definitely can say that for Frost, he plays very often with his fellow teammates because there's just great camaraderie happening there. So I have faith that they'll be able to communicate. Oh my goodness, it's New Bonnie?
We saw a lot of this the other day, actually. I think last week, I know we had a high school event. They went to Numbani. Boise State went to Numbani, I believe, in the NACC. So Numbani's starting to get a little bit more popularity back.
I am visibly shook. I know no one can see me, but I am shook. I can't put it any other way.
I mean, not only are you shook that it's Numbani, you have to be a little even more shook that Boise State was the one that picked it, as they were the ones who were coming off that loss. So Fresno State on match point, they're going to kick things off on offense. So we'll see how Boise State can hold and if they can shut down Fresno State and prevent that payload from being open to Sushi Lover, who's on the Ash this time, taking a ton of damage.
I'm not going to lie, Boise State, just strictly based off comp, has a slight advantage because on defense, there's a lot of high ground control, and they have the ability to control that high ground with their comp. Whereas we see they've got a Roadhog and a Sigma on the side of Fresno State, which is going to be a really tough time to counter both the Diva and the Ash Dynamites, as well as the Antis coming out from a Large Bagel and Guac rolling through the back line.
Hook goes on to Frost. He's barely able to survive, and it's Plato who gets the first elimination, but Dynamite's going to answer right back, and a sweep onto Guac is going to spell his demise as well. Nice 2-man anti is going to land. Unfortunately, there's no follow for Boise State. Dynamite is going to be the next target of focus, so the teams are both down 1. Kel is taken out of the mech, and as Sushi Lover gets Plato, Robin gets Kel, and Arez comes out. You have to wonder how long Boise State can keep contesting this early payload, as they are already 2 ticks in. You see Guac is there, and he wants to fight. He's going to hop in on the back line. Sushi Lover taken down, but he's going to take Goblin with him. So Boise State and Fresno State both down at DPS, hooked onto Guac, and he's going to be taken out as well. Rez going to go on to Sushi Lover, and that should spell point cap for Fresno State. Looks like it's a light contest from Boise State. Pulse Bomb comes out from Dynamite, doesn't find anything. Kel taken out of the mech, and you have to wonder if Boise State's going to throw anyone else at it. No, they are not. Goblin gets 1, but the payload's still unlocked.
And we do see Goblin switching over to the Widowmaker, which is a bit interesting considering we've got Dynamite here on the Tracer, and that's a lot of harassment that can happen on the backlines for a Widowmaker to have to deal with. Plus, you're also utilizing the Mercy Pocket resource from her Ashe, so I'm not sure if that's really a smart play coming from the side of Boise State. It also did ruin their ult economy a little bit.
Seems a nice hook dodge from Goblin there, as it looks like it is a high ground flank from Fresno State. Nice Annie going to land onto Fake Memes, and he is going to be taken down. Sushi has taken down Plato, as we see both Valkyries going to be popped there by Frost and Sugar. One res going to go out onto Plato. Looks like for now Fresno State's going to leave their tank down in the dust. Huge headshot from Goblin onto Dynamite. Good luck harassing that Widowmaker. He's trying to find one more as Bob has joined the fight, and Boise State going to send out a Diva Bomb as well. It's going to be able to pick up MGCL, and the Broncos should be able for the first time win a team fight here on New Bonnie and send Fresno State packing, at least for now, as Sugar drops low but is able to just barely survive.
Fresno State is going to have a little bit of a difficult time pushing forward right now just because of how slow their comp is moving. It's going to have to be wait until Boise State puts themselves in a bad position in order for them to really gain an advantage here, since Boise State kind of has payload control as we see it slowly working its way backwards.
Minefield has been used by Glock. Goblin's going to get one onto Fake Memes, who had the Gravitic Flux, and we do see Dynamite has swapped over to his own Widowmaker. Glock trying to be a bully there, but he gets antied and is going to be forced to run away. Fake Memes back in the fight, so Boise State still has to be aware of that Gravitic Flux.
Yes, but the one thing that people don't always realize is that honestly will destroy a Gravitic Flux if a large bagel is positioned just right and the Sigma on the side of Fresno does not use his Gravitic Flux in a opportunity. So they can shut that down, but unfortunately we're not going to get quite a clear angle on that fight, as we do hear the Gravitic Flux is popped, but we've got Walk on the back line who took out the Widow, and now Boise State is up one with this Nano boost coming into the right.
And Nano on the wrecking. Goblin gets two as well. He's going to pick up Robin and Sushi Lover, and Boise State going to hold on. Plato's going to add one more, and this Widow Ashe comp for Boise State has been working wonders, and you can see Plato getting very, very close to that Bob. Fresno State still a little bit away.
That Bob is either going to force the side of Fresno to back up or to use a vital resource such as a sleep to get rid of Bob for a short period of time, which is going to give Boise State a clear opportunity to send Glock in, because those CC control abilities are going to be extinguished, and that'll also charge his ultimate. So Boise State has a huge advantage during this fight, and hopefully they are able to maintain it.
Huge headshot from Plato onto Robin. That's going to shut down the Nano as well. The revive is going to come out from Sugar, but that's going to take that out of the fight as the Valkyrie and the Nano are popped. They're going to Nano onto the Diva, as Bob's going to be called in from Sushi Lover. Diva Bomb going to be used by Kel, just going to stop anyone from Fresno State from pushing around the corner. There is Plato going to call in his Bob this time, as the Valkyrie has been popped from Frost as well. Plato's going to take down Dynamite, who's once again swapped back over to the Tracer. Robin with some sneaky dodges there to stay alive. Plato's in on the back line. He has been finally found out by Fake Memes and the rest of Fresno State, and unfortunately he's not going to get anything. He had a couple clear sight lines but couldn't find it, so Boise State's going to be down one.
I mean, that's totally okay. Plato completely turned the side of Fresno State around, took them away from the payload for a few moments, so gave the rest to the side of Boise State opportunity to get healed up, gather resources, and recollect, and hopefully reach that point here soon. As we see Kelly team and that Nano boost going out onto Block, who's rolling into the back line, and hopefully Boise State's trying to get full control of the payload with some stabilization, but it's going to be a little difficult.
So the minefield proc, unfortunately that's the only thing going Boise State's way. As you see, 4 members have been taken down. Plato's going to make it 5. Is Dynamite, who swapped back over to the Tracer, is having himself an insane fight. He picks up another one there. Finally sniped out by Goblin, but Dynamite might have got a 5K there all by himself.
We'll find out if it's possibly a replay, because it might be the play of the game. We do see Fresno State also coming into this next fight with 4 ultimates ready to go, and Boise State only has that infrared sight. So I'm curious to see how they're going to encounter these next couple of fights, because they got to take them quickly if they're going to try to get their ult up and stop the payload.
Well, the Valkyrie is going to be the first one popped. Infrasight is going to be used by Boise State, their lone ultimate, but Plato's getting very close to the Bob. MGCL going to throw in the Diva Bomb, trying to just zone Boise State away, but Plato's going to get caught out with the Bob available, and that's going to hurt Boise State. Now we do see the res go on to Plato as Goblin get one, and then gets taken down by the Battle Mercy. Bob immediately called into the fight as Sugar's able to res Sushi Lover. Bob gets one, the Minefield gets another one, and both Divas have been taken out of their mech. Now we see the Bob coming in from Sushi. Sushi Lover as Dynamite takes down Guac. Good news for the Broncos, their respawns are so close. It should be enough to prevent them from losing the payload right here, but a nice pick onto Kel is going to mean that the Broncos are now entering last fight territory with 1:15 left on the clock.
Not gonna lie, playing that Bob when Fresno did play into the favor of Boise State. There's one left thing for them to stake right here during this fight, and it gives them more opportunities to sustain. They're banking on their wrecking ball being able to push back via this but he's on the wrong side of the map, and Plato has an open field right here to just start laying damage into Fresno State, and he is a force to be reckoned with whenever he is on Ash, as we see his ultimate charge go from almost nothing to 3/4 of the way full from just one single dynamite.
Unfortunately for Boise State, Plato was not enough to keep their hopes alive, so it is going to be a 3-checkpoint cap from Fresno State, 48 seconds on the clock. So the Broncos going to have their work cut out for them here. They've got to not only cap the point, but then win in overtime, or Fresno State will be sending them to a 1-2 record here in the TESPA Varsity Invitational.
I mean, I won't lie, I am totally fine with seeing another match. I mean, the more Overwatch in my life, the merrier. So I'm definitely going to pray that Boise State pulls this one out of the hat, gets a 3, and has more than 48 seconds to re-engage on their attack, and is able to attack second after a full hold in overtime on the side of Fresno State. I'm calling it now that is my hope and prayer and prediction, but it may not come to fruition. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, Boise State, you know, I would totally agree with you, Dirty. I'd love to see more Overwatch. Not only would we get basically 2 maps, because we get overtime here, then we'd get our escort map. So we would be in for the full slog, which is something we really haven't seen much of this semester, because it has been Boise State sort of rolling over teams. So I'll be curious to see what the Broncos want to do, because besides bits and pieces, it never really felt like they had figured out this Fresno State comp, because in the end, the Bulldogs kind of just pushed whenever they wanted to.
Yeah, Fresno State is playing the slowness game to their advantage. They are able to utilize natural cover very well and slow down the pace of these very fast fights. And Boise State's just not able to reorganize and reorientate themselves fast enough to deal with it. So maybe they'll have the opportunity to do that this round.
Goblin was originally on the far, now he is going to be on the Echo, something we've seen him on from time to time. He's had relative success with it. We do see Dynamite on the Soldier, so there's going to be a little bit of a pain in the side of Boise State. Just like that, Dynamite's going to be able to pick up Plato and shut down the Broncos' attack for now. Guac is dropping low. He is just barely able to speed away and grab that health back. His off-screen Goblin's going to take down Sushi Lover. Fake Memes get taken down by the Echo as well. Dynamite will fall, and just like that, Boise State has started to turn the fight. Fake Memes does get revived. There's no punish for Boise State, but MGCL will be taken out of the mech. That Baby Diva is not going to survive for long as Kel takes him down. Fake Memes starting to drop low once again, and the Broncos much quicker on unlocking the payload than Fresno State, as they're going to get it with just under 3 minutes potentially left, as Fake Memes decides to full-on commit. Now here comes the rest of Fresno State. Sugary not going to be able to get the res off, and you have to wonder about the communication there for the Bulldogs, as they just sacrificed 2 members for nothing. Plato gets Sushi Lover as well, and with Sushi Lover down and Dynamite, the Broncos should have a nice job pushing here for a couple of meters uncontested.
Oh yeah, they definitely just bought themselves a full extra fight's worth of time with how huge these staggers are coming out from Fresno State. Like, at a certain point, guys, you just gotta turn around and hit.
You see the swap from Dynamite over to the Sombra for how well he's been playing. That's definitely something Boise State has got to keep their eyes on. They do take MGCL out of the mech, but how far back the payload is, looks like for now Boise State's just more than content, waiting for that payload to come to them.
And we do see that their Diva is going to have to reset on the side of Fresno State as well. Smart move to suicide that one. I am very familiar with that strategy of gameplay. So now, and we see the Diva actually swapping over for the Roadhog. So it seems like Fresno State is going to bank on the re-engage happening right in front of that archway there. So Roadhog is more of a brick wall to speak of rather than a true tank.
You see Goblin has his ult. He's going to go on to the Wrecking Ball. Already dropped 1 minefield. Right now he is the lone member of Boise State. He dropped a second minefield, retreating all the way back to the point. Nano has gone out onto MGCL. Large Dave is going to use that sound barrier. The hack is going to come out onto Frost, and that's going to be enough to keep Boise State alive. We see Sushi Lover has swapped over to his own Echo. He likes what Goblin has been doing on it. Going to see if he can do it any better, and he starts off fantastically with a kill onto Guac. Kel out of the mech and being taken down, meaning the Broncos are out of tank. Sushi Lover has been taken down, Sugary down as well, so no res going to be available for the Bulldogs. Dynamite taken down by Goblin, who's been absolutely phenomenal for Boise State. He does get hooked in, but not before he does enough damage to allow Boise State to get closer and closer and potentially even capture this second point. His fake memes goes down, so does MGCL. Res comes out, and you have to thank Goblin there for that ability to get that second point so quickly for Boise State. And you can just see the time disparity as we head on to the third checkpoint.
Yeah, Boise State's really got around these next two corners very quickly, though, because it's kind of hard fight territory for their comp that they have. If they can't get out of that little alcove, there's just going to be too much damage that's able to be pumped into there, and that will not play into the advantage of Boise State, as the side of Fresno does have both EMP and Whole Hog ready to go, and if you combo those, even one of them by themselves can be very devastating for Boise State with their current comp, especially because a large bagel used his sound barrier last fight and can't counter that EMP blast coming out from the side of Fresno right there.
And that 4-man EMP was enough to take down Goblin. You saw Plato had found the translocator, and rather than destroying it, decided he'd try and camp Dynamite on it. Unfortunately, he didn't find any elimination. Whole Hog's going to force Kel out of the mech. Walk taken down as well as a large bagel. Saw the res come out onto Goblin, but he's going to sit on his ult and go down. Plato's just going to retreat. Has the pulse bomb as well for Boise State. Good news for them. They've still got 4 minutes left on the clock for this next fight.
I hope Boise State is, doing their ult tracking as much as they always are. We know Guac tends to be on top of that because they would know right now that there are 4 ultimates on the side of Fresno that are very deadly and difficult to deal with. And hopefully they go into this next fight very quickly and use a dry fight, because then the next engage, they'll have all 6 of their ultimates, whereas Fresno will have exhausted at least one.
Well, Goblin's going to take off his ultimate. Valkyrie's going to be used by both Mercies, and Guac's going to get the first one. Whole Hog committed by Goblin. He's going to take down Dynamite as well as MGCL. Res is going to come out onto Robin. Pulse Bomb's going to be used, and we now see a Diva Bomb coming out from Sushi Lover, who used his own Echo ult, but he unfortunately wasn't able to find anything. Fake Memes is going to be able to use his own Minefield to take down Guac. Goblin wins the Battle of the Echoes before being taken down in short order by Dynamite. Plato is going to be able to eliminate Robin, but unfortunately with the teams training back and forth, this isn't going to spell much for Boise State in terms of pushing the payload, as they're going to need a full fight win. They do take down Fake Memes, but that's probably all. We do see the Diva Bomb is on the line. Kel holding on to it for now, and it looks like both teams content just resetting.
Thankfully, I don't know how, but we're going to have an EMP and sound barrier combo line up, so hopefully a large bagel will be able to counter Fresno State's EMP during this next fight. I really hope so, because I want to see this one wrap up and go into overtime.
Kel threw out his Diva Bomb. There's the sound barrier before the 6-man EMP came out. Unfortunately for Boise State, the shield had all but disappeared, but good news for them is Guac's going to get 2 with the Minefield. The rest of the member is going to come through as well. It's just Sushi Lover who's left alive. So despite the huge EMP, the Broncos are going to cap, and you can see they're going to have 2.5 minutes on the clock. Fresno State's only going to have a minute.
All right, so Fresno State's going to attack first. I hope Boise State has a full hold and then they get 1 tick so we can go on to an overtime map.
Yeah, Boise State trying to force us to Game 3 of this best-of-3 in the TESPA Varsity Invitational. The Fresno State Bulldogs, who won control in rather dominating fashion, running into a little bit of a hiccup here on Numbani. As you mentioned, Nerdy Bird, I'd love to see a first point hold, a quick Boise State win, and on to map 3. If you are just joining us, yes, that is Frost on support, filling in very nicely for Boise State in his off role. And so far, the Broncos have been able to keep this game alive and force us onto this overtime.
And we do see Fresno going with a very similar comp as to what they originally approached Point A with, except for MG is going back over to the Diva, so there's no Roadhog, but the Roadhog really was quite useful for them for the sustained purposes, because he can kind of be left to his own devices. I'm interested to see if they play and take the high right side once again for their first fight, and if they're able to successfully take the point on that first fight.
You see also Sushi Lover going to decide that he wants to hang out on the Echo. He played that a little bit towards the end of their defense, trying to match what Goblin was doing, and Goblin, by the way, onto that Torbjorn that we've seen him on from time to time, that he has played so well for Boise State. So as we kick things off here, be curious what the Bulldogs want to do and how fast they want to go, as they've only got a minute left.
I honestly have a hunch that Dynamite is going to swap if there is more than one fight, because playing Tracer into Goblin Storm is never a fun game, and I'm very sorry.
You see Dynamite, the first target taken low. Sushi Lover dropped low as well. Both of them able to be sustained. And Dynamite's been able to take down Goblin's turret. And now you see Fake Memes is going to jump right onto that Torbjorn, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough as Goblin's going to be able to pick him up. Sushi Lover goes down as well. They do get MGCL out of the mech, but it is going to allow Dynamite to take down a large bagel. MGCL just barely hanging on. Dynamite is kind of in the back line, being a general nuisance to Boise State, but he's actually going to get fall off the edge by himself, and that might just ruin anything Fresno State had planned.
Unfortunately, I think you're right. I think that was a misclick. I don't know if it was a flash backwards or a rewind, but Tracer was off the map, and now all Fresno State has is their tanks on point, but that nade just instantly melts them. I don't think they're going to get much of a foothold here.
The team's trading back and forth. That definitely favors Boise State. Kel's going to throw out the Diva Bomb, trying to zone people off the point. He's going to be able to do enough damage to take MGCL out of his mech, and then Kel is going to be able to take him down as we see Fresno State down 3, trying to get back as soon as possible. Nano has gone out onto Guac as Dynamite just holding on to the point right now. Boise State doing a great job stopping any sort of percentage gain by the Bulldogs. They have been able to respawn, but just like that, Sugar is going to be taken down, as well as Fake Memes. And Boise State not going to allow the Bulldogs to get onto the point. Dynamite a little bit of a C9, and that is what you're hoping for, Nerdy, the full 0 hold for Boise State.
I'm sorry, Fresno State, but I want my team to do good and play as hard as they can. I'm very sorry.
Well, Boise State still has their work cut out for them. They still have to be able to get a tick onto the point with 2.5 minutes on the clock. Fresno State definitely has kept Boise State on their toes. There have not been many clean fight victories for Boise State. So 2.5 minutes, while it was more than what Fresno State had, still could feel like a very short amount of time if Fresno State's able to win a couple of fights.
Because of the way this map works, 2 minutes and 33 seconds really comes out to be about like 2 fights for Numbani, unfortunately. So if you don't get it on the first try, you've got 1 extra chance. And if you're staggered too much on that first try, you might have half a chance on your second try. So Boise State still has to really be on their toes, working together and playing clean in order to take this next, in order to take at least 1 tick here.
Do see Goblin has gone back to the Echo, something he was phenomenal on when Boise State pushed. A big reason why they were able to have so much time left on the clock. You see for the Bulldogs, they have gone back to what they played for the most part on defense with the Sigma and the Roadhog, Mercy and Liana, and then the Ash and the Soldier coming off his fresh round of changes. Looks like it might have been a little bit of a buff with how much his popularity has spiked up, but we'll see if they're able to shut down Goblin and keep him out of the skies.
I don't know if that's enough to shut Goblin down. It might be. We'll have to see. I'm gonna, of course, bet it all on Goblin and give him the benefit of the doubt.
There, Hook is going to mix from MGCL, but Goblin is in close proximity, so he's got to be very careful. He's going to jump down there so he makes sure he is not the Hook target. 30 seconds off the clock for Boise State. Now they're going to go full in on the side of Fresno State. Sugar is dropping low, and he's going to be the first elimination. Nice hook onto Goblin, who just barely survived, and MGCL is going to be taken down. Sushi Lover has taken Kel out. That's the only fatality Boise State has currently taken, as we see right now the Broncos have gotten 4 down on the side of Fresno State. They are oh so close to wrapping this up in less than a minute. Just like that, they will do it, as Lucio can't quite get back in time. And Boise State with a nice play, picking Numbani for themselves, going to force us on to our game number 3.
Overtime map. Yay! I'm excited to see this next map. I actually have no clue what the map pool would be. So do you know what the map pool is for the 3rd map?
I would assume it is Escort. Usually the 3 maps that the tournaments Boise State's been in where they only play 3 maps usually goes some combination of Control, Hybrid, and Escort. So I would assume we're going to Escort next, but we'll have to wait and see, because both of the matches we saw last week were 2-0s, one for UCI, one for Boise State over USC. So we'll have to wait, but I'm going to guess, Nerdy, that it's Escort, which current trends point to Dorado, but anything's open. We've seen some Junkertown come out as well. Well, we wait for map 3 to see who the victor is here in the TESPA Varsity Invitational between Boise State and Fresno State. You could win Respawn products like the players by just winning chat. All you got to do is be smart, funny, supportive, clever, and help sure you support Boise State or Fresno State to a victory. Don't be mean, though. That will not get you anywhere. At the end, we'll vote for who won tonight's chat, and that person will receive a prize pack. So you see right there some of the things that could be up for your grabs. All you got to do is win chat, which, you know, in a series like this where it's back and forth, definitely going to allow for more opportunities for someone to pick up that prize pack here. Nerdy between Boise State and Fresno State as we head into game number 3.
And unfortunately, I've got Baratel in the chat calling out Goblin, saying he's the only one being mean right now. And I don't know how I feel about that, Baratel. Last I checked, he's just playing.
He's been pretty mean, though. Yeah, I mean, he literally bodied Sushi Lover onto Echo. He bodied North Central Tech. So, I mean, yeah, I would agree with Baratel that the only person being mean right now is Goblin. And if Boise State can pull off this reverse sweep, including overtime, that's just a real kick to the shins to Fresno State, who were that close to taking down Boise State and saying, hey, we're the best Mountain West team in this tournament, Boise State. You know, have fun at the bottom half of the standings. So there's a lot riding on this game 3. Not only, you know, who's going to be in the upper echelon at 2-1, but who's going to sort of have that, you know, little strut in their step when we get to Mountain West Conference play in Overwatch of the superior Overwatch team, at least in terms of the TESPA Varsity Invitation.
I mean, small bragging rights will be in order to either team that wins, but all in good faith. And as you called it, it's Dorado. I don't know. We need to spice this up in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, Dorado becoming the new Kings Row almost. So it seems like this has been a very, very popular pick by both sides, Boise State or whoever they're playing. As we do see there, it is Control as Hybrid and then Escort in the TESPA Varsity Invitational, 8-week regular season best of 3. And as we're about to kick things off, I'll be very curious to see if this goes any better for Fresno State than it went for North Central Tech, who had a very, very rough time about an hour ago here on this map against this same squad, Sans Frost. And we kick things off with Goblin back on that far that he played oh so well last time we were here, doing a ton of damage, not racking up any eliminations. In fact, he's going to be the first one taken down, landing on the ground for a brief second. MGCL taking down Frost as well. A large bagel goes down, so will Guac. And what a fight win for Fresno State as Kel's out of the mech. He is going to be the next target.
I'm really curious to see if Boise State decides to change up this comp at all, because they are going through that underpass at that bridge, so it's kind of changed the fight dynamic for this next engage for Boise State, as we do see that Ana's being swapped for a Lucio, which is honestly the best bet here because they need speed to get in position and to surround Fresno State. As we see the Wrecking Ball from Fresno State kind of dropping in right in front of BSU, trying to use all of our cooldowns up, but Boise State's sustaining okay right now.
You see Kel going to take down MGCL, so a great last-second fight by Boise State. You can see how close the payload was to capping. Dynamite is low. He'll be taken down. Rob is going to use the Coalescence to try and help sustain the remaining members of Fresno State, and he's going to do a good job. As Sushi Lover once again gets an elimination onto Goblin. Sugar's going to pick up 2 more onto a large bagel in Play-Doh, and you have to wonder if this Farah has run its course for Boise State, because that's 2 times in a row that a Reaper of all heroes has taken down that Farah.
It might be time for Boise State to change things up a little bit, but Guac does have that ultimate on lock, as does Play-Doh, Frost, Kel, and Goblin right now. So, you know, it might be advantageous to force a dry fight quickly for Fresno State at Archway for point 1, and then re-engage and try to get full control of the payload on the following fight.
They took down Fake Memes, who was a little bit overzealous there in the back line. Bob's going to be called in by Play-Doh, and you can see Goblin trying to set up for a rocket barrage, but a huge hack from Dynamite is going to ground him once again. He's going to have enough pocket, though, to stay alive, as Fake Memes is going to roll in on the back line and then roll away. Dynamite has been taken down, so a nice job surviving that hack by Goblin, and now he's setting up for a rocket barrage whenever he wants it.
So because Fresno couldn't follow up on Dynamite's hack, it kind of set off the tempo for that engage wrong for them, and it gave Boise State another ultimate advantage because it gave them half a fight to charge their ults. Now both these teams are 50-50 right now, and it's who hits Q first, as Goblin uses Rocket Barrage, takes out the Lucio, but we do see that Sushi Lover does get Guac in the aftermath.
You see him, Mindfield's going to drop onto Goblin, who tried to get away. He could not. Mindfield's going to pick another one up onto Frost, and right now the only blue you see is a res onto Guac, who's going to maybe go down again. He's trying to roll away. He will survive, but once again, Fresno State is going to keep pushing his payload. Guac gets 1 onto Fake Memes, but he'll trade his life for that.
A large bagel was running away at that fight too, so 1 made it away for Boise State, and they're now going to have to wait for for Guac, their Wrecking Ball to come back. Thankfully, his spawn time is quite small, though, so the re-engage shouldn't take too long here, as we do see Farah looking like they're setting up to get in on the back line of Fresno.
Trigger's going to pop the sound barrier, so Boise State just trying to wait off the shield. It has now faded, and Guac's thrown down the minefield, and there's Bob going to be called in from Plato. You see Sushi Lover has the Death Blossom. He's going to pick up Plato without it. Goblin gets MGCL, but gets taken down by the Coalescent that has been used by Robin. EMG from Dynamite right on cue, going to pick up 3, but it's not going to shut down a res onto Goblin. There is the Death Blossom. Doesn't get anything, and a sound barrier from a large bagel should be enough to flip the fight for Boise State. Kel forced out of the neck, but that's about all the Bulldogs have gotten. Sugar and Robin to be taken down. There are no supports left, and Boise State starting to wrap things up. You can see the health bars not being healed up. Dynamite being forced to translocate away onto a health pack. Fake Memes gets taken down, and a great job by Boise State surviving the EMP Blossom combo to win that fight.
Boise State is actually in a great position to hold out and could possibly hold it here for the remainder of the match. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. Please don't curse me, Caster Curse. But with how much open space there is, the amount of upward mobility that is available during this specific area of the map here on Dorado, it gives the comp that Boise State has a lot more versatility than the comp that Fresno State's running.
Goblin sitting on that rocket barrage. Only ult for Boise State. The Valkyrie coming up very soon as well. Minefield for Fake Memes, who's got some insane value, is also up, but nothing else really close. So we do see Dynamite has swapped over to that Tracer. Speaking of that, there is the Minefield, but a huge rocket barrage on the back line is going to pick up 2 for Boise State. Dynamite takes down a large bagel, though, and right now the point's still pushing away from Goblin, who's going to try and sandwich the remaining members of Fresno State. Plato and Fake Memes going to trade 1 for 1 there, but the Valkyrie has been used as well as a Pulse Bomb coming out from the side of Boise State. It's been enough to at least shut down the push here from Fresno State. Guac to be able to take down Fake Memes, and for Boise State, that's going to send Fresno State packing just mere meters away from a time extension.
And now Fresno is getting into that one-fight territory because of the distance that spawn is. Granted, they take about 45 seconds, but with that added spawn dagger right there on Robin, that is decreasing the amount of time that Fresno has to retake this point, as we do hear Fake Memes using his ult. Oh wait, no, that was blocked to zone out the side of Fresno State, and I don't think they're going to get a clean engage here.
See, Goblin also took down Sushi Lover as well, so it's going to be one last fight for Fresno State, and after that elimination, Sushi Lover has once again swapped back over to that Echo, so we'll see how he's going to match up there against the Goblin. In terms of ults, it is all Fresno State. As you see, the Pulse Bomb, the Sound Barrier, the Primal Rage, and the Coalescence are all up for the Bulldogs. Just the Diva Bomb up for Boise State, but they've got ults that are on the way if they can survive long enough in this fight. There's the Coalescence being started. Kel is going to try and use the Diva Bomb, but he's only going to use it to regenerate health, as a Pulse Bomb from Dynamite's going to trade 1 for 1. Sound Barrier comes out from Sugar, and Fake Memes takes down another one, and the Broncos now are down 1 as the respawn's starting to come out. Kel's dropping low. He is going to be forced out of the mech as the Primal Rage is committed. There's a Pulse Bomb that comes out from Plato. Him and Fake Memes now going to trade back and forth once again, and Fake Memes, the MVP for Fresno State, he picks up another elimination onto Kel. Goblin tried the Rocket Barrage and did not get any value. Plato trying to take down anyone he can as Fake Memes. My goodness, this man is on fire. He gets another elimination. Sushi Lover and Sugar, and there's Fake Memes again, getting another one, and in overtime, Fresno State's going to buy a minute and a half and start pushing towards point number 3.
Holy cow, is all I have to say. Fake Memes, you are on fire, my good friend, and both these teams are going to have one heck of a time using these comps inside these close quarters coming up. It's kind of going to be a divide and conquer or surround and pounce type of situation for both teams, but we have Goblin and Plato now swapping over from the more mobile to the slower heroes, so we've kind of got half-price goats coming out from the side of Boise State again.
Well, it's going to work out greatly to start, as Plato's going to get MGCL. Sushi Lover's going to trade, so both Winstons are down, but Sushi Lover is going to cost himself his life as his ult came online. And some swaps coming out from Fresno State. A Reinhardt Diva tank comp going to be their core as they push in for one last fight.
They have one more fight. We've got, as you said, Sushi Lover has the copy, but I don't know who Sushi Lover's going to copy. I mean, yes, you can copy a tank. Most viable option probably going to be Guac, but I'm not sure how much Primal Rage is really going to be a benefit here.
kick things off. Fresno State's dropped low. Sound barrier forced to be used by a large bagel early in the fight, and it's going to be enough to pick up fake memes. He's going to kick a copy onto Sushi. The Sushi Lover's going to copy onto Reaper, and that did not go over well. Sugar's going to throw down his own sound barrier, and a Coalescence is going to be used by Frost, who swapped over to the Moira, and Boise State's going to pick up two. Sushi Lover and Sugar have gone down. There's the Viva coming out, as well as the Death Blossom is going to pick up MGCL. Robin's Coalescence does get a large bagel. Sushi Lover over onto the Genji now to try and get onto this point and keep us into overtime. Primal Rage being popped by Guac as we watch from the turret's point of view how well Boise State is doing, as Kel's going to be able to pick up two. And right now, no one for Fresno State can get close. The body block trying to come out from Boise State. This turret doing a great job of shooting anyone down. As you see right there on cue, it takes down Dynamite for Fresno State, is able to get onto the pole. Molten Core has been committed by Goblin as well, all over the payload to make sure no one for Fresno State can stand on it. And Boise State with a nice hold just meters past point number 2 is going to be their goal here to win this series.
That was a fantastic hold there from Boise State. They did a fantastic job, especially like letting the payload come through that choke point first and then stopping it on the other side of that wall creates a block off, so to speak, similar to that of a May wall. And they're able to use that cutoff to their advantage because it cut off the healing resources for the side of Fresno State because they weren't able to round that wall fast enough. But I would like to point out, as everyone in the chat room has pointed out, that turret POV is MVP of the game. It did so much work, and I do see Warrior 34, your name that I've not stumbled across very often here. Torbjorn is a comfort pick for Goblin, so just, he might be small, but he is mighty when it comes to the Boise State's Torbjorn.
Yeah, Goblin has proved many people wrong on that Torbjorn. For now, he's going to be on the Sombra, of course, with some substitutions coming out. Frost would usually be the person you see as I'm about to go into my monologue. He's going to swap over the Widowmaker, so I'll just shut up because we're not going to see a Sombra this match, I have to think.
We're going to say that now, and then right before they come out the spawn doors, we're going to see a Sombra.
Probably. But while we're here, we can talk about the Doomfist for Dynamite. That's something he hasn't played at all, this series at least.
Yeah, that is also very true, but with the way that the alleys work on first point, Dorado Doomfist may not be the best option, especially with Plato on that Reaper pick. So let's hope Dynamite is able to get in and out very quickly and be able to really use the movements of Doomfist to their advantage.
Well, you were right, Nerdy. Right after we kicked off, Goblin goes away from the Widowmaker, right back on to the Sombra. So, of course, the Caster Curse alive and well. We'll see how much value you can get as he gets a nice hack onto Fake Memes, who definitely has been the MVP for Fresno State on Dorado, and a big reason why they got 2 points and 35 meters. And we see Boise State right now trying to look for an engage. Unfortunately, Dynamite's going to get the first elimination onto Goblin. Sushi Lover gets one onto Guac as well, and it's going to be a reset for Boise State.
It is, and you can see that Fresno State is taking on a very similar strategy to that of Boise State, which is, waiting around that red house and at that corner, taking those fights as close to that area as possible because of the amount of natural cover it provides, and it's a great spot to hold from without much ability that the heroes there don't have to bounce in and out of fights, as we do hear Doomfist come in, and unfortunately Plato felt his doom.
And Meteor Strike was online, so if he had lived for just a second longer, he might have been able to flip that fight. Guac's going to take down Fake Memes as well. Coalescence is going to be used by Frost. It looks like for now, Robin's going to hold on to his, and that's going to spell his doom, as they're going to get a handful of eliminations, 5K for Boise State, and they are going to start pushing this payload.
Yeah, Boise State, honestly, that was a great opportunity for them to push the payload. I'm glad they have multiple players on the payload to get as much speed as possible, get it away from that archway, please. That is the worst spot to possibly be fighting in. And now we're going into this next fight with Fresno State having all ults online, so Boise State is going to be really relying on Goblin to use that EMP and to be able to follow it up.
Off the minefield, Meteor Strike, EMP, and the Death Blossom. All of that for nothing. It's a sound barrier from both the Large Bagel and Sugar. Going to cancel out all of that damage. Both Primal Rages have been popped. Coalescence is going to be used by Robin, and it's the team's trading 2 for 2 right now. Hack going to go on to Sushi Lover, who does have the Death Blossom available, so a great job by Goblin, saving Boise State from all of that damage, and it's enough to flip the fight, as we're going to see the Death Blossom come out, but is it going to be enough? It's a 2K picked up for Sushi Lover. He's now going to get a third one on to Kel. I thought that hack might have made more of a difference, but for Boise State, all it did was delay the inevitable.
Unfortunately, you are right. It did just delay it. But we're going into this next fight with neither team having ultimates online. So this is like fight 1 all over again. It's open territory. The cover that exists is all on the same level playing, so to speak. So this is going to be a matter of making sure Boise State is focusing targets down and killing those targets quickly.
Take the fight off. No one taking a significant amount of damage. Hack going to go onto Fake Memes, and Dynamite's going to pick up a large bagel, but he is going to pay for it with his life as Kel takes him down, and the sides trade 1-for-1. Death Blossom for Plato is back up for the second straight fight, but right now the Broncos got to use that Coalescence to stabilize their health bars. There is the Death Blossom. It's only enough to pick up Sugar, and Sushi is going to take down Glock, and Boise State has 60 seconds left to find this payload and keep their hopes of winning this game alive. Minefield used by Fake Meme as he is taken out. It's all over the payload, so Boise State has to be very careful as they have taken down MGCL. They're going to take down Dynamite as well with the Meteor Strike available, and it looks like Boise State is going to do just enough. This Coalescence is going to be used there by Robin. Not sure if that should have been saved or not, as he's just immediately blown down. And Boise State looks like this is a very high hold for Fresno State. Fake Memes goes down. Meteor Strike has been committed by Dynamite. Sushi Lover goes down. Dynamite falls in the process, and it still looks like Fresno State wants to throw bodies at the payload. MGCL will fall. Sugar goes down as well. The point's finally going to be capped. Boise State had to earn that one, and now you can see all the swaps coming out from Fresno State. Looks like, at least for now, they're going over to the Widowmaker.
Not gonna lie, I saw those swaps coming with the amount of bodies we saw falling onto the point, as well as the amount of Qs that were coming out from the side of Fresno State. So it was kind of a, if we don't get it here, we're just gonna swap and try again. So they've refreshed, changed over their heroes. We do see Dynamite back on that Widowmaker, but we've got Goblin on Sombra, and I'm very interested to see how much of a nuisance Goblin can be to Dynamite coming up with these
See the sound barrier pop there by Sugar. That should force a full retreat from Boise State. They're just trying to wait out the shields. We're going to see the Death Blossom come out from Sushi Lover. That's going to take down two Broncos. We talk about it all the time. A nice drive right there from Boise State. Going to waste two very powerful ultimates from the Bulldogs.
I mean, taking away ultimate is just as good as winning a fight, in my opinion at least, especially when Boise State is consecutively stacking their ults right now. So I think, though we aren't in their headsets, their plan was to quote-unquote dry fight that, so Fresno State has as low resources available for this, what could be a drawn-out last fight as possible.
Yeah, MGCL popping the Primal Rage. You have to wonder why everyone for Boise State was in the spawn. 6 ults available for the Broncos, 0 for Fresno State, and they're going to hop right in. Plato's taking low. There's the Primal Rage plus the Death Blossom. Huge hack going to go onto Fake Memes, and Surgery and MCGL goes down. Plato picks up 2 more, making a 4K for the Reaper. Fake Memes going to go down as well, and that's what the Broncos wanted. 2 ults, 5 kills, and the payload going to start moving.
I don't know what happened between the last couple of fights and now, because like consecutively, I think about 3 fights in a row, I've seen Plato with 4K kills going on. But in these fights, did he eat someone or something before this map started? I don't know.
3-man EMP is going to come out from Goblin, who says it's my turn to start doing work, plus the Coalescence. They're able to take down Sushi Lover, who swapped over to the Pharah, but you're right, Nerdy. Plato has been on fire. He even had 2 straight fights where he has the Death Blossom. He's been putting in work on this Reaper, and it's when Boise State has needed it most. They're nearing the second checkpoint. Minefield going to come down from Fake Memes. Diva Bomb going to be used by Kel. He will go down, so unfortunately no remech available. A large bagel forced to use the sound barrier, going to land onto 4, and Plato's going to pick up Robin. Goblin and MGCL going to trade back and forth, so both teams got a member, but there we go. 2 more for Boise State as Goblin and Glock pick up a pair more. Now they're going to get the rest onto Sushi Lover, but is it too little too late for Fresno State? Goblin and a large bagel take down the Pharmacy combo. Fake Memes will fall as well. We are into overtime. Primal Rage has been propped by MGCL, but this should be enough for Boise State to get to the second checkpoint here and get a time extension of their own. Dynamite trying to stall out on the Tracer, so is Robin, but Boise State's going to pick it up. There's that minute and a half on the clock, and they know their final destination.
That was a bad play on the side of Fresno State. Tracer and Moira, you both have so much mobility. You should have run away and re-engaged with your team. That created a huge stagger and is going to decrease the amount of space that Boise State now needs to take. As we see, Dynamite is swapping over to that Reaper for a little bit more sustain, but I think it just might be a little too late.
Last fight here, minute on the clock. Boise State needs 5 meters. Hack gonna go out onto Fake Memes. There's the Death Blossom gonna come out from Plato. Valkyrie has been committed, but a 6-man EMP plus the Primal Rage from Glock is gonna spell 1 elimination for Boise State. Can they find 1 more? As Goblin drops it incredibly low. Sushi Lover and Dynamite potentially the next target. They're both alive. Sushi Lover goes down, but a res comes out onto MGCL. Nice pick onto Dynamite, so Fresno State is now out of DPS as Kelso's in the Diva Bomb right on the point, trying to zone people off off, but it's not enough. Coalescence comes out from Frost. Minefield going to be used there by fake memes, but it's not going to matter. Boise State going to push through, and they're going to come away with the reverse sweep.
I am very happy with how Boise State played. Fresno State, y'all did awesome. Honestly, you brought to the table more than I could have asked for, more than I expected. I'm excited to see how their gameplay is elevated throughout the course of the remainder of the TESP season from here on out.
Yeah, really a back and forth battle to the very, very end, but Boise State comes out victorious, so the Broncos will now move to 2-1. They trail just Northwood and UCI, who beat the Broncos last week, and the Bulldogs will fall to 1-2. So we continue on with our series of games in the TESPA Varsity Invitational. But man, what a series, Nerdy Bird. I'm sure we have an Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game coming up as we see the Overwatch players on the stage. Of course, have to be relieved with that victory there. As we take a look once again at the standings, looks like we might have also had some games that happened off the stream, as we now see that the Broncos have moved to 3-1, the Bulldogs sitting at 2-2, and Northwood and UC Irvine sitting at 4-0. Oregon at 0-4, UCLA, Cal, and USC all at 1-3. So we've had some games that we weren't able to capture. I'll be curious to see who the Broncos' last two opponents are. I know Northwood, Cal, UCLA, and Oregon are who we have not seen them play on stream. Clearly they played probably one of the bottom teams, so still Northwood yet to go for Boise State, but hanging out at 3-1 there. Third place in the standings, a great place to be.
Oh yeah, I highly doubt anyone is disappointed to start our week off where we are standing. That was a fantastic way for Boise State to start this week out on a high note, so it's only going to get better from here, right?
You'd have to think, I mean, I know you mentioned Northwood was your sort of scouting focus for Boise State, so that is going to be a very, very tough opponent, of course, sitting at 4-0 in the top of the group. But, you know, the way you advance in a lot of these tournaments, make sure you beat the teams at the bottom, beat the teams you're supposed to, like the Oregons, the USCs, or the UCLAs, excuse me, the Cals, teams that we haven't seen them play. There's still a couple of those left for Boise State, so take care of business there. Maybe finish in that third place spot, see if that's enough to advance you on to the next round, or maybe UCI or Northwood falter somewhere. You maybe get an upset, and who knows where you could go. But that's all in the future. Let's go back to the present, Nerdy Bird. Now let's get to the Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game very quickly.
Plato. I'm calling it. It's going to be Plato.
Let's see who it is.
Oh, is it Goblin?
It's Goblin again? It's Goblin again?
I'm calling. Okay, that's a little unfair. Come on, Joey. That's a monopoly, my friend. Spread the love out a little bit. I'll give it to him, though. I mean, Joey, you popped off. You destroyed.
No, he definitely popped off. Him and Plato, both very big reasons why Boise State were able to engineer a reverse sweep, as we do see some of the highlights from Control that never really went Boise State's favor. They had a couple of bright spots here and there, but Control was definitely not the map for Boise State. It was the payload maps of Escort and Hybrid where they were able to just squeak by the Bulldogs. But huge shout out to Goblin, who is your, as you mentioned, second straight Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game, picking it up earlier against North Central Tech and now against Fresno State. ICCU, who believes a great player makes team more successful, just like they're helping their members achieve financial success. So huge shout out to Goblin on his second straight Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game tonight.
And for shout out to that turret that was recording and POV of the game for sure. I do agree. That was a hoot.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's why Goblin won it. It was because he was on the Torbjorn and he was able to give us a turret player of the game, turret POV player of the game. So maybe it's really the turret that was the Idaho Central Credit Union player of the game, but we had to attach it to the person who threw it down. So Goblin gets credit for that one as well. But still, you've got to be extremely impressed with how Boise State handled the adversity, because it's not something we've really seen them have in NACE or NECC. They've been just sort of steamrolling teams. I know they had a little bit of a hiccup against UCI in the TESPA Invitational last week, but to come back from a early loss on Control and have to fight through overtime and a double point cap on Dorado, definitely well played by Boise State tonight.
Of course, and I'm pretty sure it was a little bit mentally taxing and physically taxing on the side of Boise State, so good job, guys. I know a reverse sweep is a little difficult to pull off because you get a little bit down after that first round. You guys did a great job.
Yeah, huge shout out to Boise State, as we mentioned, currently sitting at 3-1 in the TESPA Varsity Invitational. They currently are only behind UCI and Northwood, both who sit at 4-0. Of course, UCI has already beat Boise State, so that one might be long gone, but there still is a date against Northwood coming up at some point in the near future. Well, that will be how we start to wrap things up here for Overwatch. We're going to have our top 5 plays from this series coming up, but you don't want to go anywhere. We'll have our post-game press conference with Doc Haskell after the top 5 plays. So don't move a muscle. We've got our post-game conference coming up after these top 5 plays.
Finish Flux is popped, but we've got Guac on the back line who took out the Widow, and now Boise State is up 1 with this Nano boost coming in to the Wrecking Ball.
And Nano on the Wrecking. Goblin gets 2 as well. He's going to pick up Robin and Sushi Lover, and Boise State going to hold on. Plato's going to add. Awesome for Plato, who's back up for the second straight fight, but right now the Broncos got to use that Coalescence to stabilize their health bars. There is the Death Blossom. It's only enough to pick up Sugar, and Sushi Lover's going to take down Guac, and Boise State has 60 seconds left to find this payload and keep their hopes of winning this game alive. Minefield used by Fake Meme as he is taken out. It's all over the payload.
Fresno will have exhausted at least 1.
Well, Goblin's going to take off his ultimate. Valkyrie's going to be used by both Mercies, and Guac's going to get the first one. Whole Hog committed by Goblin. He's going to take down Dynamite as well as MGCL. Rez is going to come out onto Robin. Pulse Bomb's going to be used, and we now see a Diva Bomb coming out.
And unfortunately, Plato felt his due.
Yeah, Meteor Strike was online, so if he lived just a second longer, he might have been able to flip that fight. Guac's going to take down Fake Memes as well. Colas is going to be used by Frost. It looks like for now, Robin's going to hold on to his, and that's going to spell his doom, as they're going to get a handful of eliminations. 5K for Boise State, and they are going to start pushing this payload.
See this one wrap up and go into overtime.
Kel threw on his Diva Bomb. There's the sound barrier before the 6-man EMP came out. Unfortunately for Boise State, the shield had all but disappeared, but good news for them is Guac's going to get 2 with the Minefield. The rest of the member is going to come through as well. It's just Sushi Lover who's left alive, so despite the huge EMP, we are back in the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena to wrap up our Overwatch coverage of the night with our post-game press conference with the reigning NACE Director of the Year, Doc Haskell. And Doc, will start with our NACE portion, a Boise State dominating victory over North Central Tech, the Bronco Blue Squad, moving to 5-0. Any concern at all right now? Because, I mean, the way these guys are playing in NACE, it's like the only team that can beat them would be themselves.
Every time we put one of these games together, there's always something that we need to fix. The outcome is not our progress bar. It's helpful information, but ultimately we're looking at how well we execute comps, how well our team fights go, anytime we make big mistakes and feed. We're trying to dial in the playbook right now.
And then as we move over to the Tespa Varsity Invitational, I mean, Fresno State put up a heck of a fight. I mean, there's more to come in the Mountain West for sure between these two squads. But what impressed you the most about that turnaround? I mean, it was a 3 games, but still a reverse sweep for Boise State. Yeah, we were playing with a substitute in the support line, and that is a really, really important thing. Especially a Mercy main, you have to just be able to feel where your Pharah or your Echo or whoever you're pocketing is going to go. You need to just know instinctively, position yourself accordingly. And when we don't do that, a team like Fresno State, which is really good, make no mistake, Fresno is really good, they will punish us. But we managed to put it together. We had an amazing play by Bagel in that last map where he called hold that EMP until they came to the only place they had to come, of course, the cart, and use it then. It was that simple call that put us over the edge. It was back and forth all night. And then starting to look ahead, I know we saw Boise State up on the upper echelon of the TESPA standings, sitting at 3-1. There's still Northwood at 4-0 yet to come. Yeah. Any thoughts about that upcoming matchup, how Boise State can maybe take down Northwood and put themselves up in that upper echelon of the group here? It's going to be tough. Those are some pro players. What can we say? Well, that'll wrap up our post-game press conference with Doc Haskell. So, Doc, thank you very much. I know he's got to be happy, a little bit stressed, but definitely happy for the Broncos win in NACE and the come-from-behind, full-out sweat game that we just saw against Fresno State. Well, that will wrap things up for our Overwatch portion here tonight. We are going to take a little bit of an extended break, but you don't want to go anywhere. We've got Rainbow Six coming up to wrap things up. Like I mentioned, going to be a little bit longer of a break than usual, but, you know, grab some food, grab some popcorn, stay hydrated, and come back here in about 30 to 45 minutes. It will wrap things up with Rainbow Six Siege after this.
Here in Idaho, we do things a little differently. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. Next, always use fry sauce. I mean, why wouldn't you? Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. We call it pop, not soda. We always put a lift on our pickups. And we always buckle up because we still have a lot we want to do, and I'm guessing you do too.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
to right, don't lose the high. It's dangerous, drowning in the twilight. Electric eyes, you can't deny the thunder inside us. Before the night, left to right. Love me in the shadows. You will go where shadows and illusion alone. The beauty come along, even though we know the night will only last till dawn. Oh, it's now or never. Live a fantasy, even though it only lasts till dawn. Love me in the shadows. Love me in the shadows. Love me in the shadows. I wanna be the melody moving inside you. So carefully we let the beat open inside the darkness. It's you and me, eternity, burning until the sunrise. For the night, left to right. Love me in the shadows. You will go where shadows. Gonna leave before I feel something. Before I go and change my mind. Something must be wrong with me. Keep wanting just to see you show up at my door. Et même quand je suis froide, un peu indifférent, tu continues tout de même de montrer tes efforts. I'm trying to keep my heart in peace. I just can't think about the way that I feel. It's too hard to trust. I mess it up. I just can't risk to be falling like this. Oh, why do you keep chasing clouds? Before I go and change my mind.
Side on the corner feeling brand new dope. Got a brand new phone. Side on the corner feeling brand new dope. Tryna find that gold. Side on the corner feeling brand new dope. Got a brand new phone. Side on the corner feeling brand new dope. Tryna find that gold.
Living for diamonds and finding a match. Broken, I'm bummy, but still got some cash. Making it dash when I'm running up fast. Can't calm down, don't know how to relax. Belly the beast, ripping the beat. Killer cam, killer OD. Gunning up cheese, gunning up cheese. Hey, what you want from me?
Me, you and your friends got a party at my place. Just bring all your girls, shawty. I can't hardly wait, yeah, I try. No lie, let's get real, like right now, yeah, I try. No lie. God damn it, I'm fucked. Yeah. Side on the corner feeling brand new dope. Got a brand new phone. Side on the corner feeling brand new dope. Tryna find that gold. Side on the corner feeling brand new dope. Got a brand new phone. Side on the corner feeling brand new dope. Tryna find that gold.
Sipping on the bottle, got the next round. Mommy wanna get it, ain't no test ride. Feeling like you lifted with the best right here. Yeah, keep killing the shit. Yeah. Getting cold feet, baby, I'm out. Slipping on my always ready to fall. Call me when you wanna, baby, blow my phone. Hey, say less if you're ready, let go.
You and your friends got a party at my place. Just bring all your girls, shawty. I can't hardly wait, yeah, I try. No lie, let's get real, like right now, yeah, I try. No lie. God damn it, I'm fucked. Side on the corner feeling brand new dope.
I'm going to find the promised land.
Space, time.
Reminds me to forget. The moon lights up my sundress, shows what lies ahead. I'm on a midnight bike ride, bed shoulders 2 a.m. Left you behind. How could you think we could just be friends again? I'm on a midnight bike ride, bed shoulders 2 a.m. Left you behind. Now that you know things can never be the same. I'm on a midnight bike ride, bed shoulders 2 a.m. Left you behind. How could you think we could just be friends again? I'm on a
Welcome back to the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. After our nice little dinner break, we are all set to go here and, to cast some competitive Tetris, as you can see behind my left shoulder there. I am Michael Fisher. We don't even need a co-caster for this. Currently trying to break the high score, as unfortunately Captain Star's hopes go up in flames right as we tune into him. The caster's curse is real. 28 lines, going for the high score of 40 lines. So, don't flame us in chat for our low score, but we'll get up there eventually. But no, we are really here to cast Rainbow Six Siege to wrap up the night. Boise State and Oregon State going to be going at it, and you can see there Brenner Bear Lad officially is joining me to call all of the action. That is not Brenner Bear, that is two of me. Hey, there you are, Brenner Bear. For a second, that was a really good Halloween costume. I'm going to be 100% honest. So if you pulled that back out about a week from now, I would be incredibly impressed. I swore there were two of me, but you were just that good at your Halloween costume.
Yeah, I just got to be costumed as my favorite caster, That's how it goes.
Thank you. That means a lot. But,
of course.
The niceness aside, let's get into Rainbow Six Siege. Of course, with you being at the arena right to my right, that means it is Danny and the Blue Squad going at it, who suffered their first loss last week in a very, very hard-fought game against the top seed in their tournament. So they're trying to get back on the winning track here against Oregon State. And this could be a very, very long one here. These are two talented teams.
Yeah, we're up against Oregon State's team, and it'll be very interesting how this plays out after that loss. I hope our Boise State team learned a lot from their first loss, especially against the #1 seeded team in our division. So I'm very curious to see how this is going to play out, and I'm very excited to cast a hopefully very long game.
As you see there, the division play in the Swiss bracket format has all wrapped up with this match. So we'll see where the Broncos stand, at least the Blue Squad that is, heading into the playoffs there. That will kick off this weekend with the round of 64. Potentially a round of 128 would kick off in just a couple of days, if applicable. So we'll be curious to see how late the Broncos can get in. Of course, I'm sure they're aiming for that mid-November, if not later into November, that a lot of the Broncos squads are. You see there the round of 8. November 1st through the 7th, and of course they want to be there for the finals. But, right now you got to win the game in front of you, Brenner Bear, to make sure you are in a favorable position when you get into the playoffs. So that is what the Broncos are going to be tasked with tonight against the Beavers.
Yeah, it'll be a very interesting playoffs to see as we see some of the divisions begin to come together and some teams fight each other from across the nation. So server and lag will begin to factor into these fights. But we are jumping into Boise State versus Oregon State. So I want to ask you this, since you've been learning more and more about Siege. What do you think the bans are going to be with Boise State traditionally going Thatcher?
Yeah, I was going to say the Thatcher. You stole it right away from me. I know last time they banned Mira once and then ended up not banning her. As you mentioned, that was actually could have countered the enemy operators that they kept getting thrown at them. So I would think the first map they'd go Thatcher Mira. That seems to be, from what I've seen, the Blue Squad kind of their default bans. And then, we even saw a targeted ban last time. So if I had to guess, it would be Thatcher Mira, see what the Beavers want to pull out, and then maybe target it's Thatcher, of course, always, and then maybe a targeted ban in the second one.
So then I want to ask you this question. What would happen if they didn't ban Thatcher? What would you think there would be their go-to ban as someone who watches them consistently?
They didn't ban Thatcher. I would think that they were just quitting. Because, we've talked about it. Thatcher is everything they don't want to see. He's everything that, they want to deal with. Oh! And, I thought that was a big one, but unfortunately there's that giant middle line. So you know what? Who do you ban in Tetris, though? Because as we talked about in the open, we are now a Tetris stream, Brenner. I don't know. Rainbow Six, that can wait. We are now a Tetris stream.
You got to ban that long piece. It's going to throw so many people off their game, banning that main piece. So I think if you do different strategies that's not the main piece, getting that full Tetris off too would be such an interesting change in play style.
Oh, man. Captain Star out for revenge right now. He's getting perfect pieces all over the place. He's not throwing it like I was moments ago as we take a look around the arena. So I'm sure the high score is now in shambles. And, well, they can't ban Thatcher because Oregon State banned it. So that changes everything. I thought you were going to say they didn't ban it, Brenner Burn. No, they just couldn't ban it because Oregon State took it away.
Yeah, of course. So now putting them in the new spot where just they can't ban their Thatcher.
Random.
Going to go with the Jackal ban, the anti-roamer attacking op. So that tells me that both sides want to go for a more roamer-type composition as we see the infinite Boise State.
Now we get back to the bans. There's the Jaeger ban. Not a Mira, like I was expecting.
Yeah, so if Oregon State decides that they want to ban that Wamai, that means there is going to be no anti-utility ops remaining. So that would be a very interesting map to see go down, but I would really hope to see a Mira ban here.
Boise State just getting their bans stolen left and right. There's the Mira ban. See, look, I was right. I was 2 for 2.
Just on the wrong team.
Guessed the wrong team.
So close. First map is going to be Consulate. This is very much a new, closer to get a comfort pick for Boise State. They've been practicing this map a ton, especially with their roamers. We've seen Danny roam in the past with the Pulse. Hopefully we might even see some new roamers such as Caveira or even an Ella come out here for this Boise State team, as we haven't seen in the past. But it looks like Oregon State's going to be defending first, going to the basement first as well.
Yeah, and then, you know, as I've learned, Buck is a great pick for this map because, yeah, that garage is nothing but some firewood ready to be gathered by his shotgun.
Yeah, the top-down plays from Piano are going to be key to winning this site. If Boise State is able to take it and then open up that floor, it's going to be huge for being able to open up garage wall and go for an easy diffuser plant. So I'm very curious to see how this plays out between both teams as we are jumping into the first round of the first map.
And the one thing I want to watch out for, which we saw last week for this team, is how long, if at all, will it take Boise State Blue to be forced onto the Monty? It's something that they're very comfortable on. I mean, we even saw a quad, I believe, get picked up by Boise State Blue. So, and it is sort of their comfort pick that, you know, if he's not countered, has a lot of potential to sort of carry around. So I'll be very curious to see if and when Boise State wants to pull out that Monty for, I don't want to say a cheap win, but a cheap win.
I mean, Monty's definitely like their back pocket pick. It'll be their surprise thing when they're on the back foot, when they're just like, all right, we're going to pull out this Monty, we're going to just human drone it up and just take space with him. Because that was the huge problem last game, is the enemy team kept running Mozzie, which is very anti-drone, which totally against Boise State's strongest spot is their drone game. And with Oregon State in this first round bringing no anti-drone, I can understand why they would not want to pick Monty at all. So I'm very curious to see if Oregon State's going to be able to adapt after this round, as we see two members of Boise State immediately try to open up that first floor window and try to get a line of sight into Piano, which is going to be the key to winning this site. As we see no members of Oregon State, only one of them actually right there running into Danny, not even checking his corners.
Yeah, I mean, and that was another thing that we saw that was sort of taken away from Boise State, is Danny either on the roaming or when he's hunting down a roamer, he usually gets a ton of value, and there was a lot of gunfights that didn't go the Broncos' way. So to kick things off with the first gunfight of the first map here against Oregon State going the way of Danny and taking out the lone roamer for the Beavers, you have to be confident, if you're a Boise State fan, that last week's loss has definitely got them fired up and ready to go.
Yeah, and that Wamai charge sadly was placed just too close to the Cade, especially with Danny on the first floor. They were just able to open up that garage wall and finally get able to a possible plant, but with three members of Oregon State watching that doorway, this is going to be a tough push, especially without their key Monty just able to walk forward and take that safe space. So I'm very curious how Boise State's going to adapt to this, as even though they are up one member against Oregon State, they're still just kind of in a standstill situation with a minute 30 remaining.
Yeah, he's all ultra set drone in. I think it ended up being taken out. So Boise State, I'm not sure how much information they were able to gather. You see Danny was right around the corner. Sherb, as you mentioned, that top-down siege, very key. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, this Wamai so far has gotten actually a decent number of value with getting rid of the grenade and the flash grenade so far. So I'm and there goes another one. So he's definitely getting his value not having a Jaeger, and we're also going to see Thermite fall as he was wide peeking that angle trying to get the diffuser down, and another member goes down. So now it is a 3v4 situation. Boise State not looking too good, but they have first floor control. They should be able to pick off a couple members of Oregon State through rotations if they're able to get them moving. But it looks like they have a lot of sightlines from kitchen into that garage. So Boise State's going to have to make a commitment push here if they want to get the diffuser down or even just win through eliminations.
Fortunately, Danny was taken off. He was trying to come down from the top floor. Ultraset's being held down. He gets one. I don't know if he's going to be able to get the clutch. They know exactly where he is. He's being held down. He's going to be able to get another one. He's got to reload and grab the diffuser. It's a tough ask, but it might be possible.
15 seconds
Yeah,
to
Maverick
go.
being able to destroy those Maestro Evil Eyes is huge, as he is able to deny that little poke damage that Maestro can do, but he just peeked the wrong op and was shot from the back. Oregon State played that very well, but for this first round, interesting to see how each team plays this map.
Yeah, the Wamai, as you mentioned, countering all of the grenade work Boise State wanted to use to sort of start that downward siege. Really is where everything started to go south. I mean, you mentioned Danny got the pick onto the one roamer for Oregon State, but they couldn't flash grenade down on the garage, so there was no cover for the Buck who had sort of blown off the door, and that is where everything sort of went away. So getting that Wamai pick is going to be huge for Boise State. Obviously, he's not going to be roaming, but they've got to find a way to at least allow their grenades to go through.
Yeah, especially since Wamai works just like Legion, where his gadget recharges over time, so he's going to just keep getting more and more the longer you play against him. So it is very key to try to take him out a bit earlier than possible. And we're also going to see them switch off and go with the Mute here. Mute actually can work very well against Boise State because of their drone game. So they're going to have to try to focus and get rid of those Mute charges if they want to be able to push this site, as well as we're going to see Malusi come out. This is one of the first times we haven't seen her banned as well. Her gadget, the Banshee's AoE slow and sound notification. So it's very strong against somebody like Danny who is rushing places. It will be able to slow him down, let him know that he's there, and possibly be able to swing and get the elimination onto him. So I'm very curious to see how Boise State might change up their strat, as I know very traditionally they like to just push through those office windows and plant right behind the desk and then rappel back out and just watch the diffuser. So it's going to be very key of just trying to take that office space.
To locate a bomb and defuse it.
And you see, I'll be curious to see if Oregon State wants to go with the roamer, because that was the other thing that it kind of felt our opponent last week took away from Boise State, is they rarely ever had a roamer when they were defending. And not to say that shut down Danny, but when he's not getting those picks, then Boise State's going onto the bomb site 5v5 instead of 5v4. Didn't work out last round, but it's definitely something to keep an eye on to see if they forego that roamer after he already lost one fight to Danny in the first map.
Yeah, not being able to go above and going below is not the smartest play here. We are going to see Nomad try to take out those possible peak zones with her air jabs on the front door, possibly balcony. We didn't see the other spots she put them. But we are going to see Boise State, their typical drone plays, clearing out from the bottom up, taking as much space as they can to remove a possible roamer that Oregon State might have. But we don't see a single one, as all members of Oregon State are on that second floor.
And this is something that, like I said, it takes a little bit of that wind out of the Boise State sails, because you're not getting that one elimination. As you see a couple of drones being shot out there for Boise State, so going to make their drone work a little bit harder, though they are going to get some chip damage. And there's Danny, who needs to run into a roamer. He's just going to find a great pick.
Yeah, Sherb and Danny played that very well. They found out that that smoke was just hiding in the corner, so Sherb on that buck just opened up the floor, made him rotate out. Danny, watching that cross angle, was able to get him on the rotation. Boise State playing that very well, as we see Ultracent take a little bit of a firefight right in that bathroom window. Very curious to see how Oregon State's going to try to pull this back after losing their smoke. He's a very good denial. Wamai getting value again, burning multiple of his frisbees, but looks like Thermite's going to get one flash off. We're going to see Ultracent able to take out that Wamai, so now that is their anti-utility down, but we're going to see Mute quickly get a refrag onto Juco. So I'm very curious to see how this is going to play out as we're nearing the last minute of this round.
That's going to slow down Boise a little bit there. You think if Fox could have got that, that was probably all but over. But the 3v2, you do see Sable is extremely low, so the Broncos in a bum rush scenario you would think would come out on top. Danny, he's going to immediately take out Doggle, so Sable now, he's the last man left. And I know you mentioned Boise State doesn't do the rush strat even in a 3v1, but if they did it here, they would be more than favored, as you can just see how low Sable is as the diffuser's being planted there by Ultracent.
Yeah, Boise's going to play this safe, even with Stable being that low of health. They're going to go for the defuse just to put the pressure onto the defenders rather than the attackers. So I think Boise State played that very well, played it very safe, went for window firefights, and just won it left and right.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Sherb and Danny playing that one perfectly, opening up the floor and basically forcing a rotation, and Danny knowing exactly where the guy was going to go, the smoke was going to go. So I liked how the Broncos have sort of adapted to that, the team saying, well, we're not going to roam because 9 times out of 10 our roamer's not going to win a gunfight with Danny. And the Broncos said, okay, we're going to force you to roam on the top floor and just pick you off because we know exactly where you're headed next.
Yeah, so it looks like they're going to stick with that second floor site, and now they're finally learning that Boise loves their drones, so they're going to bring out a Mozzie with the Mute. And then it looks like they might even go for a 6-pick off the smoke to a Vigil, so it looks like they might even go for a Roamer this time to try to contest that Danny Sherb combo in Piano that we saw that eliminated them last time. So Oregon State seems to be adapting slowly but surely as we're on the third round of this Consulate first map.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Brenner Bear, but wasn't Mozzie the target ban we saw in the second game last week from Boise State because they were just so sick and tired of their drones just being absolutely shut down?
Yeah, and their Mozzie player was their key fragger. He got so much value all of the time, just able to swing around the entire Boise State team and eliminate them because they did not have those drones. They were his. He took them over and he used their own information against them. So I think if Oregon State is able to utilize that as well, this Mozzie might be the key to this round.
And what would you say for Boise State? How do you counter a Mozzie? I mean, is there anything with how reliant Boise State is on their drone play? Is there anything they can do on the fly to sort of take care of it? Because, I mean, this would be 2 weeks in a row that if a team picks up Mozzie, that the Broncos have just been shut down. I mean, besides from banning him, because you can't retroactively ban him for this map.
The worst way to counter him is simply just throw your drones through it. He only has 3 of them. He can only take 3 of your drones. Each op has 2, so it is possible just to simply burn through his utility. IQ's a great counter to him, but normally he puts them on the other side of the doorway, so you can't shoot them until you swing the doorway, but 9 out of 10 times there's a person hiding in that corner, so it's a hard sell. An even worse way to counter him is Twitch. Yes, it's a drone that can shoot a taser and destroy his gadget, but once again, you still have to have that sight line, and since it doesn't tell you where the Mozzie drone is, it's just so risky. So there's no strong way to counter him, but it is possible. Boise State's favorite strat to counter is the human drone, Monty himself.
Well, I don't think they have that this round, so they're going to be up against it. I didn't see if the Beavers had a roamer from that picture. I thought they did on the first floor, but I'd have to see another top-down view to see.
Yeah, and it looks like Fox almost just took a little poke damage as one of the defenders from Oregon was just firing through a window. He might have heard he was there. He might have known he was there. We don't know. But we did see a couple of bullets just whiz past his head as we see Sherb there take a little bit damage through the floor as he's opening it up with Bug. We also saw Vigil quickly run past in the basement, so this possible Vigil might be able to get some value with Sherb and Danny just not focusing on those stairs. We're also going to see Ultrasen take a lot of damage through that main stairs window spiral. So far, things aren't looking too good for Boise on this third round.
No, they haven't really found a way in. As you mentioned, there's a member of Oregon State in the basement that the Broncos have to be aware of. Looks like they actually might have taken care of him off camera, so they don't have to worry about that anymore. They've got some drones on the B site that should let them know there's only one person there watching.
Yeah, so now it comes down to they have to just push this second floor and start taking out members. They are not looking good in the health section, though, as 2 members are already wounded. So those firefights are not probably going to go in their favor, but as we know, anything is possible in Siege. As we see Danny immediately remove that Mozzie.
It's going to start to even out the health, as you mentioned. You can see 3 members of Boise State have taken some damage. No one of the 3 remaining members of Oregon State have taken any damage. Juco has been taken out, but he got Doggle incredibly low, and Danny's going to finish off that one, so he's going to get his second of the round.
15 seconds left.
They get 3.
Possible 4 might be coming in with that Legion in main hallway as he was able to get a double, but Ultrasense able to swing around and eliminate him for his team. Legion almost pulled that back as he was able to get a double against the remaining 4 members of Boise, but Boise still having the numbers advantage in a 2v1 situation was able to win that engagement.
And it didn't feel like Oregon State's Mozzie really got that much value from what I saw.
Yeah,
Maybe I missed it.
We weren't able to see a lot of him capturing drones or even using them against Boise State, so I don't know if he got a ton of value. Sadly, we weren't able to see that. But we are going to see Oregon State go back to the basement along with a Maestro and the Wamai, who they need to have and able to even hold off some of the utility from Boise State. A Rook and a Legion 6 picking off back to the Cade.
So clearly Oregon State's like, hey, that other team did it really well. Let's try. Oh, no, okay, never mind. We're not the #1 seed for a reason. So they're like, okay, we're going to give up the Mozzie right away. Boise State, I mean, you know, this is my just inexperience speaking because I don't recognize the cute little operator pictures like you do very well, Brenner Bear, but I don't think the Broncos have really shown much variety at all.
I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, they've been doing very well with this comp, especially with the Maverick Thermite combo. It is very strong. It's hard to deny that, especially on a garage push. So I'm curious to see how Oregon State might try to counter this, as Maverick was last alive last time, so he's able to destroy both of Maestro's Evil Eyes, which are very good at helping to either deny plant or just disrupt it, as those are bulletproof cams that he has that also shoot lasers. So
5 seconds remaining.
Curious if Oregon State's going to be able to pull some rounds out and not get some of their key defenders eliminated early.
And of course, Sherp saw the one, but I think for the silhouette, it looks like at least for now, Oregon State's running with 2 roamers. So maybe going to try and catch Danny off guard. Not going to matter though, Sherp's going to pick that one up. So it's just Sable now roaming, so scratch that plan.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, that smoke was just way too late on getting that hatch in main lobby, and was just able to get picked off as he had his back to the door and running away. So Smoke not playing that too smartly, and once again, that's their diffuser plant denial removed. So Oregon State not doing too well on this first map.
They have not had much luck, but I mean, remember what happened last time we were in Garage? Boise State got the first pick on the roamer and then couldn't find a way into the Garage because of the sightlines by Oregon State. So just because it's 5-4 Boise State, I would not go out and say it's a Bronco win right away.
Yeah, anything is possible in Siege. It just comes down to clicking on heads. So it is totally possible to win a even 1v5 situation. We haven't seen it done before. We've seen a 1v4, but in Siege, it's totally possible. And we're going to see Danny immediately go for that piano room right above sight. So things are looking good for Boise so far.
Taking out as many gadgets as he can find can allow them to siege through the garage door. But I mean, like I said, this is all setting up to exactly what we saw last time, and Oregon State held it perfectly.
Yeah, we saw Cade try to trick that Thermite, but he was just a second late to it. So Thermite was able to open up that entire wall. So things are looking very good for Boise now, as they have an area to plant. They have an area to fire from top down, but it looks like Cade's going to win that firefight against Sherb. So it looks like they were able to even up player numbers. So, like I said earlier, anything's possible in Siege, as Danny's quickly able to get that refrag onto the Cade, as he did not move from that open hole in the roof.
Yeah, that was interesting that he got the elimination and he's like, hey, no one will look through here again.
Just going to sit there and wait. We're going to see Fox take out the Wamai as well. So now they don't have to worry about constant anti-grenade spam. And it looks like he's even going to take all of site control. So the members of Boise State just need to push onto site, and they are going to get diffuser down as well. So that means everything is down to this roaming Rook.
You mentioned we've seen a 1v4. It's all about clicking on heads. But hey, you know what? You know who clicks on heads better? Danny.
Yeah, that Rook was even aiming at crouch level. Not the smartest play here, as you always want to aim for that head level. They weren't going to be crouched. I think he was expecting them to be down the yellow stairs, but it was just all around not a great call on Oregon State's side. So I'm curious to see what they're going to try to change up this time.
This has been a great job by Boise State, kind of figuring things out from the first round. Also, it didn't look like that Wamai. It looked like they realized, hey, maybe we shouldn't grenade through that window, so they grenaded right through the garage, and they got a lot more value as well, as I don't think the Wamai could eat any of those grenades, but looks like, once again, it's a near salty run back from Oregon State with just a change over to the Valkyrie.
Yeah, and it looks like this time Sweaty's going to go with the Valkyrie. Try to get some more information of where Boise State might push from this time. And they're also going to go first floor library and press room. So I'm very curious to see how this might pay off for them.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen a first floor site, right?
Correct.
Attackers have located
So
a bomb.
what we want to see here from both sides is a strong defense on second floor or a strong attack on second floor, as well as good denial from both sides, because they can easily just smoke front door, push it, and plant. If they were running the Monty, that's what they could have done. We also see a second floor plant first from front door, because you can top down watch that angle. So second floor is once again going to be huge key on verticality for this site. We're also going to see a lot of verticality from office into that piano room. So I'm very curious how both sides are going to attack / defend this site, as we see them reinforce the hatch right above A-bomb.
Attackers are heading
Or
out
that
to
B-bomb, I
defuse
can't
a
see
bomb.
A lot of people open up that hatch for rotations in case they lose site control. So Oregon State must have a plan if they don't want easy rotations in case they either win or lose second floor. A lot of interesting choices being made so far.
Yeah, and it looks, I couldn't quite tell if they went with, it looks like once again they're going to go with the double roamers, trying to maybe catch out Boise State. Last time it didn't work, so I'll be curious to see. Are they even going triple roam, potentially?
Yeah, the second floor is going to be a huge key to this site, as you can't really do a bottom-up, you have to do a top-down for sure. And I definitely did see at least 2 members second floor. I didn't see a third.
I thought I saw him walking up.
We see 1 in admin. Yep, there are 3. So they opened up a rotation from yellow stairs into bathroom. And then there was 1 right outside balcony in that double window, and there's also going to be 1 in admin. So it looks like Oregon does have control of second story, but Boise State having 2 members both on those admin or office windows. Going to start pushing in through the office and able to take out one of those roamers, which is mute in that bathroom. So now they have control of office and the entire west side of second floor. So things are looking good for Boise State, but we do see Fox drop below half health in a quick engagement with, I believe that's Malusi. Can't quite tell.
Let's say Heckerator has not had the greatest of days so far. Still early, but we trade back and forth, 1 for 1.
Yeah, they are able to get really good trades so far, but they just haven't been able to maintain control of the areas that they want to. They had 3 members on second floor, and immediately 2 of them were taken out very quickly. Yes, he was able to get the refrag onto Danny, which is very strong, taking out the top player for Boise in firefights. But they have all their utility remaining. So Boise State should be able to just start opening up those floors and try to pick off the members of Oregon State that are remaining on site.
I don't know if the third member of Oregon State ended up rotating down after he picked up Danny or not. I haven't seen him, so I'd have to think yes. You can see Fox starting to lead the charge down onto the first floor. His time is beginning to become vital for Boise State.
Yeah, and for a split second we saw in Fox's cam, they had 2 drones right in that doorway. Boise State's drone game is so key for them, and with Oregon State not bringing almost any anti-drone other than that Mew, has not been paying off well for them so far. I think they should probably try the Mozzie a little bit more just to try to get at that value. We're also going to see Sherb quickly just take 1 bullet fire at that cam and miss, sadly. So it wasn't a head, so we're not going to judge him too hard for it. As Boise is running out of time here, they're going to have to go for the plant. They don't know where their remaining members are. We're going to see Sherb able to take out 1 of them. We're going to hear an air jab go off as well as the 2 remaining members try to rotate in and deny that plant. We're going to see Fox fall to that Malusi, but then we're going to see Malusi fall to Juco. We're going to see my last remaining member of Oregon State get some solid damage into the last 2 members of Boise State. Things really coming down to the wire here.
Yeah, he's got 1 on his left, 1 on his right. He finds the 1 on his left, but the shield that Oregon State put down actually going to be huge for Boise State that time. He's found the diffuser, but he's got bigger issues right now.
Yeah, with 15 seconds remaining, he is running out of time to even start that diffuse. And with a member of Boise State not taken out yet, it looks like this is just simply going to be a diffusal win for Boise State.
Yeah, that was a great job by Ultraset, just basically playing Ring Around the Rosie with that secretary office where he was like, oh, you can see me. Oh, you can't now. Oh, you can see me now. Oh, no, you can't now. He wasted a good 10 seconds. I thought Wamai was like, can you please stop?
Yeah, Wamai didn't have any utility there, and with the Maestro being taken out, he wasn't able to use his cams and poke with the laser to deny the plan or even scout it out, as he didn't have his cam in the right position for it. So Boise State played that very well, able to take second floor control. As I said, that was the key to winning that site, and they got it. They were able to get, I believe, at least 1 elimination through the floor as a member of Oregon State was rotating through. So they played that very well, and now we're going to see Oregon State go back to basement, which is so far, I believe, the only site they've been able to win.
Yeah, they won it the very first round, and now Boise State's on 4 in a row. We'll see if the Broncos can make it 5 before they swap. Speaking of swaps, there's a 6th pick over to the Malusi for Oregon State.
Yeah, they're going to bring out the Goyo, who doesn't get a ton of value a lot of the time, as he only has 2 of his fire charges.
Bombs from being defused
and
by attackers.
Boise hasn't been running a Asher Zofia, who typically destroy those deployable shields, so maybe they just want it for the cover aspect, because they seem to just be getting picked off in firefights left, right, and center.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see how long Oregon State. At this point, it feels like, this map or this round, Oregon State's gonna be like, hey, 4 people go roam, because 3 wasn't enough. 2 wasn't enough. 1 clearly was not. I mean, at this point, it really just feels like they're just like throwing bodies at roaming, and it's not working.
I mean, as we saw last map, we know one thing that actually works very well against our Boise State team is doing something unconventional, not going for a more traditional strat, but just saying, all right, we've been losing left, right, and center, so let's just do something ridiculous that they'll never expect. Let's pretend like it's a quick match and just go these crazy random ops and just say, let's work with it. So it is definitely something possible that Oregon State might be bringing in here, but we're going to see that Legion, I wish he held that angle because that's where Danny and Chirp have been entering every time is within those 2 windows. He would have been able to get a ton of value there, but as we see multiple drones being thrown out by Boise, the staple of their plays here, Oregon really needs to run some more drone denial here as they've just been getting droned out all of the time.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it. I mean, this is one of the strengths of this team is their drone work, and when you don't counter it, Boise State it basically just has a field day, and you know, I mean, once Oregon State they tried the Mozzie, and he's like, it's just apparently I don't know if it was too hard, if he just couldn't find a drone because I didn't see him get any value, and they're like, you know what, it's fine, we'll figure a way around it, and they really haven't done that.
Yeah, and even trying to K-trick the wall against this Thermite hasn't been going well for them. They've attempted it, I believe, twice and haven't been able to get value out of it. And especially with the Maverick, he's so easily able to just burn through the wall as well and destroy those K-charges. We see Danny on the IQ go above and just use the IQ ability and just shoot him through the floor. So Oregon State hasn't been able to hold this wall at all, as we see Danny immediately get rid of it again. So it looks like he's just going to go for the same push as has been working for them in the past.
The only bad news for Boise State is well, one, it didn't matter what I was going to say because that's a 2-man C4.
I believe that was even a C4 through the floor, even without a pulse. That was an amazing play by Oregon State.
Yeah, I was just going to say that Sherb's low on HP, but I mean, that pales in comparison to being bound down 2 members.
Yeah, that should definitely put Boise on the back foot, but like I've said multiple times, in Siege, it's always possible to just start clicking on heads better than anyone else, and we do see Sherb go down, but with comp plays, scoring is turned off there. They don't know that he is actually downed. They just know that he's still alive and took a lot of damage from their fellow members. So it is essentially a 1v5 situation with Ultrasen here.
I mean, you keep mentioning all you got to do is click heads, so if there's any opportunity to prove that, you know, it's just that easy, Brenner Bear, it's this turn. But it's not. It's not actually that easy.
Yeah, Cade was holding that pixel peak angle right behind the bomb and was able to scout out Ultrasen on that Maverick. Oregon State played that very well, and I think that 2-man C4 really gave them the morale boost that they needed of just like, all right, we took out 2 members with 1 C4, we got this.
Yeah, I mean, we also talked about it. I don't think that they went with a roamer. If they did, I don't think he was up on that floor for long. Maybe he was C4ing to start roaming. So that was, once again, a team saying, you know what, let's take away another strength of Boise State instead of making everything a 5v4, 5v3, 5v2, because we keep setting roamers up. They're like, hey, let's just all sit in the basement and make Boise State come to us. And they did a great job of playing that perfectly.
Yeah, that worked out very well for them. And now that we're seeing Boise State on the defensive side, they're going to go straight for that basement. And we're also going to see Oregon State with the attack go for a sledge this time. We haven't seen Boise State play him because they usually play the Buck. But we are going to see Boise bring out the Mozzie as they fear a possible very strong drone game from Oregon. So this is going to be a very telling first attack and defense round for both sides.
I'm curious to see if Fox gets any more value than Oregon State's Mozzie did, because that Mozzie didn't last very long.
Yeah, they're also going to be running a castle and mute, so it seems that they're very anti-drone, and as well a kind of stronger anchoring comp here, because Castle can easily hold all of Piano by himself with his Castle barricades on those windows and a possible doorway. So if he denies the above play on Piano, that means that the Cade can hold all of Garage by himself on that garage door. So they'll need one other member maybe holding yellow stairs at best or from an east side possible push. So Boise State has a very strong defense for this site so far.
I didn't see much drone work come out from Oregon State. I mean, I know we were looking at Boise State's perspective more, but I didn't see many drones, at least in the prep phase.
Yeah, not a single drone was taken out on Oregon State's side, so maybe they're just saving them for the physical attack stage, as they might be doing the same drone and roam that we've seen Boise State do of, we'll lead with a drone and about a yard behind the drone will have an op just pushing with it. So maybe they're going to try to do that strategy as we see Sherb over near that blue hallway by servers, watching those stairs from the east side as well. We do see Danny on that castle also holding the east side. So 2 members not that close to site, and I believe Ultrasign is the only member of Boise State on site as well. We're going to see Fox take some poke damage as he tries to hold main lobby from spiral stairs into basement. So far, a slow entry push from Oregon State, as we see them going to second floor and actually opening up the floor with a sledge right above bathroom. So it looks like Oregon State's adapting fairly well to this Boise State defense.
Yeah, as you mentioned, everything on this map got to go top down, so I guess there's no more way to go top down than to start on the second floor and work your way slowly into the basement. Of course, time is going to be an issue.
Yeah, we're going to see Danny open that quick rotation through the hatch on the east side into server hallway. So another member of Boise State in the basement. All 5 members now in the basement, so they've completely given up first floor control. And we're going to see Sherb able to take out Stable on that Zofia, so it's going to bring it down to Ash to try to take out any possible deployable shields or utility that they might need. Things not looking too good for Oregon State as they are running out of time. See a C4 throw, but unable to get any value. A lot of members on Oregon State are very low. Boise State doing very well on this defense so far. Going to see him take some poke damage through the floor and a possible nade as well to just open up the wall, as they didn't bring... They do have an IQ, so I'm curious why they threw a nade down there as well. Maybe just trying to remove the mute from that corner as well.
Yeah, looked like they were just trying to shove Boise State off the corner. But hey, you know what? Danny's like, hey, I'm going to shove you off the map.
Yeah, he was able to take out that IQ, but we are going to see the Thermite able to take out Juco on the mute. So even though we're going to see Thermite again take out another member, we're going to see another member of Boise State fall. A lot of things coming down to the last 10 seconds of the round as all the members just ran into each other.
Yeah, that was, you know, that was... what was he doing? Was he, like, teabagging someone?
He was shooting the person through the floor, crouched, and then immediately had to crouch and uncrouch as Sledge pushed through the bathroom. So I think that was definitely just panic leaning, fire, pray to the aim gods, and just win the round. So, I mean, hey, it works for Danny, so...
No, I meant the member of Oregon State. It looked like they were just jumping up and down.
Couldn't tell you, man.
Like,
I wasn't there to see it.
What are you doing, sir? But hey, as I said, it worked out for Danny. He's not going to complain, whatever the member of Oregon State was doing. And Boise State really starting to put their foot down here and start to pull away from Oregon State a little bit.
Yeah, Boise's only 2 rounds away from just winning this first map already. And we do know the next map is Clubhouse, which Boise State has shown both strength and weakness in, especially from that previous game. So I'm curious to see if they'll be able to bring that back. But first, we got to finish this consulate map as Oregon State really needs to pull something out miraculous here if they want to come back from being down 3 rounds already.
Well, the biggest thing that stands out to me, at least just from this game, and maybe it's just a bad game, but there isn't a top fragger, if you will, for Oregon State. They're all pretty much about the same score, you know, 3-6, 4-6 or so. So there's not that one player like a Danny who I feel like the Beavers can lean on, at least not from what I've seen, to sort of get them and will them back to a victory here. So I'll be really curious to see who, if anyone's going to pop off for Oregon State to allow them to start to fight back.
Yeah, for this first map, Oregon State hasn't been doing the best that we know that they have done in the past, as they are still a very high-seeded team in this Mountain Pacific Division. We have seen Sweaty in the past do very well as well, so I'm curious to see if maybe in this next map he might come alive, or some of his teammates might as well. We do see all the members of Boise State holding second floor, so they're not going to go for any roamers. They did open up that hatch into main lobby in case they want to go for a all the way around rotation play. We're going to see Dongle, I believe? I can't see his name from here.
Doggle.
Doggle. There we go. Begin to drone in from that kitchen east side, so hopefully we might see Oregon State actually do a little bit of a faster push, as they just took it way too slow, and then when time got against them, they just ran into Boise State and lost those firefights. We are going to see Sherb take about 30 damage there, so at least Oregon State's got that advantage for him.
A small health advantage. last time I was going to bring up a health advantage, Boise State got double C4. So, you know, does health really even matter, Brenner Bear?
I like to think it does. It gives us something to talk about. We pretend. We pretend it matters. Especially when you can run a Maestro or something, you can just constantly poke you down, or even a Clash. But I'll be very surprised if we see a Clash come out, as we do see, I believe, Danny on, no, that was Ultrascent on the castle this time, taken out as he tried to swing wide with a super shorty. If a member of Oregon State was in that doorway, we're going to see Danny on this smoke try to immediately cancel out those east side stairs. We're going to see the Mai taken out by Oregon State. Oregon doing very well so far, opening up those main lobby walls as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, that SMG-12, not the best at long-term engagements, as it has one of the highest fire rates and smallest magazines. It's a 1v4 situation. It's all down to Fox.
Yeah, it's all down to Fox. I mean, and unfortunately, he can't quite find his shots right now, as he's now missed 2 members. There, he's going to pick up one through the wall, though. The diffuser being planted. And there's another guy sitting on the balcony, unfortunately.
Yeah, it looks like he never leaped in after the engagement with Danny, so he just held that angle, let his team get the diffuse down, and when Fox had to rotate wide to try to deny it, he ran past that cross line and lost his life for it. So Oregon State played that very well and won a lot of good firefights.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of firefight victories for the side of Oregon State, so I would be shocked if they, you know, were going to change anything up, but it looks like, you know what, they aren't going to listen to me, and they probably shouldn't. They're going to change up their comp a little bit.
Yeah, as Boise still has to go for this second floor, as the only other site that would be available would be a first floor and basement hold, which is kind of the worst site, as that gives the attackers a lot of possibilities of, we can push basement, or we can push first floor, or we can push second floor and take first floor. So I think Boise's definitely making the smarter choice going back to the second floor. They'll just have to change up a little bit of their defense strat, as we see them now with a Mozzie instead of a smoke. And we're also going to see a Malusi instead of a castle. So curious to see if this defense strat might pay off, and if they change anything up from last time, as they don't have a lot of the same gadgets as the previous ops. They won't have those castle barricades to try to slow down the enemy. They won't have the smoke to deny those doorway plants, but they will have the better defender guns this time. So I definitely expect firefights to possibly go in Boise State's favor this time, but after the last showing with Oregon State, I really hope we see actually a fairly equal side this time rather than a 1v4 situation.
And I mean, really, that kind of feels like that might have been the difference, because it definitely felt like last round was just a lot of one firefights by Oregon State. So, I mean, as you mentioned, going over the defenders with slightly better weapons for firefights, that might have been the swap Boise State needed. Like, hey, you know what? We just need to have better guns, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely have seen both sides and previous games just play ops for their weapons. We do see Sherb actually taken out immediately by that sludge with the SMG-11, so things not looking too good for Boise, but they are immediately able to refrag onto Sweaty and even things back up. So far, been good for both sides.
The Ultraset's taken some damage.
Located by attackers.
Didn't see from where.
Believe it was from balcony, just spraying through to open up that window.
Nobody on the cam.
Yeah, as we're passing the 2 minute, we're going to see Danny holding in this admin with a possible member of Oregon right outside that window, as they shot it open for a bit. So he's just going to hold that angle. We're also going to see Juco holding outside of admin with him. He's going to hear the drone from Oregon State, but not actually able to take it out. He's going to throw some frisbees above him, try to help him in case they flashbang him out. He's going to spray the window, but no one's there. Oregon State taking this attack very slow, and of course, as soon as Danny walks away from the window, they open it right up. So he's going to hold an angle and see if they might go an upside-down corner peek. Oregon State getting down to a minute 20 here, not seems to have a single member in the building yet. We just saw one run across the roof and possibly one first floor, but they're taking this way too slow, and they don't even have Monty as an excuse.
Yeah, Oregon State, I mean, this has been their downfall. As you see somebody look like going towards balcony, where they had a lot of value last round, is slow playing here in a slight advantage. You see Ultraset at about 45 HP. Everyone for Oregon State nice and full. Sable out on the balcony, where the I don't know if it was him or another member of Oregon State got a ton of value last time.
Yeah, I'm curious if maybe Oregon's game plan here is just we're going to leave 10 seconds remaining and just go, or if they're going to try to get some eliminations, but they're going to end up losing 2 members to Fox and JUCO holding their angles. So Oregon State, I have questions. What's going on? Like, you guys are taking this very slow. You're losing members, and it doesn't seem like they're even pushing together for that matter.
So it looked like their strat was, hey, let's die.
That's always a good strat sometimes, of just like, hey, we're going to throw our bodies at you until we win. It's the zombie strat.
We play better on match point.
Some people do. They come alive when the pressure's on. And as the pressure is on right now, it looks like they might just save their KDs this time. As we do see Ultrasen kind of go for possibly a push out as the defenders just decide to hold their angles and save their KD like it's COD.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't, you know, a game like Valorant that we also cast, but there is some value to saving anything besides your KD. So I guess that's just sort of like a mental lapse, a mental concede there by Oregon State. Like, hey, we'll just hope they come to us and get greedy.
Yeah, that never happens in comp games, as both teams are definitely smart enough, just like, we're defenders, we don't have to push the attackers, we're just going to sit here and hold the angle and time them out. And that's exactly what they did. At the end of the round, we did see Sweaty just type in the op as a classic CSGO of just, I'm going to sit here and save my op and not die and just let the round go over. So maybe that was the idea, but this isn't CSGO.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I mean, as he said, 9 out of 10 Dennis agree. Make sure you save the op. Different game, but, you know, I like the attitude.
Yeah, they are going to be able to go back to the basement side where they did win. They're also bringing the Mozzie and the Mute again this time, as it worked out very well for them. We're going to see Danny on the castle once again holding piano. So I'm very curious to see how Oregon State might change up their attack strat after seeing what Boise does on this defense. Maybe they'll do another top down all the way. They just simply went too slow. So they definitely need to speed things up, and not even bringing
5 seconds to go.
an Ash or an IQ with that speedy opportunities. I'm very surprised by Oregon State's decision so far.
Yeah, it looks like Boise State going the opposite of Oregon State. Instead of leaving everyone on the basement floor, they're going to go with at least 3 members on the first floor for now.
I mean, Oregon State can only push basement from so many sides, and most of those sides you have to start in first floor. We are going to see Fox actually taken out by the Buck. So that is the Mozzie removal, so they won't be able to utilize the drones that they do capture. Is looking good for Oregon State, but being down only a member doesn't mean a whole ton, especially in Siege where anything is possible.
I mean, yeah, with the first map of the first round of the game, we saw Boise State get a first pick and then immediately end up losing on this basement floor. So just because Oregon State's up 5-4 really doesn't mean a whole lot of anything, because they still got to get in, and JUCO's going to tie that one right back up.
Yeah, taking out that Maverick is actually very good for them, as he's the one with the frag grenades as well as his blowtorch to open up hatches, as Thermite has to commit to that garage wall because he is the only one outside, as we do see JUCO or Ultracent on the Cade just electrifying the walls, because Oregon State doesn't really have a whole ton of denial for it. They did take second floor control and were able to completely eliminate Sherb there. It took him a second. I believe he had to reload. But things are looking very good for Oregon State, as they are able to remove JUCO on the Mute as he's rotating out of bathroom. So that leaves both Danny and Ultracent, the last 2 members of Boise State, on site to hold off the remaining 4 of Oregon.
Good news for the Broncos. Oregon State hasn't found a way onto the point yet.
Yeah, they are opening up a ton of rotations. We're going to see Ultracent try to go for the C4 through the floor, but he is unable to even injure a member of Oregon State. They are going to be able to open up the garage wall, so it looks like Ultra's just going to have to hold these yellow stairs and possibly the garage wall as well, as we don't know where Danny is at the moment. He's able to take out the Zofia, making it a 2v3 situation.
See, there's 2 members on the other side of the garage. Ultracent gets 1 more.
Yeah, Ultracent really coming alive in this game, as we've seen him do very well so far. We're going to see Danny take first floor control back, as both members of Oregon State are outside that garage. Oh no, one was actually in the bathroom, so he might actually drop hatch and take out Ultrasend from the rear, but it looks like he's going to rotate 2 stairs. We're going to see Danny take out the member who is hiding in the bathroom, and as Thermite pushed in by himself through the garage, Ultrasend was able to take the victory.
And once again, it really just felt like this slow-paced push by Oregon State is what kind of doomed them in.
Yeah, Oregon not really utilizing the ops that they had of kind of speedy pushing and denial. They just took things too slow, and if they're going to play that slow, why not bring someone like a Monty to be the human drone and the slow push for you to take space away from Boise State that they've completely owned that entire map. So I'm very curious how they might come back in Clubhouse and bring it to a possible map 3 as we saw last game.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a map 3 at all so far in our CR6 from either team. So, you know, obviously as a Boise State fan, I'm not rooting for a map 3. But yeah, I mean, you mentioned Clubhouse. It's been good for Boise State. It's also been pretty bad. So I would be really curious to see how Oregon State wants to attack it and if they, potentially have plans for a map 3.
For sure. I know if it did go to map 3, it would be, I believe, Cafe Doyansky. So that'll be really interesting as we haven't seen our Boise Blue on that map for a long time. The last time I believe we saw him was actually last season against a mirror that they didn't ban, and I believe they ended up losing that map. It was a long time ago, but I'm very curious to see how this might play out on this Clubhouse second map, especially with both defenses. I really hope we see Oregon State become more aggressive and kind of pick up the pace, because those slow plays were not working out for them. Yes, they were able to pick off members of Boise State occasionally, but they weren't able to win the round, and that is always the main goal. So even if you're able to pick off these roamers, you got to be able to capitalize on it and then take the space and be like, all right, we have control of this. Let's begin pushing to site now rather than sit and wait.
Yeah, I mean, we even saw that basically a great example of that on that very last round where Oregon State got a pick, I think 30 seconds in, and never really did anything with it and kind of allowed Boise State to say, okay, we're defending, you still have to come to us. So yeah, I definitely think Oregon State's got to pick up the pace. They've got to figure out a way to capitalize on those picks and not just say, hey, we got elimination. Now we're going to sit outside garage for about a minute and a half and then panic in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, we never even saw Oregon utilize their drones as much as we've seen our Boise State team do. Yes, Boise went the Mozzie Mute combo, but they can still drone out the other half of the map where they had maybe 1 or 2 members pushing from, and they simply just didn't. I'm very boggled by it, but we are going to jump into the ban phase for map 2. Looks like we did get the Thatcher ban. They are going to ban Maverick this time, as member of Boise State was able to get a ton of value off of it last time. We're going to see Boise able to ban out this Maestro. Maestro, very good defending denial op here. So final defender ban, what are you hoping to see here?
Well, if it's Oregon State again, I'd probably think they're just going to slap down the Mira, would be my guess.
And there she is.
Oregon State gets their bans. I mean, they banned Thatcher Mirror last time, so why not just, Boise State, we've talked about it, they always ban the Thatcher unless the other team bans it, so why not just put the Mirror and take her out of the game as well?
Yeah, we're hopping into round 1. I'm very curious to see what they decide for their first site. We're going to see Oregon go to, they hovered basement for a second, then they went back to CCTV. All right, I think they're sticking with CCTV. So I'm curious if they're going to try to K trick it or bandit trick it, as they are bringing both denial ops. They might even try to go for a garage hold here with all 4 walls, as they have the amount of denial that they need. We're going to see Sherb 6-pick to his Monty. We're going to see our first Monty round of this matchup. We're also going to see Womai 6-picked out for a possible roamer op here, as we see Mozzie come out. Oregon State might finally utilize their anti-drone, but Boise State was ready for it and went for the human drone this time.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Boise State went with their, ace in the hole, if you will, or ace up the sleeve. I know Duco's obviously on the ace, but this sort of has felt like their Monty, Sherb on his Monty is sort of their, hey, let's find a way to steal around. So maybe that's how they want to start out on Clubhouse and get a little bit closer to finishing up this series against Oregon State. But I would be shocked if they bring it out this early.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a calculated risk on Boise State side, as Oregon State does have the Legion. Legion's a pretty good counter to Monty, as if he steps on the goo mines, he has to minimize his shield, take out the Legion mine, extend it back out, and then he can begin pushing again. So I think Oregon State is actually going to play this fairly smart for their first defensive round on the CCTV side of Clubhouse.
Objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
They might even try Bandit tricking that east wall as Bandit's setting up there. I'm curious what the Cade's going to do then, as they don't have a whole lot of denial on those red stairs. I guess he's just going to play it by ear. We're also going to see Boise State bring out a Capital. And Danny on that Sophia, he's going to push Stockroom 100%. We've seen him doing that in the past. It's very traditional for this attacking site. And already we're seeing Legion getting value on against Sherb on this Monty, having to already stop his push so early on. We're going to see Ace immediately go for the wall push, as he's able to get at least one side, because Bandit's only able to deny one side. Once again, Legion is already countering this Monty so hard as he's having to deny his entire push, buying a ton of time for his team. We're going to see Capital also go for the garage wall. So it looks like Boise State's going to try to go for a kind of a pinch push here. Tongue twister there for you.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting that Boise State went with their, their Monty pick, and Oregon State not even seeing it in the first map. Maybe they've seen it on some VODs, but they were already ready to take care of it. At least slowing it down, it is.
Yeah, we are going to see Ultrascent on this Nomad immediately airdrop off those red stairs for a possible rotation from Oregon State. We're going to see Juco on this Ace able to take out that Legion on those garage rafters. He's going to be able to take out the Muzzy as well as he was rotating around. So far, Boise State has control of B-Bomb, it looks like. We're going to see Bandit try to Nitro, but no member of Boise was there. We're going to see Juco very low on health, but he's going to go for default plant right on the other side of server. Whereas we're going to see Cade try to C4 Sherb on the Monty, but is unable to even down him in that situation. Fox able to take out another member, but then he is taken out by Bandit. So far it's come down to Oregon State just, even if they play aggressive, they just don't have the numbers or any silence for that matter. And with the human drone, he was just able to say, all right, he's going to push you now, pre-fire here, and you win. So Boise State attacked that site very, very well.
Yeah, even with the Legion slowing down the Monty just a little bit. So I would be curious if Boise State wants to stick on it. I wouldn't think they would. I would think they're going to maybe predict Oregon State to be ready for it. But at least for now, they're going to hover it.
Yeah, and I think going the Goyo is a very smart choice by Oregon, because he can easily just put down one of his flammable shields on the catwalk above garage, and that stops Monty in his tracks. He'll have to minimize his shield, leap over it, hope they don't destroy it, or Boise State's going to have to destroy it, sit there, wait for the fire to die down, and then Monty can push. So that'll buy a ton of time for them as they go for, once again, it seems just a slower play here.
Yeah, we saw this from Boise State last week. It was, sure brought out the Monty. It was good for one round, and then it immediately sort of collapsed. So the fact that Boise State picked it 2 times in a row, either one, they believe Oregon State doesn't have an answer, or 2, they believe that whatever Oregon State's answer is, Sherp's going to be able to handle it.
Yeah, and this time we're also going to see Oregon not bring the Cade, as he didn't get almost any value from his gadget, as he didn't use it on the garage wall. We saw Bandit attempt to Bandit trick the wall, but against Ace, that's not really possible, as he could push both walls at the same time. So Cade tricking against an Ace would have been smarter here, but it takes a lot more skill, timing, and listening skills to pull that off. So I'm very curious to see how Oregon State might try to win this defense on CCTV.
Looks like for now, they're maybe opting for one roamer. That was the other thing we saw a little bit of on the first map, is after about 2 rounds of just getting mowed down by either Danny or Sherb, they were like, you know what, let's put all 5 people on the site. So I'll be curious to see if that remaining member you can see on the first floor there, how long he plans on staying away from the bomb sites.
Yeah, hopefully long enough to be able to deny Danny that stockroom hold, as if he's able to do that, he's able to open all of underneath that CCTV room wall and that'll be able to get Ace the wall as well. So that'll be a good combo for Boise State, but if he's able to deny it, that'll be a huge win for Oregon State, as now they can hold the wall and just focus on Sherb on this Monty pushing through Garage. As once again, Legion's getting his value, stalling him out.
I mean, last time he got, I think, 2 in him, and Monty was still able to get some value, so just because he got 1 mine doesn't mean it's necessarily bad for Boise State just yet.
And we're going to see Juco able, with his Ace, open up all of the server room wall, so I'm very curious to see how Oregon State might try to adapt to this, as both a member on Boise and Oregon are just a little bit damaged so far from previous poking firefights.
Yeah. I think last time Sher was about around this HP and he was still able to push in, but as you mentioned with the Goyo mines, it's going to be a little bit more difficult this time.
Yeah, we're actually going to see Danny lose a firefight to that Jaeger who was holding in bar, so that's a huge win for Oregon, as they were able to take out Boise's key fragger here. But Danny already did get a lot of his value by opening up stock room. We're going to see Ultrasen swing around and try to air jab off of that Jaeger, but it looks like he rotated through main stairs into bedroom. We're going to see the Legion able to take out Sherb on the Monty, but we're going to see Fox then refrag onto him. We're going to see the Jaeger take out Fox. So going back to back eliminations for both sides. We're going to see Ultrasen having to push this Womai, but he ran out of ammo and ends up losing the firefight to Sweaty, coming from behind with his pistol on this Jaeger.
Big shout out to the Real Freeze, by the way. He's our 6,000th follower. So huge props to him.
6,000 is a lot of people. Now we just need 6,000 viewers. Come on, Twitch. You can do it.
Brenner
Why are
Bear.
you laughing at me? Don't laugh at me.
Brenner
Come
Bear,
on, man.
breakdown. 6,000 is a lot of people. I mean, you know what?
Hey, man, I'm here for the expert in Siege. I'm not here for the expert in Twitch number people. Those are 2 big words for me. Twitch number people.
Twitch, that's not even a real thing, so I think we should get back to the Siege to save ourselves. and back to it, I was shocked Boise State went on it with 2 rounds in a row, 3 rounds in a row on the Monty. That's an interesting one for Boise State. I don't know if they just think Sherb's going to brute force it, because, I mean, we didn't see it, but I don't even think he made it up the garage stairs last time.
I don't believe so, as Legion was able to eventually take him out there. But now that they're defending basement, this will be a very different push, as Boise State's typical push for this is Ace and Monty will go through dirt after they open it up, because it is very unlikely that Cade will commit one of his charges to all of dirt. Normally he uses them for hatches, as that's much better denial, especially for that kitchen hatch, which is right above one of those sites. So I'm very curious if this will pay off for them, as dirt push has worked for them off and on. It's very dependent on the members, the other 3 members that push the site, if they're able to take out 1 or 2 members of the opposing team. Because if they are not, then that means Monty has to push into pretty much an 100-degree angle by himself, with only a person behind him that can watch a doorway. It's high risk, high reward here. But with how both teams have been playing so far, I wouldn't be surprised if Boise's able to pull this off. But at the same time, they just lost last round, so they need to step it up for sure.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see, as you mentioned, where they want to place that Monty. And I mean, we even saw it last week where they had the Monty, and you know, it's the problem we talked about with Monty, where yeah, the shield protects him. It doesn't always protect everyone else, and we saw members just die behind the Monty shield. So just because Sherb is there doesn't mean that Boise State is also safe.
And also the big problem with Monty, as we've seen so many times before, is if he's blocking you and you're in a firefight swinging left to right, you can easily just shoot Monty in the back of the head. So you could see an infamous Boise kill here, as we've done it many times on my team. Not so proud of it, but we'll pretend like we are.
Hey, a kill's a kill, man. Doesn't matter how, you know.
Sometimes if you have 4 kills and there's no enemies remaining, you gotta go for that ace and just take out a teammate.
Exactly.
We're gonna see a quick little leaning hello from the Legion to the Monty. We're gonna see 2 members push through blue and a possible 3rd from the garage hallway. We're We're going to see Juco able to take out Sweaty on that
Attackers
Legion
have
as
located a
he
bomb.
tried to say hello one last time and did not know there was another member behind him. So far, Boise State doing well on this push as the Ace Monty has been able to get value taking out that one member. We do see a member of Oregon State actually on second floor of the building, so he's not anywhere near site as 3 members of Boise are already on site as Monty is pushing this Cade as well. Juco's already planting as well, so within a minute, they've planted, have 3 members on site, and taken out a member of Oregon State. But Oregon is able to immediately even it out. We're going to see Sherb on this Monty take out the Cade. We're going to see Ultracent take out another member of Oregon, but then Fox is taken out on the Nomad. So when it comes down to it, seems like things even out very quickly.
Eyes on. Attackers need to
But
protect.
Sherb on the Monty is the ace in the hole and wins the round for his team.
Yeah, proving me wrong of why Boise State picked it, multiple times in a row, kind of using his teammate as a distraction. Say, hey, you can kill my teammate. I'll still pick up the victory, though, for my team. So good little job there by Boise State. I would be, I guess, not shocked if they picked it again, which it looks like they might do.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty much their key to winning so far as, yeah, they lost it the first round, but the next 2, they're just keep pushing through, and it has very much worked, even with the Legion. I don't think he's gotten enough value for his team. Yeah, he was able to take out the Monty the one time so far, and he's able to slow him down, but if they're planting by a minute, you have not slowed him down at all. And he was picked off first last round as well, so I'm curious to see if they might try to change up their defense, as they're not even bringing a Cade
Attackers
this
need to
time
locate and
for
defuse as
deny
many
on the
bombs as
hatches
they
because
can.
Boise just pushed through blue and dirt. They're going to go for a Valkyrie instead, which will just give them some information. They're also going to go for a Malusi. I think Malusi is a very smart pick by Oregon here, as it'll be able to slow down the Monty and not go as fast. But we'll see if she'll get as much slowing value as a Legion has been. But Oregon State just seems to be slow to adapt to Boise's strat so far. So I'm curious to see what might change here. Because whenever, say, my team defends this, we always play a castle here to just castle off dirt,
remaining.
so they have to commit more utility to open it. We castle off main stairs, so they have to commit more utility to that. And then 1 by Moto Hatch, which is the one he
Attackers
just
are
got
moving
in
out to
stock
locate a
room.
bomb and defuse it.
So I'm very surprised that even with reinforcing the hatches, they're not going to go for a Cade to deny hatch pushes. Yes, we didn't see Boise State push them, but why not plan for everything? And they just have it. They're not even going anti-drone with either Mute or Mozzie, which has been Boise's key strategy.
Yeah, the couple times they've tried the Mozzie, they, really haven't gotten much value in terms of the anti-droning out. Does look like they're much more aggressively holding dirt, though, this time.
Yeah, they committed a deployable shield, 2 ADSs, and they had 2 members in there briefly, but it seems like they are just saying, screw you, Monty, you're not getting through this way, because a smoke, deployable shield, and 2 ADSs is going to be quite strong to push through. That's a lot of utility you got to burn to push through that, especially since they won't be able to destroy that deployable shield.
Yeah, I guess, if Oregon State says, we're not going to find a way to slow down the Monty, we're just going to find a way to stop him. I guess that's kind of their logic right now.
Yeah, since Monty is a wall of riot shield, they're just going to make a wall of everything else. Keep trying it, Ace. It's never going to work. They have 3 ADSs there, bud. Looks like they're going to have to try to adapt some other push, but we did see off cam that Danny did lose a firefight, and so did the Valkyrie, so the team members may be evened up, but Boise State's #1 fragger is gone.
I'm reloading.
See another one
Bomb
from Sable
located
on
by
the
attackers.
Ultra set, and I think a lot of it is the fact that, Sherb just finally made it through dirt, but he's got to retreat once again and bring the shield down.
Yeah, Oregon State doing so much better on slowing down Boise State this time. Even that Malusi charge made sure take his shield down.
A bomb has been located.
Juke on that Ace, melee it. But we are going to see a quick double from Boise, but then Oregon's going to be able to get the refrag, and then Jaeger wins the round for him. Oregon State playing that phenomenally even without the Cade and the denial, because simply Boise State doesn't push hatches. They go for their committed push through blue and dirt.
Yeah, I mean, Oregon State just kind of went for the more, I guess, straightforward Monty counter in a sense that if the Monty can't push, then Boise State can't move. And as you mentioned, Boise State's going to say, all right, we're going through dirt and blue, and that's how we're getting there. So the fact that the Broncos want to bring it once again to the 5th straight round with the Monty, you have to wonder how long he's going to keep getting value. Now, we are going to the 2nd floor with CCTV and Cash, but that just means he's going to have to go through Garage once again, which, you know, has been a 50-50 for him if it's been successful or not.
Yeah, Boise's very much, this is our strat, we're going to do it, let's do it. But Oregon State was able to adapt to it very well in basement, as we just saw with the smoke and the ADSs through dirt, and then we didn't see what went on in blue, but they won firefights, they were able to take out Danny. So I definitely think that gave him the leg up on that match. So this time around, even with the Goyo, they do have Legion this time, so maybe they're going to commit even harder to Garage, as just saying, we're going to commit to these 2 points. You guys haven't pushed up red stairs at all, so they might just have one member of Oregon watching that cross angle, and that be it. They're going to try to focus down Monty, or even the members behind him. And also, this is the first time we're seeing gridlock on Boise State, so maybe they're trying something different as well. Maybe she's going to throw one of her tracks by garage door or by garage window to counter that, because
5 seconds to go.
Oregon State this time didn't bring a Wamai, which does counter gridlock. So I'm very curious how this is going to play out, as Oregon State seems to be learning these Boise State strats more and more.
Yeah, I'm just shocked at Boise State. I mean, we didn't even see Monty on the last map. Now they keep bringing him out, and they're just kind of, as you mentioned, they're just kind of asking for Oregon State to figure out, to say, hey, we're going to keep countering this Monty until you give it up.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely Sherb's comfort pick, and he has gotten a ton of value out of it, as he was able to get a kill and then 2 more later on. He's going to be able to spot that Legion Mine on the stairs, so he's going to wait for his teammate to just peek the doorway and take it out for him, rather than walk over it and take the extra damage. Was able to ping it one more time, but I don't know if she was able to take it out. There is another one, but she is not able to shoot it from that angle, so you might have to walk around it. She doesn't have the angle on it. So Boise State definitely having to go slower here as we're reaching minute 2, and I believe Danny on the Sophia is the only one inside the map so far.
Like that one he just decided to eat.
Yeah, it's definitely been a slow push this time, but I think that's when Oregon State has done their best, is just slowing them down. That is the defender's job, but we've also seen aggressive defenders last game, so there are multiple strategies how to approach this.
Yeah, once again, Sharp going to eat another one, have to back up. And yeah, I mean, it really does feel like Boise State is committing a ton of resources to this Monty to try and make it work. But I mean, I guess, you know, you can always have Danny click heads and barely survive.
Yeah, as he lost a lot of health in that engagement, because that smoke had that shotgun, and was, even with one buckshot, it takes out a lot of health. It chunks you down. And so Ultra's going to try to throw some tracks up on the catwalk and get that Legion out of there, as he's been able to hold off 2 members of Boise State for so long. We're going to see the Goyo able to take out Danny, as Danny had no health to win that firefight unless he was able to get a swing peek on it. We're going to see Fox end up also falling to this Goyo. Goyo's getting a ton of value here, as we're going to see Juco fall below so low, but he is able to take out that Goyo. We're going to see Legion able to take out Sherb on the Monty. So now it's a 2v3 situation, but now it's a 2v1, but Oregon State able to win it out. Boise needs to give up this Monty.
Yeah, it's good for 1 round, maybe 2 or 3. I mean, at one point when they have the 2-1 lead, maybe that's when you give up the Monty, but picking it over and over and just basically saying, all right, how many rounds in a row can Oregon State counter the Monty hasn't worked out. But once again, it looks like they think that that's the best play.
Yeah, we are going to see the other 2nd floor site of gym and bedroom here. So maybe the Monty might change things up for the Oregon State defense. But with how well they've been countering it with both the Legion and the Goyo, I don't see this ending well for Boise State here. Oregon State's been adapting against their attack strats very well, and Boise hasn't had an answer for them. They just keep doing the same thing, thinking maybe this time it'll work.
Yeah, I mean, that really It almost explains what we saw from Oregon State on the last map, where Oregon State was like, hey, we're just going to keep slow pushing. We're up 5v4. Eventually one of it will work. And now I feel like Boise State's like, hey, we're just going to keep picking the Monty. And, you know, it worked twice, but we're just going to keep hoping it works again.
Yeah, but you have to look at it this way. If it worked twice, you still lost 3 rounds. And I don't think they've done that yet. So far, you're in a 2-3 ratio. That's not good.
You don't win at that rate. You don't win. You don't win in R6. I can do simple math. You're not going to reach 7 first if you win 2 rounds every time your opponent wins 3.
Yeah, that percentage does not add up for a passing grade even. So Boise State needs to either give up the Monty or do something kind of ridiculous here if they want to be able to just win this site for sure. I'm very happy with Oregon State going with the traditional castle for this site. He is very strong on it. Sad that the mirror was banned, but she's a very strong op for this as well. We aren't going to see Oregon State do the defensive strat of you have a member in cache watching the entire cross angle all the way into weights. So I'm curious how they're going to defend this against the Monty with all their denial, or even how Boise's going to push through it as they immediately lose Danny to the Goyo.
Yeah, and not only are they running the Monty back, but now they're not getting the value that they usually get out of Danny, so you would have to think it's not setting up to be a 3-3 game here right now in the early stages of this round.
Yeah, even if they are able to take first floor control so far, they lost their Zofia. Yes, they have an Ashe, but that's even less counter utility that is on the side of Boise State. This really puts them in an interesting situation as Monty hasn't been getting a ton of value. They're getting constantly countered against him. They lose their top frag. I'm curious what's going through their head of just like, let's keep doing this same thing. Because they don't even see the member of Oregon State on the stairs. They just push right past him so he can just flank them later.
Yeah, now Monty has to be careful because if he gets flanked trying to take, when he puts his shield down, he's all but dead.
Yeah, and it looks like Sherb's just going to try to push this Goyo with a Legion Mine in his leg. Goyo was, if he had heard the Monty take his shield, then he would have been able to swing it and possibly win that firefight, but he's buying a lot of time for his team, making Monty withdraw all the way back. We're going to see Cade able to take out Juco, who was repelling upside down. Then we're going to see Ashe fall from the cross angle from CCTV window. So Oregon State's playing this very well so far, as Sherb on this Monty is able to just down Cade by whacking them in the face. So it is a 2v4 situation here.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to just hope that the shield blocks all of the bullets that Fox is going to take, or not. Sure barely has any life.
He did see actually a quick team kill there, as Goyo just fired all the bullets through the Legion. We are going to see Sherb falling, but Boise State doesn't have the diffuser, so they weren't even going to get a ton of value out of that. He's going to land on 2 Legion mines, have to take him out, go over the Goyo shield. So now, doesn't seem like things are looking too well with 15 seconds remaining in a 1v1 situation, and the health not really looking on the side of Boise State here. He's going to have to stick the plane as well. He doesn't really have time unless he wants to try to swing and get the headshot there.
Attackers are activating the diffuser.
Oh.
But he loses the firefight to the Jaeger.
Position compromised.
So round number 6 going to Oregon State. We'll see a quick swap sides as well.
Defender mission
yeah, you have to think if Sherb had potentially lived there, he might have been able to help swing that, but even then, I don't know if relying on the Monty to just sort of human shield and force Oregon State to team kill himself was necessarily the best strategy.
Yeah, he just walked right through the Goyo fire, so he lost most of his life to that. He had to melee Cade, which was the first elimination against Oregon State that round. So things didn't go well for Boise at all that round. Even if they did get the plant down in a 1v1 situation, he lost the firefight almost immediately, which cost him the round. So now that they're defending on basement, I kind of wish they didn't 6-pick there. Yes, Jaeger's very strong, but Clash would have thrown Oregon State for a loop. That is an op that is in your face, that deals damage to you and slows you all at the same time. She is such a disruptor to consistent strat pick team compositions that I really wish that they had stuck with it, but let's see if they're able to win this defense and stop the momentum that is Oregon State right now.
Yeah, and I just want to see how fast Oregon State moves. Because, I mean, we saw a ton of times last map where they'd get a pick and then they slowly push in. Now, of course, it is a little bit easier to get to the basement on this map. As we've seen for Boise State, you can just go dirt and blue stairs, but I want to see if Oregon State gets a pick if they get a little bit more aggressive. I'm not saying you need to, you know, rush just sort of spraying down into the basement, but I'd like to see them move a little bit quicker if they do get a pick.
Yeah, and I think them not running a Monty or anything should help them do that, as they're able to just essentially run and gun. And they also have a Jackal this time, so that'll be able to deny any possible roamers that Boise might throw out at them. As we do see Danny on the pulse, he should stay in basement. That'll give him a C4 through the floor possibility. We'll also see Fox on the Mozzie, which is anti-drone that we've seen Oregon State kind of use, interestingly. We're going to see Danny on the pulse watching this kitchen hatch as well. We're going to see Ultrascent using the Cade on the hatch as well. So defense looking very traditional so far, but curious to see if Oregon might change things up here and fix their attacking strats, especially after last map.
Well, that's not going to go well for them to start, at least.
Yeah, taking out that Ashe is, like I've said, whenever you take out a Zofia or Ashe, that's less utility you can commit to getting rid of enemy gadgets, because they don't have those two breaching charges anymore. So I'm very curious if maybe this Hibana, which is an op we haven't seen yet, is able to open up these hatches more and allow for more interesting pushes rather than the same push we saw from Boise State. As, once again, Oregon's just taking it really slow. We're nearing a minute 30 here. They're down a member, and they don't really have any sight lines open to the bomb site. They're just sitting and waiting.
I got one for a brief moment.
Yeah, Zofia's in blue all by herself, with two members of Boise watching that angle. We're going to see Oregon able to open up kitchen hatch, but both Cade and Sherb on the Jaeger are watching the angle. So Oregon State's not doing too hot here so far. We're going to see Danny just pulse headshot Zofia through the wall. So Oregon State, pick up the pace, please.
They get one, so at least they have a 4v3 for the final minute.
When it comes down to the last minute, as both defenders and attackers, you get that little adrenaline shot in your brain of just like, all right, this round's going for us or going against us. We have to make something happen. But instead, it looks like they're just going to push one by one and let Danny pick them off.
They're just trying to save the op, clearly.
If the op's that valuable, then how come you haven't won the round with it yet? As both members drop into the B site, they're going to go for the plant. It is a safe plant, but she's going to go down. Fox can wide swing it and take him out. So that is a Boise State round. Let's see if they copy my team in the Victorial DK.
No, I don't think so. I think that's just you, Brenner Bear.
Ah, come on. It's a good tradition.
Just your squad that does that, Brenner Bear. Boise State, the blue team, they're more worried about getting back into this game. Atoning for a lot of mistakes attacking. It's probably the best way to put it.
Yeah, they did not attack the best, as they only won 2 rounds on attacking. But it looks like defense might be a stronger suit, as seeing Oregon State's attacking is just slow. Like, even when Boise plays slow, they still have the human drone that is Monty. So pushing slow is advantageous for them, whereas pushing for Oregon State slow is, we have no shield, we're just going slow because, I don't know. They lost a member to an early firefight. They were on the back foot, and they just had nothing to go off of. They pushed into Armory through the kitchen hatch, but there was only 2 members remaining versus the remaining 4 of Boise State. They had, and it was both hard breachers as well, so they didn't have any anti-utility with them, or even better guns for that matter. I just have so many questions for Oregon State. Like, can we interview them now? Just like, what's going on?
And the other thing that you have to I guess, not to defend Oregon State, but I know we had talked about their lack of a top fragger last map. I know Hectorator was 9-2 after the attacking round, so he definitely was their top fragger. So that was probably one of the better picks for Boise State, because of course when we talked about when Danny goes down as well, that does sort of slow down the Bronco attack as their top fragger. So maybe that is where things started to go south without their best player, is when Oregon State kind of panicked even more. But yeah, I mean, the pacing has been bad for Oregon State, regardless of, you know, what map, if they get the first pick, if they get picked against, it really has been just a very slow game from them, but they're not using drones to sort of take advantage of that.
Yeah, we're going to see Boise lose that main wall very quickly and then lose Sherb right after. And I haven't seen a ton of value from this Jackal either, even with Danny roaming. They're still pushing from the east side, whereas Danny's all the way in Bar in the middle of the map. So unless this Jackal's going to push in from main lobby, he's not going to be able to get a ton of value for his team. But now this does force one or two members of Boise State to watch that wall in case they go for a more rush strat. We're going to see Danny having to rotate out, and that Jackal does give value for his team, and I'm very happy to see that. He's going to be able to track a member of Boise State and see that they're all on site rather than the Mozzie who's just outside of him. But in a 3v5 situation, they should be feeling a bit more confident to go for a more aggressive push here.
You would hope. I mean, even up 5v4, we've seen Oregon State slow play it. Now they're up 3. Now you would hope that this is going to be just a bum rush on the point. You would have to think.
I really hope so, especially in a 5v2 situation. But they instead just fragged out and took out the members. They were going for plant anyways, so Boise State was just had nothing for them at that situation. That Jackal actually got a ton of value for his team as he was able to get rid of the Danny and then take out the member who was right above red stairs as well. He swung that and won the firefight as well. So he paid off very well for them, and they're still going to go to CCTV, so maybe they might commit the Malusi to red stairs and just simply not watch it. That is what my team does as a strat when Malusi is not banned, because she is able to give you knowledge that the person's there and then slow them down so that you can swing it and win that firefight, assuming the person's not watching the angle and going for your gadget instead. So I'm curious to see if that'll pay off for them as a trade-off, or maybe this time we might see Cade actually trick the wall and win that little game of cat and mouse, just sitting there listening, throwing your gadget and trying to destroy the opposing hard position.
As I say, that kind of felt like where the round left Boise State, is when the Cade trick didn't work and it allowed, as you said, main entrance to just kind of be blown wide open, and then immediately Oregon State got a pick from that. The Mozzie is interesting because I don't really think we've seen a lot of drone play from Oregon State at all.
You know, once they got open the wall, they just kind of stopped droning. They had Jackal to track the footprints, but that just told them that the remaining members were all on site. And that only told them that one member was on site. We knew the other two were because from simple firefights and engagements that the team had on that balcony. So I'm curious if maybe they're doing Mozzie for the gun pick, as we mentioned in the past, or simply because they think maybe they'll go for a stronger drone play this time around. I guess we just don't really have a thought bubble into the players of Boise State here, but I really hope we see maybe a bit more aggressive side of Oregon here. Even though they're up 3-5, the slow play has worked for them this time, even without a Monty. I just have questions, man. I got questions.
You know, I guess if you're an Oregon State fan, I guess your defense would be right now, you may have questions, but Oregon State has the wins.
That is very true. 5-3. They've definitely been winning their firefights more and more, especially against Danny. They've been getting those cross angles to, yeah, Danny might win one of them, but when he has to run out, reload, you're going to get him at that time. And that's what they did exactly last round in Stockroom. And that's what I hope to see from them again. It's just that good team coordination of just like, hey, I lost, but he's coming to you, get ready. All right, you got him, let's go.
Do see it looks like a couple of members of Oregon State, one on the basement, one on the first floor, but don't think they'll really run into any Boise State members. Everyone, from what I can see, is hanging out on that second floor.
Yeah, I think the remaining two members that we can't see are all the way on the west side over by the bedroom. We do see Sherb and Danny actually both on the first floor. We're going to see Sherb lose the firefight. We're going to see Juco lose the firefight. Danny's going to win one, but then Ultrasen's going to lose. Oregon State is coming alive right now. Danny does win against the Jackal, but he is then taken out by Sweaty. Oregon State didn't even have to play aggressive. Boise did and just simply lost their firefights that they were taking.
Yeah, we saw a lot of this last week. That was sort of our key takeaway, was the fact that Boise State just couldn't find ways to win firefights. I mean, we know we mentioned it on the first map where there was a swap on defense where Boise State, you even mentioned it, Brenner Bear, they just picked defenders that had better guns to try and win those firefights. So now we go to match point, looking at potentially our first third map or 30-round game of Collegiate R6 that we've seen on our stream. You have to wonder what Boise State's got up their sleeve, because as you mentioned, Oregon State just kind of let Boise State walk to them.
Yeah, they got way too aggressive, especially when you have someone like a Mozzie to take care of their drones and watch them so you can just win the angles, I guess. But Oregon State's not really droning a whole lot. They have the Jackal to just pinpoint possible roamers from Boise, but he was in basement and no members of Boise were all the way down there. They were over by the main stairs. So I'm just very curious, what was Boise's thought process there of just, let's get aggressive against this non-aggressive team and push angles where they're sitting there watching for much longer than we expect. So maybe that's what threw them off?
Maybe. I mean, yeah, you'd have to wonder. I mean, what we saw at least once, if not twice, where Oregon State on the first map, as you kind of mentioned, just held for the op and just let it time out. So, yeah, the fact that Boise State decided to be the aggressive team against Oregon State was definitely an interesting choice.
Yeah, aggressive defenders is something you usually see when you're playing something like a Clash or maybe more roamer ops, because they're able to get those frags a lot faster. They have usually typically better guns as well. So I was surprised by that, but with this being match point for Oregon State, Boise has to be playing to their comfort right now and just saying, all right, maybe a strat's not the best thing here. Let's play the ops we feel most comfortable on and just adapt to whatever Oregon State does here. We're going to see that Zofia immediately clearing all of dirt as she's going to have to clear that castle barricade. We're going to see Ultra actually able to hear her run through, break that barbed wire that was in there. So they know there's at least one member there. We're going to see Danny looking for heartbeats, trying to get a possible C4 through the floor. Zofia's going to open up that charge so she has a cross angle. Get her drone taken out right away, so that's good on Boise for realizing that. Fox is over there in blue holding it all by himself with no members of OSU even pushing it yet. So Oregon State doing their key thing of slow and steady.
Yep. I was going to say, this feels like just standard Oregon State of let's wait around. Boise State this time learning, hey, you know what, let's not walk right into the attackers.
Yeah, I don't think Danny was able to see the Jackal push down through main, as they didn't even have a barricade on that door from what I saw. We're going to see Fox just openly watching that one stairway, totally exposed to a possible garage drop down. Sherb was able to spot the Jackal, and then he peeks him and loses health as Jackal loses nothing in that firefight. We're going to see Danny try to get some picks through the floor, but in the end, Ultrasen's going to get picked off by the Zofia. And the Habana's going to be able to take out member. Jackal's going to be able to take out Danny as the crossing. And then two more as well. It's a 1v5 situation. Oregon State got this unless Sherb can pull out an ace and a defuse.
Nope. And, I mean, it wasn't as aggressive, but once again, that felt like Boise State, like, was just checking weird angles and almost baiting themselves into the attackers.
I also think an issue there was lack of communication, as we saw one of the members of Boise State run openly past Jackal, who was holding all of main hallway, gets shot in the back. Then another teammate peeked the Jackal, loses his head to him. I have questions. Like,
you're full of questions tonight,
you knew
Brenner
he
Bear.
was there, because this has been a very interesting matchup. The first map was very strong for Boise State, even without the Monty. Then Clubhouse, they overcommit to the Monty and end up losing because of it. So I think in this third map, they just have to say, all right, these strats worked, these ones didn't. Monty needs to be out of the picture now. What can we do to win this third and final map?
You know, I wouldn't say Monty needs to be out of the picture, but he needs to be a one round. You've either baited them off of the Legion and off of the Goyo, or you think maybe you run him first and you can get a steal. But yeah, I think other than that, Monty's got to be the last thing on your mind. Well, before we get to the third map, I am going to see if we can grab a quick break here, get a little bit of stretching, get some water for us before we head on to the last one. So if we can get a quick break, then we'll come back with our third and final map of the night. So yeah, third and final map between these two teams coming up after this short break. Thank you.
Here in Idaho, we do things a little differently. First rule, camouflage never goes out of style. Next, always use fry sauce. I mean, why wouldn't you? Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. We call it pop, not soda. We always put a lift on our pickups. And we always buckle up because we still have a lot we want to do, and I'm guessing you do too.
Visit NationalGuard.com to begin your guard adventure.
Growing up in Riggins, we have certain rules we live by. Look both ways before crossing the street. Fishing stories get better the more you tell them. Small town life makes your life anything but small. Never work alone when you go hunting. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by. Growing up in Idaho, we have certain rules we live by. Hold steady when out-of-state friends think you're from Iowa. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Since 2016, universities have been adding varsity esports, competitive intercollegiate video game teams, with nearly 100 colleges and universities now with official programs. Esports is fast becoming the new college sport. But with any dramatic change comes criticism. How could institutions of higher learning promote something so trivial? But when you look a little closer, esports demonstrates, just like other sports, that it's a pathway to something more.
There's several misconceptions when it comes to esports and its place on the university campus. The first and foremost is that people would say it's not a valuable learning activity. It's not a place where people can learn new job-related skills or maybe get a good industry feel for what's happening outside the university environment. And that's just simply not the case. And all evidence points otherwise. There are so many new jobs. The industry is absolutely booming. People are looking for students that are graduating with experience in things like streaming and technologies, marketing, the whole business side, sponsorships. There's the whole graphics and coding component that involved in esports and other video game type of activities that are really important just in terms of jobs and industry.
And on their way to those careers, students who attend schools with varsity esports programs can compete for their university. But in order to be eligible, students have to meet the same high academic standards as other student athletes.
You have to maintain a certain GPA. You shouldn't be playing constantly. You should have like a certain time frame and like practice for like 2 hours a day or 4 hours a day. You shouldn't be just like overwhelming yourself.
Care about your grades first and foremost. As Dr. Haskell said, he cares about our grades first because we came to college to get an education, to get a degree, and then we also get to do what we love and play esports.
Athletics and other university-sanctioned activities bind students together with purpose, a chance to be part of something bigger than yourself, where we learn to work hard, play a role, lose with dignity, win with honor, all for our school. This is why we play.
Welcome back into the Boise State Game Pants Esports Arena. As you can see, we are ready to go. We are refreshed and rejuvenated, and we are ready to head into Map 3 of the Collegiate Rainbow Six League between Boise State and Oregon State. A little bit of a comeback there by the Beavers to force us to our Map 3, so we'll see who will be victorious and how long this map goes, because I believe it's been a pair of 7-3 victories, as it is Boise State versus Oregon State. Michael Fisher, Brenner Bear Ladd joining me here to call all of the action in our last week of the regular season in CR6 before we head into the playoffs coming up later this weekend, potentially this week, depending if it's a 128 or a round of 64 that they want to go with. So, Brenner Bear, do you think we'll see a little bit of a longer round this time? Because, I mean, we've seen a couple of, I don't want to say stomps, but they haven't been close. Like I said, I think it was a 7-3 win for Boise State and then a 7-3 win for Oregon State. Do you think now that we head to Map 3, the teams have figured it out? Hopefully Boise State has realized, hey, Monty doesn't work very well. We might see a longer game?
I really hope so, since this is, round 3. It's down to this. Yep. So I'm going to really hope to see both teams just absolutely come alive on this map, which is Cafe Doyansky, by the way. And so I think hopefully we'll see Oregon State attack faster and not even so much more aggressive, but more confident in their pushes as with how slow they've been going. And I also want to see from Boise State more variety from them in this situation, as with both their attack and defending pushes. And so with these bans, we're going to see Boise State ban first. They're banning Jackal. This isn't a Thatcher ban, like I said at the very beginning of the stream. This is something we haven't seen from Boise. So unless Oregon State bans Thatcher here, this is the first time we will ever have seen Thatcher from Boise State Blue.
Now, I know Oregon State banned it on the first map. Do you think Boise State is banking on a Thatcher ban from Oregon State? Okay, that...
They're going to ban the Monty.
I don't like that.
I think that's a bad idea because they countered him very well last time.
They almost just helped Boise State out, if I'm being honest. This is probably Mira.
And immediately we saw Sherb say LOL, as that is definitely a kind of targeted ban to him. But I think that allows Oregon State for more variety on their defending, rather having to commit both the Goyo and the Legion to countering Monty. We're going to see the Wamai ban.
So everybody's just getting a little, interesting here on our last map. Because it was 2 maps in a row, Oregon State banned Mira. Boise State, I'd like to say, favors her probably in terms of bans, so I wouldn't be shocked.
I prefer banning Mira on this map because she's been such a big problem for me, and we've also seen her be a problem for Boise State in the past, but I think they'll go for a different ban, such as Maestro. Maestro's still very strong just as a defender in a whole, since he does have an 81 bullet LMG as a defender, so he can definitely hold angles for much longer than anyone else can. The Monty ban throws me for a loop. Why would you target a Monty when you're countering him already so well? He did get
They're just tired of playing it. Like,
that would be my assumption. Is they're just tired of constantly having to counter him and commit so much to getting rid of him. Maybe they want more variety in it. But Monty is also not the best on Cafe because it is also a very vertical intensive map. Every single site on this map has some sort of vertical angle to it. Even on the very top floor, you have the roof. On the very bottom floor, you have the second floor, and so on and so forth. So I'm very curious as to what might be the game plan if Monty wasn't banned. But now that he is, does that really change up Boise State's attack strats, even though they're defending first? And especially with a Thatcher now, and with Wamai being banned, unless they commit an ADS to getting rid of his EMP grenades, they're going to be able to essentially open up any wall they want to, unless Ultracent on this Cade can just Cade trick it out and hold it out for his team. And if so, that'll make Cade or Ultracent essentially the MVP of his team.
5 seconds remaining.
Like, even if Danny frags out and kills everybody, if he's able to Cade trick and deny them the wall, even with a Thatcher, hat off to Ultracent right away. Like, I have so much respect for that man if he's able to pull it off, and I'm so excited because I know he can.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to think if you're Oregon State, you probably bring Thatcher every round, right? Even if it doesn't work once or twice, because, I mean, clearly there's a reason why you mentioned we never see this from Boise State Blue. I mean, it is Thatcher ban, Thatcher ban. I mean, it was almost, you know, going into the night, I would have just told you, hey, let's just skip ban phase. We'll tell you Thatcher's banned, and we'll figure out the other three. So the fact that Boise State didn't ban it, you'd have to wonder how much Oregon State is going to try and exploit this Thatcher when they're attacking.
I think the main thought process behind not banning Thatcher is Cafe, like I said, is a very vertical map, so Thatcher isn't the most required op. And we do see Ultracent able to take out the Zofia, but he wasn't able to K-trick the wall, so still pretty even in my book. Typically for Thatcher, in the most recent patch, he was slightly reworked, so his grenades don't destroy gadgets, they simply disable them. In the past, he completely destroyed them, and that was huge. But as we return back to the game, 4 members of Oregon State are dead, by the way. And it's a 2v1 situation.
But it's that Thatcher.
I think Oregon State hurt us and played a lot more aggressive and just paid for it, as they were able to take out 3 members of Boise State, but they lost 4 in the process. So in this 1v2 situation, I'm very curious what might go down. He can't K-trick anymore, but Ultracent can still pull this off, as he was able to take out that Zofia.
I mean, Thatcher just has to walk up and say boo, right? And Boise State Blue's just going to surrender on the spot because they don't know what a Thatcher looks like?
It is possible. We haven't seen him before, so it is very possible. But Ultracent's holding that hard left angle, so if Thatcher wants to push this, he's going to have to win this firefight.
Nope.
But he loses it, so far Thatcher's not been the winning strat. But this is first round, anything's possible.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that Boise State is, you know, I guess they would be happy if every round went like that, but I don't think they want to rely on everything being, you know, that chaotic and hectic and losing 3 of their players and hoping that they can kind of trade 1 for 1. So I don't know if I'm going to say Boise State was extremely happy with how that round went out. They'll take it, though, nonetheless, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I think with how chaotic that went down and how fast it went down, in probably about 20 seconds, 7 people were dead. Like, that went very quickly. So I'm actually very happy for Oregon State for not pulling it off, but executing on just the aggressiveness and speed of it, especially with a Thatcher who, like we keep saying, he hasn't been around. He's been banned all the time because he's such a key op for hard breach pushes. But now that Boise State won Kitchen, they're going to be going to the 3rd floor site. Thatcher's not a huge player here, simply because we're going to see a lot of pushes from both sides traditionally going into Christmas and also from the top of red stairs in that hatch. Some people will drop Moto hatch, which is right above where Ultracent is, a little bit further down. So those two hatches are the only way down from roof unless you're going to drop through Skylight. But Skylight is traditionally held for rotation angles against defenders.
10 seconds left before.
So, and also with this mirror watching in Freezer.
5 seconds to go.
I'm curious how this is going to play out for both teams, because that'll leave Mira very exposed if she's watching from Freezer in white hallway. But if she's watching from Freezer, her mirror is only one way, so then she can't see the bomb unless she's exposing her head. So it's a very high risk, high reward play on the Mira. So I hope Fox can pull it off. And then with Oregon State attacking the site, I'm curious if they're going to go from a bottom up to try to remove Sherb and Danny from their roaming positions, as it seems Sherb has taken up second roamer position on Boise's defense, as we've seen throughout this matchup.
Honestly, despite what we saw in the first round, I'm just expecting Oregon State to have a roof party for about a minute and then all panic and push through either Moto Hatch or Skylight and just get wiped. But I guess that's not the case. See, off-screen Juco's gone down, but this definitely is a more... I guess I shouldn't say anything, because last time we saw Oregon State get a pick and they just sat on it. So I want to see what they do here in the next 30 seconds.
I'm reloading!
Bomb located
I
by
think even
attackers.
30 seconds might be too long for this team, because they take their time.
No.
There are 2 members, I believe, in Christmas already. So I'm happy to see they're at least entering the building on the same floor as the bomb. With how small this map is, a lot faster than they have before. We're going to see Ultracent take a little bit of poke damage from a quick firefight. Oregon State's still taking the slow, but we have a minute 30 remaining, so maybe they might come alive a lot later. We're going to see him take even more poke damage from the Skylight. We're going to see Danny able to take out the ace. So that means no hard breach whatsoever for Oregon State. So now they have to change up their attack strat, since they can't open up that Christmas wall.
And I mean, once again, yes, 3 or 4 members got into Christmas quick, but here we are, a minute later.
They didn't do anything.
They didn't move.
Yeah, I mean, they're just sitting there. Like, they left a drone just sitting there. They weren't pushing out with it. They know Miras have hard angles that they can't push against, but they're also not even making attempts to push anything else. So I don't know what their plan is here, as we're nearing 40 seconds remaining in the round. We're going to see a C4 through the floor tried to happen, as they never even pushed through that wall where he C4'd. They're just sitting. They're just sitting. Do they know they're attackers? Do they know they have to push? Okay, so they immediately just beeline for playing. I guess they scouted out that Fox wasn't watching the angle, but we're going to see Sherb immediately take out a member. We're going to see Ultracent take out a member, but then we're going to see Danny and Ultracent taken out. So it's a 2v2. We're going to see Fox able to get the C4 yeet onto the diffuser, so they weren't able to plan it. He's going to have to go for a frag here, but with the last remaining member of Boise State away, he wasn't able to get the final member or the defuse start, so Boise State wins.
Yeah, I mean, this is really interesting, just how slow Oregon State has insisted on playing all of these rounds.
I mean,
they'd probably win that if they were, what, 20 seconds faster? 10 seconds faster?
Easily. If they just had, I don't want to be rude, but if they had the confidence to just say, we can do this and push, even against the Mira, I think they could have done it. But the issue that I've seen is, after first round, they rushed in and were left with a 1v2 situation with Thatcher, Cade, and I don't remember who the last one was. I think it was Malusi or something. And so then they go, all right, let's go back to our original strat of slow and steady wins the race. Well, you lost. So on round 3, do you try to find a happy medium and play kind of normally? Or do you go back to one of your extremes of super fast or super slow? But super slow didn't work, so that means they have to go super fast. That didn't work. So I think there's a lot of going through their heads right now of what can we do now.
5 seconds left before
But now that we're on a second floor site here, this gives a lot of options for the Oregon State attack. They can do top down or bottom up. I would suggest going top down simply because that gives you the verticality element, and say if they had run, say, a Fuse or a Capitao, that would allow them a lot of zoning capabilities, and Fuse can even kill a person with his gadget. But instead, it looks like they're just going for the same traditional ops we saw, except for they swapped out the ace for a buck, which I'm actually okay with because you don't need a ton of hard breach for a second floor site.
Recovered their diffuser.
Well, Oregon State's probably now like, uh-oh, we got to stay here for 2 minutes because we're down a member.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the exact angle, but from where Sherb is, I believe he was prone watching that skylight corner, and as soon as Sweaty just peeked his head in, he instant got that headshot. And we even saw a chat, he said a quick hello of just like, oh, there was a person there. So I think Boise played that very well, just laying down and holding an angle. But I really hope Oregon State just says, we're not going to let this slow us down for once, and maybe capitalize on it of just like, okay, maybe Boise State's getting too confident, so we can just push in and just win this engagement. As we see, the Thermite's right outside the wall from where Mute is, so he can hear that he's there, but he's going to go up to the roof. 2 members are already on 3rd floor, and they were able to down Sherb on the Mute, so they are doing well. He's going to peek Freezer and lose 95% of his health from it. So it really comes down to, can Mozzie take out the Zofia, as they just did a ring around the Rosie from the bar. He is able to take her out because she was just no life remaining. So it is a 4v3 situation. Oregon State crouching.
All 3 members on the roof?
Yeah, all 3 members on the roof. Zofia was crouching, walking around.
No, wait, one's repelling.
They don't even have a Monty. Why so slow? As Jugo's going to take out another member, the Ash. So now it's Thermite and Buck versus 4.
Oh. Yeah, that didn't work very well for the Buck there.
Yeah, he's not even droning. He just sat there. We couldn't tell if he was on his drone or not, so he might have been, but he didn't scout that out. He just started opening it, and Danny got the pre-fire through the wall first. I have many questions, but now since it's a 4v1 situation, Boise State can get a little bit greedy here, and we see Danny win the firefight. Very traditional for him, so I really hope Oregon State's learning a lot from this, because this is just a repeat of the very first map.
Yeah, I mean, we're setting up for, I mean, at least for now, what could be a quick Boise State victory. Because, as you mentioned, Oregon State is it's almost like Oregon State is attacking not only against Boise State, but they're attacking against themselves.
We haven't even seen a TK yet, so they're not even doing that well.
Well, I meant more in a fact, not that they're TKing, but they're outthinking everything. They're predicting that Boise State has every angle, and they're just moving so slow that Boise State is defending them, and their own, mental is defending them. Oh, there could be a Boise State guy there. There could be a Boise State guy there. So you have to wonder at some point. I mean, yeah, we saw the first round they went super aggro, and it's the closest they've come to winning. I mean, it came down to a 1v2, but at least that was better than just getting nearly flawless.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. I just hope that now that they're going back to Kitchen, which is the first site we saw in the first round, that maybe going slow and steady here might pay off for them. We haven't seen them do even vertical plays here. They just push from Bakery right into A site. But even that didn't work. So then I wonder if the thought process in their head is maybe we need to change up our strats and not copy Boise State of just saying, we'll do the strat until it works, because it hasn't been working. Or at least the one time they tried it, it didn't work. So I hope that they'll able to recognize this and change it up. I hope we see some vertical plays. Yes, they don't have a sludge for set plays, but they have a Zofia, they have an IQ, they have even an Ash who could do it. They have a Thermite to open up hatches if they were reinforced. They could go for even a freezer push. But it looks like they're just going to go for Bakery again.
This is like basically like watching Boise State on Clubhouse of continuously running the Monty, not really having much more of a plan than Monty will save us. And Oregon State's plan, it's almost like, you know, at the very end of Clubhouse, Boise State kind of beat themselves defending where they'd rush into Oregon State. That's almost what it looks like they're planning to go for here.
Yeah, and I think based off the previous 2 maps, Oregon State does best defending and attacking. They play like defenders, which obviously is not how it is. You're attackers. You need to be more aggressive. You need to be confident in pushing these angles that I will win this firefight against whoever is around this corner. And if there's no one there, I know I'm safe from that angle.
By attackers.
But they're constantly like watching their backs as if they're totally alone, and after they clear all of a floor, now the whole enemy team's up on that floor, so I have to crouch walk everywhere I go. As we see Zofia doing right down red stairs, like...
You didn't even check the second floor. He's like, yeah, there's no one there. I'll be fine.
And even then, second floor is very good for taking the site. Like, she could easily go right above to where Cade's sitting and just say, I'm going to open this up and deny you from being able to possibly counter it. I am very worried for Oregon State so far after how they've been attacking this site.
Well, at least they stopped the Cade tricks. They were able to blow up the kitchen door.
Yeah, and he only had 1 charge remaining. He was able to pick that up, so he threw it on that north wall right by Zofia. But there hasn't been a single engagement yet where someone's taken damage, so Oregon State's taking it slow. They did get some pin damage onto Fox, but Zofia took even more. It looks like Ash is able to take out Ultrasend, but then Sherb is going to get the refrag onto the Ash. So she went for the vertical play, but she lost her life for it after taking out 1 member. So whether that was advantageous or not, Oregon State's still not doing the best. Fox trying to take out the Zofia, but Thermite was able to take out Juco on the Valkyrie. He tried to run back into the site, but the IQ was able to win it out and save Zofia's life there. So now this is a 1v3 situation with IQ being down and no members on site. They're able to go for the plant. This might be an Oregon State victory simply because Boise State weren't on site. They just kept pushing that 1 hallway where 2 members were. So now it's down to Sherb able to take out the 2 remaining members of Oregon.
It almost feels like another round like we saw in Clubhouse where Boise State kind of beat themselves defending.
Yeah, it definitely seems like that because Oregon, I hate to say this, played to their strength of they held their angles like defenders, got the plant off, and just continued holding them, whereas Boise got kind of too aggressive for defenders, weren't on site, weren't able to deny the plant, and then when all the roamers were off site, had to rotate around into the defenders, also known as the attackers of Oregon State.
Yeah, it's almost like their game plan on attack is just bore Boise State to death.
I mean, it definitely feels like that because that's how they won their first round, is just saying, we're attackers, now we want to become defenders. So they beeline for that defusal plant in Bakery. And I think they're playing to their strengths, so I think that's smart for them, but they can't keep relying on it because now they're going back to the 3rd floor where they lost because Mira held her angles and they weren't able to act on them. So I think here is where they should play very aggressive from a bottom-up standpoint rather than going for a roof play, because they'll just stand there the whole time and expect Boise State to get aggressive and peek them. But after the last showing, I think Boise State's able to adapt a lot more quickly and just say, all right, they have to push us because they're the attackers. So let's just sit back, relax, and hold an angle, especially on 3rd floor. I actually really hope we also see Sherb able to pull off a prone skylight pickoff again against Sweaty.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, I'm guessing Oregon State's going to be a lot more careful about that skylight this time, if anyone even walks over there.
Well, they'll probably walk over there with a minute remaining, so we'll have to just sit here and wait in the meantime.
Yeah, I'm going to assume they're going to go up to 3rd. They're going to go up to the roof. They'll somehow get a pick, and then they'll drop Christmas and sit there for about 45 seconds.
Or they'll sit on the roof again. But it looks like they might... I I see drones on the first floor, but I'm not seeing anything else. We've seen Hector opening up the doorway, second floor, throws out his drone, gonna reload the gun, and then gonna drone himself in as no members are with him. He's able to, he might have seen the foot run past. And we know from the previous round that they had, I believe, 2 roamers, as they have Sherb and Danny roaming together again. They've become quite the pair since they've been practicing this dual roaming setup and leaving the remaining 3 to hold site.
I just don't know if they'll find anyone, honestly.
No, because everyone's sitting on the roof. They're just hanging out. We're going to see Sherb able to take out the Ash, who is the only member second floor. We're going to see Zofia able to take out Danny. And then Sherb's actually going to manage to fall to Sweaty there. So it looks like they're not even going to go for the roof push. They're going from second floor up. So far, Oregon State has been doing better and a little bit faster as they're able to take out 2 members by 1:30.
Yeah, this is the crunch time, though. How fast do they push into the site? Because this is what cost them last time we were on 3rd floors. They got a couple picks and then hung out in Christmas for a while.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Loading full magazine.
Sloan said he's not winning the race right now. You may be up a member, but you're down to a minute now. Not every single member is inside the building.
It's a nice pick.
It is for Oregon State, but are they going to act on it at all? They have control of White Stairs now. Cade's in the freezer. Mira's by A. Christmas is completely open. Moto's completely open. They are able to flank on the Mira, but he is then taken out by the Cade in freezer. So in a 1v3 situation, with 30 seconds remaining, Oregon State should be able to run over Cade, period. He doesn't have C4, he brought barbed wire. So he's not able to get a big AoE kill from his C4 and deny plant. He saw a member of Oregon State run past. There's still a person sitting on Skylight. They are getting plant off in default, but he loses the firefight.
And that was probably the best attacking round we've seen from Oregon State all night.
It was too slow, though. That's what bothers me. It's like...
It's a little quicker, at least. You know, they got the plant down with 20 seconds left.
That still bothers me, though. Like, yes, they won it. I'm happy for them. I really am, because it was a 3-1 situation, and they've won back-to-back now. But when they win slow rounds like that, it bothers me, because then they think, this can work. But it hasn't been. Just look at the first map. So I hope in this second floor holding, they might try something more unique now that they have a sludge with them. They might go for more vertical plays. I hope. They don't have a Capito or Fuse for those plays,
Defenders,
but
protect your bombs from being defused.
I don't want to
by
see another
attackers.
roof party. I really don't.
I mean, I guess their other strat was basically, as you mentioned, with Danny and Sherb roaming, was sort of just overwhelmed them. I think they sent 3 members at him and ended up winning 2 of the gunfights.
Last round we did see they actually were able to take out those roamers, but they didn't really do anything with it. It just gave them the confidence of, hey, we're up 2 members now. Let's go sit on a window for another 10, 20 seconds or whatever. So I hope we see a change of pace here as we're getting down to
5 seconds to insertion.
the last round before we swap sides here.
Attackers
Yeah, I'm
objective
sure
is to
Oregon
locate
State
a
would
bomb
have been
and
nothing but pleased if they forced it to a 3-3 on the swap. Be the closest we've seen of the swap. I think it's been 4-2 every time. Boise State in map 1, Oregon State in map 2 when we swap. Oh no. No, not the roof!
Sledge opened the door to Bakery, so maybe he might be our one saving grace of, I'll do something interesting. We are going to see Danny watching it. He's going to take out the drone.
Well, they're not on the roof yet.
I really hope that they don't go there. Or if they do, they don't stay there. I really hope they push 3rd floor as there's 3 members there. Or they can just go for a quick site push. I would love to see that. There's only 1 or 2 members of Boise State on site. you should be able to recognize this with how you've been droning. You saw one member first floor. I think they should push site. But instead, they're going to stay repelled on windows. And I don't understand why. They still have all their... There's 3 dead drones. That's it. So they're not using them. And if they are using them, where are they? And if you are using them, why aren't you pushing with them?
And that's something I have noticed from Oregon State is I don't know if I've ever seen the strat where you talk about where Boise State, as we see Fox get an elimination off screen, where, you know, you drone and you have somebody right behind the drone, so if the member of the other opposing team shoots the drone, they immediately die. Doggo gets one back to on Danny. And Sherb's going to get one right back as well, so it's back and forth action.
Please don't stop it there. You still have a minute left. Come on. We just saw Sherb try to do a run out in case they were still repelling, but for once they decided not to play so, we're going to see Juco try to get a pick onto the Sophia. He is going to win that firefight because he was aiming at head height, which I'm very happy to see that, even though they've been crouching this whole time.
Yeah.
So now it is...
sneaking up on him.
Yeah. Oh, he is. He's alt walking, and he does lose the firefight, even though he was low on health. So now it is a 3v2 situation. Things are looking up for Oregon State, but if they want to make this a 3v3, they need to start acting on this, because right now Boise State has control of a lot of these rotations to site. So unless they're going to try to go for a possible vertical play, they need to take out Fox here, because he's able to watch both sites from his position in the supply closet with his hero.
They also have to get into enter the building.
That too.
Well, he gets one.
Sweaty doing very well, able to take out 2 members so far, but with 10 seconds remaining, unless Doggles can plant here without both members pushing him, it's going to be a Boise State round.
Operators, you are out of time.
And you just have to wonder what's going through the head of Oregon State, but I guess now, good news for them, they're only down 4-2, which, like we said, has been the score after every swap so far, with the team that is 1 being on 4. Usually we've seen, I think, a couple of 7-3 victories. So Boise State's got to be feeling confident, but Oregon State has done, I mean, 1, they banned the Monty, so that sort of comfort pick that we talk about in some other games is off the table. You and I both think it was better that it was banned because it prevents Boise State from playing it, but they've also, they haven't roamed very often when we've seen them attack or defending. That's taken away from a lot of value that Danny gets, so maybe we can see an overtime force here from Oregon State?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting seeing as Oregon State's now on their comfort pick of defense with their slow and steady strat. So then Boise State's going to have to try to, I don't want to say get more aggressive because I don't think that'll work here, but play to their strengths rather than to the strats to win these last 2 rounds and win this 3rd map. Because if they stick to the strats, I think Oregon State will get smart to it and learn how to counter it even better. And so if that is the case, then I will,
10 seconds remaining.
Then I think we will go to the max 15 rounds for how long it's going to be attacking. I think it'll work maybe once or twice, just like we saw in Clubhouse, but then Oregon State's going to win the rest of it, which will totally even us out here.
I was surprised that Oregon State didn't pick up the Mira. That's an operator that they usually ban. We saw it banned on the first 2 maps. We saw Boise State play it extremely well to counter Oregon State's slow and steady push. So I'm surprised if this is a team that, as we've seen, is built on holding every angle known to man. But I guess when you're on first floor, maybe they don't think the Mira has that much value. But I would have thought that would have been something they would have at least considered.
We also see 4 members of OSU on the ground floor. So that means only 1 is roaming, and we don't even know where. I believe he might be on the 3rd floor just because we can't see him.
I think he might be on the 1st floor still? I didn't see anyone on our quick peek to the 3rd floor.
But even then, BSU is using their drones as we know and love. And they are pushing with them. They are taking 3rd floor control quickly. We just passed 2 minutes, and they have confirmed with their drones they have 3rd floor control and are already pushing the 2nd floor. And all members of OSU are on the 1st floor. So if they're going to play heavy anchored on site and give away all verticality, they need to win their firefights and prevent the utility of BSU. And so we know this is going to be a very long round. And Fox all by himself means I don't think they're going to go for a freezer push. They're going to try to pick off members through rotations, as we see Danny on the Sophia watching possible camping angles on site. Jugo's running all the way around to Bakery. Maybe he's going to open up the wall. We're going to see Sweaty go down, but he's not out yet. Not a single member of BSU has taken damage yet, so they are playing to their strengths of verticality on this map, whereas OSU never did. We're going to see even more drones come out here.
Now, to be fair, as Sherb does get an elimination, I was going to say, for how critical we were of Oregon State, it's not like Boise State's in a track race here.
I think they are playing slow and steady, but better because they are doing the verticality element. They are securing angles for when they do go for the plant, they can watch it or rotations to it. So it looks like they are going to go for a freezer plant as well. We are going to see Sherb lose the firefight to the Rook as well. So things slowly beginning to pick up, but with only 20 seconds remaining, things have to pick up. So we're going to see Ultrascent then immediately take out Hector.
15 seconds to go.
They have to go for the plant here unless they want to take out the remaining two members.
Located. 10 seconds left.
We're going to see Juco go for the plant, but Thatcher is going to get taken out. We're going to see Fox try to hunt one down as Dongle tries to go for the anti-defuse. We're going to see Juco with like 5 HP stuck in a corner, shots being fired at him, and he is eventually going to get taken out. I believe he was shot in the hand. Just a little pixel peek of him holding out his gun. It's a 2v2 situation.
Boise State's got the slight health advantage, and of course the diffuser advantage as well.
We're going to see Fox holding the long angle, and we're going to see Danny able to get the final headshot on to Sable. Even when playing slow and steady, Boise State in the last 20 seconds came alive and was able to win the round. So Oregon State needs to be able to adapt to that better, especially if they're still going kitchen. I think they need to commit more to a roam situation. Even with a Mozzie, they need to be bringing a mute with how strong Boise State's drone game is. They cleared all of 3rd and 2nd floor with their drones and Fox pushing behind them. That was it. And so once they got that control, they were able to down the bandit through the floor and then eventually eliminate him. So then by the time they started pushing site, it was a 5v4 situation. So they played that very well on attacking. Whereas defending, they did hold their angles well, but they weren't able to deny the plant and win the round. So from that, I would say commit to 2nd floor more. And you know where the 2 default plants are for the site, so maybe commit more utility to watching, because I don't believe they had a single person watching freezer after they opened up that wall. And in a 5v2 situation, Oregon State has to be going through their mind of, if we lose 2 more rounds on defending, which is our strong suit, it's over.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the one reason why I do understand where Oregon State has foregone the roamer is, I mean, we saw last week when there is no roamer, you take away that value that Danny or Fox or whoever is pushing behind the drones is able to get. So I don't know if I necessarily hate them not roaming. I just think they've got, if their whole plan is we're going to throw 5 on site, they've got to just win their gunfights, which is not what happened last time.
Even if it's a gunfight through verticality, I think they should be a little bit more aggressive in that aspect of just like, all right, we know they're peeking this, let's try pre-firing and swinging it to see if we get, say, a lucky headshot and even up the scoreboard or put it in our advantage. They're not even doing that. They're just completely hiding from it and hoping it pays off for them. But then later on, when they have to, say, swing an angle to deny plant, they're swinging underneath that peek hole where you never cleared. And that's what bothers me here for this defense. And already we see Boise State has complete control of 3rd floor, they're droning 2nd floor, and we just passed 2-minute mark.
I know Hecka Raider was at one point on the 3rd floor. Danny nearly spotted him. I don't know if he's full bailed back to the 1st floor or not.
He has.
Of course. But I mean, hey, if they win their gunfights, then this all works out. There's a lot of pressure on each member to win their gunfights and click heads.
It seems like that's what they're essentially playing to, because they're not playing for a strategy at this point, it seems. It just seems like they're playing to the guns. They're not playing to the operators and their gadgets. They're just, I wouldn't say winging it, but they're just aiming down sights and holding angles. Like, they're not using the unique abilities. I guess you don't have to do that for Rook, but once he plays down his armor, you can do anything. You're a 3-speed extra armored Frenchman with an MP5 and a 2X. You can do some spawn peeks, you can do some roaming, you can pull a lot off with him, and instead he's just sitting on site. If you're gonna sit on site, at least play as Doc so you can heal your teammates, or even revive them once they get downed.
I like how all of those stats matter, except for the part where you said he was a Frenchman. I really like that you included that one, Brenner Bear. You're making sure everyone knows about it. But hey, I mean, there you go, right there. They're going to trade 1 for 1, but it's all about winning your gunfights. Well, it was.
Gunfights against Danny are hard to win, as we all know. So, it seems they are able to get control of Bakery, but now they have to push against both a deployable shield and a prone member right underneath that window. It is a 4v3 situation. They should have at least one member still watching verticality, but he is going to get C4'd, however. Danny's going to get a triple there, but he's end up going down. But he is Sophia, so she is able to withstand as her passive. Olgerson's going to go for the plant there. In this 2v2 situation, technically, no, it is 2v2. He wasn't able to withstand, so the smoke wasn't able to take her out. Oregon State, for once, is going to have to be aggressive. So we'll see if they're able to pull it off for once.
I mean, good news for Oregon State. Danny, you know, a light breeze would knock him over. So that's the one positive you have.
And it looks like they are going to go for kind of a pinch thing. And Ultrasan just pulls it out. So now this is match point for Boise. Oregon has to be drastic here if they want to be able to win this.
Yeah, something crazy's got to come out here. I mean, I know we saw a couple times on Clubhouse, Boise State was their own worst enemy. That was when they were defending. So I guess if they get a little reckless and just run right into Oregon State, but I mean, you'd have to wonder what Oregon State would have to do, because it doesn't look like either team's getting too fancy. The Habana for Danny's about the only noticeable change.
Yeah, we're going back to the third floors, and with the smoke, he should be able to hold Christmas by himself fairly well, especially with the Jaeger ADS since Wamai was banned. They could have gone Capitao because that removes his little corner peeking zone with a deployable shield fairly well, and since Wamai's banned, he can't be countered. But they didn't go for that. They're going for traditional strat. I think Oregon State here has the same issue Boise does of they stick to their strats and keep playing them until it works. It hasn't been working. And so I want to know if Boise is still going to do the same attack strat we saw last time. But now that they have the Habana, are they going to try to go for a more hard breach push here? Which possibly might be exactly what OSU is counting on.
Attack's objective is to locate a bomb and
That's right. The way Boise State's been playing was perfect. I mean, as you said, I mean, well, since they're on third floor, you know, you drone out first floor, you go in, you drone out second floor, and then you just push up, and you'll find all 5 members of Oregon State. And it really just comes down to gunfights at that point, as you mentioned. Pretty hard to win those against Danny, who picked up 3 himself last round.
There's actually a member of Oregon State looking for a possible run out from that garage door. So that is the one member of Oregon State who I want to watch right now. He is the one guy not sitting on site. Instead, he's sitting in a corner outside of site and possibly might be able to get some value for his team. But sadly, we don't see him act on it. He just sat and waited. So as much as I'm trying to give Oregon State some positives here, they just keep doing the same mistakes. But Sable's actually able to pick off Fox. That removes Nomad and the anti-roamer that Boise State had. So if OSU decides that they want to roam and win this round and not have it be match point anymore, they can do that. And it seems like they're going to hold Christmas pretty hard as well, opening up the wall right above red stairs. Now they're going to have to push into, I believe, the Smoke who's holding Christmas. I'm able to see he has the deployable shield. There's no ADSs able to deny the Ash charge to destroy it. They are going to burn the ADS that was behind him and get him out of that corner. So Boise State playing this very well, especially with their verticality. They were able to ping that a member of OSU is actually on the second floor. So I think now that they have less members playing on site, they should be able to win this round because it might throw Boise State off of just they're playing uniquely to slow and steady.
I mean, that's what you got to do here when you're up against match point. Really game point. We are in game 3. Looks like the Smoke has bailed out from his deployable shield for now.
We're going to see Ultrasen able to take out Sweaty, who I believe was one of the roamers. So that should even it out and give Boise State a little bit more confidence here, as Ultrasen's been doing amazingly these past couple maps, but we are going to see him then immediately fall to the Melusi. Here reload, but I guess she was just that much quicker than an Ash and takes her out.
This is kind of what we talked about, though, for Oregon State. This felt like their win condition of just, hey, win your gunfights, and that's exactly what they did right there on that round.
I believe that was a triple for Sable that round of him just holding white stairs, so Oregon State did play to their strong suit of holding angles and letting Boise State just get too aggressive and push them.
Bad news is it's still match point. There's going to be 2 more of those, or at least, or 3 more, excuse me, of these at least for Oregon State. So they can't afford to make a mistake at all, is the problem.
Yeah, now that they're going back to second floor, it really is going to come down to how they decide they want to play this. We saw Boise State, they're going to hold third floor and have 1 or 2 or 3 members holding on site. They didn't commit anything to first floor, which I think is good on them. So I really don't want OSU to only hold second floor. They will lose it if they do. I can almost guarantee that. And they can't afford to do that. So I think they have to abandon whatever strat they had on this
Attackers
site
need to locate and defuse bombs.
and play to their comforts. And if their comforts is sitting and holding angles, at least do it not on site, because you know Boise's not going to push site, especially with their drone game. And I really am happy to see them playing Mozzie and a Mew. Anti-drone is perfect for them, especially against Boise. So I would be very surprised if that doesn't pay off for them here.
Now we've seen the only time Boise State's really struggled outside of this series has been against heavy anti-drone. As we've talked about, one of the strengths of this BSU team on attacking is their drone work. We've even seen it in this match where, you know, they've just droned out 2 whole floors and said, hey, all right, we know we're in the clear. So
objective is to locate a bomb and
I would say we've seen Oregon State on the Mozzie before, and I don't know if he got any value on it.
And one thing I've also been noticing is Ultrasen on this Thatcher has been getting good value for his team with his gadget and everything, so I'm happy Thatcher actually wasn't banned, because this is the first time we've seen Thatcher at all. And he's been doing very well, too, for both sides.
I have a feeling Boise State's still going to ban him next map we see.
I think they just use him on Cafe because they don't fear him as defenders on this map. They feel like they can counter him very well with Ultrasen on that Cade. And even when they do attack, they were still very slow, and Thatcher isn't the best slow op that they could have played. So I think Boise State just didn't fear him at that point, and then OSU would rather ban the Maverick. That was a bigger threat last time than a Thatcher.
The anti-drone has been a lot better for Oregon State this round.
We're going to see more stronger anti-drone from OSU as well. We're going to see Zofia get, I believe, the smoke out of his corner again. So good on BSU for immediately clearing Christmas and taking that space. Although none of those walls, I believe, were reinforced from what I could see. We're going to see Fox try to open up the cross angle right above the Rook on white stairs. She saw him for a second, but was unable to get shots off on it. Please don't tell me Boise State's learning from OSU and going that slow.
It's starting to look like it.
I know, and I don't want to see this.
I mean, like I said, Boise State isn't the fastest team, per se. But it definitely feels like they attack more efficiently than Oregon State, at least what we've seen. But now this feels a lot like Oregon State, at least. Hey, at least Boise State's in the building. But outside of that, they don't have a whole lot more.
They're going to see the thermite charge shot through the floor, so good on OSU for taking that out. You're going to see the drone ping both members of OSU on A side as well. Boise has control of third floor, but just hasn't been able to get a ton of value out of it so far, even with the verticality plays. We're going to see Sable able to finally take out Fox, putting OSU.
Attackers have looked.
We're going to see them trying to push this one member of it is Smoke. He is going to fall, and then Ultrasun's going to be able to take out another one.
10 seconds remaining.
10 seconds remaining. They're going to have to go for the plan, but if OSU can deny it, this will mean Boise State loses because they don't have time to pick up that diffuser. So they're going to have to go for kills here. Danny's able to take out one more, but final member of OSU is able to survive, which wins them the round.
I mean, and as you said, that really felt like, for some reason, Boise State was taking a page out of the Oregon State playbook and hard, slow playing that attack, and Oregon State started to mount a little bit of a comeback here.
Yeah, and even when they started for the defuse, they weren't defending him. Danny wasn't there to watch the cross angle on him, so he got picked off. And so when Danny rushed in, he did get the refrag for his teammate, but wasn't able to take out the final member of OSU's, which is why OSU won that round. So once it came down to the last 10 seconds, they were playing against, they were essentially pushing a rock up a hill. There was no way they could get it up there because they just were pushing against the team that is the best at holding the angles and not pushing the enemies. And now we're at 5-4, or 6-4. I can't see it from here.
6-4.
6-4. There we go.
Attackers have discovered the location.
So
of the bomb.
OSU is having a strong comeback here, and if they're able to win these next couple of rounds, we'll see them swap back over, and hopefully not as slow and steady. I know, but if we go into overtime, we're going to see some swaps.
Now, I would say good news for Boise State. First floor has not been
10 seconds to go.
kind to OSU. The two attacking rounds Boise State won were the first two on first floor. So if there's any time where as a Bronco fan you've got to feel confident that this is your round, it's probably right here.
I think the reason why Oregon State's had such a strong comeback is because Boise State keeps playing their strats. And as we saw in Clubhouse, when Boise State keeps playing the same strat, Oregon State learns and beats them at it.
Yep.
Every time. And so if Boise State goes for their same top-down strat here on Kitchen, I think this might be a predicted loss for Boise, especially since it's match point. They need to change it up more than what they have been, and they just haven't yet.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to give props to Oregon State for adapting. We saw it on Clubhouse, adapting to the Monty.
Even when they play slow and steady, they play slow and steady against the plan that BSU has. So they adapt their slow and steady to the right conditions, and they've been doing that very well. And especially now that they're playing the Mozzie again, they didn't bring the Mute, but Mozzie with the anti-drone still slows down BSU just enough to where I think it's been not a winning factor for them, but a major factor for them. So I think they definitely had the adaptability that I want to see from a team at this higher level play.
Yeah, I think Oregon State has done, as you mentioned, a great job of adapting defensively. Let's not go out and say that their attack adaptability has been anything to be desired.
No, I think attacking-wise, they're probably as stubborn as Boise. They're just like, this is our strat. This is what we do. And this is all that we do. Whereas defense, they're a lot more flexible with it because I feel like they're more confident with it. And I think the same goes for Boise as they UC run Sherb and Danny roamers because they are confident they can do it together. we're actually going to see Hector take out Danny, and then Fox able to get the refrag for his teammate, but that means Boise's top fragger is out of the game. And then Ultrascent, the next top one, is also out. And then Juco goes out. I think Oregon State might have found their confidence in attacking and immediately are able to take out the 4 members of Boise, making it a 1v4 situation.
Yeah, Fox is going to have a rough time. He's going to have to double his kills here to finish this round out for Boise State. But yeah, man, the other thing is, at the same time, I don't really know if I can say it's that much adaptability from Oregon State, as it's more just they started winning their gunfights. Because, I mean, once again, there were no roamers. Everyone just sat on first floor and said, hey, Boise State, come to us. We're going to win the gunfights, which it worked. They're 1 round away from forcing overtime. But, you know, as we saw earlier, it's not always the most reliable strata of saying, hey, let's just rely on our gunfighting prowess.
I think the other issue we saw there is all the members of Boise State were pushing from one side of the map on the same floor.
Yeah.
They got 2 grouped up, and when the bullets started flying, they were just hitting everybody. And so that's why I think Oregon won all those gunfights, is because one person would peek, take out a member. Another person would peek, take out another member, because they were just all grouped up. They couldn't go anywhere, and they didn't have any other members or
Attackers
angles to rely on. They just had this one hallway all from this one way, and that did not work for them. And I think Oregon State played that very well. They had the Mozzie outside of sight, taking over their drones, and then able to swing that window and take out more members of Boise. So I really hope on this site, especially for 3rd floor, that we might see at least 2 roamers on 2nd floor.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
And I mean, who do you think more pressure is on this round, Brenner Bear? Boise State, I mean, yes, it's match point, but they've lost 3 in a row. Or do you still think because it's match and game point, Oregon State's going to be the ones who have more pressure?
I think it's completely equal between both teams. Maybe even
attackers are heading
I would say a bit more on Oregon just because they won the previous map, and so they want to just win 2 in a row. And also, since they are down, they have to at least catch up to Boise to be able to have a chance at winning at all. And then the only reason why I said them is because Boise State shouldn't have as much pressure, because they were constantly relying on their strats that they have clearly practiced multiple times again and again and again. So they should feel confident with it, and that this is a new site, not the same as the last. They should feel confident pushing it and just get it over with, even though they have lost 3 in a row. So with the pressure on Oregon State, I wouldn't be surprised if we see them win here, just because they might want it more.
Good news for Boise State. Sweaty is sitting at about 10 HP. It's about all we've seen in the early game. You see Danny drop in with some drones all around.
Yeah, they are going to open that Christmas wall and try to contest, I believe, the smoke on his deployable shield once again. They're going to have to burn through those ADSs unless there aren't any there. We weren't able to see them. He is able to take out that shield, but Smoke's going to keep holding the angle in case Sophia tries to push him. But we're going to see Fox able to take out Sable on those white stairs once again. That was the same spot he was last time, so it seems Oregon's once again running the same strat of just rook on white stairs, and Fox even beat him last time, so things are not looking too good for Oregon State at the moment.
No, it looks like they even found a member of OSU in the bathroom.
As long as he's not on the toilet with his pants down.
No, he didn't look like it. He was able to pick the drone off.
They're even going to open up the freezer wall, so they might even push through there, but the opposite wall should be soft, so OSU should be able to have a crossfire angle in case Boise State decides to push through it. Getting down into the last 50 seconds, this is where we're going to see a lot of firefights start happening and a lot of members of both sides falling.
You gotta like your chances right now if you're a BSU fan. You're up 1. Sweaty's low, but unfortunately, as I say that, Sherb's gonna go down, so you know what? I'm sorry, Boise State. Sorry for that caster curse.
Very proud of Oregon. They had more people off site, and after clearing white stairs, they had one of the roamers swing white and immediately get that Ash. And then we're also going to see Danny try to swing on that smoke, and he takes him out with the SMG-11. They're going to go for default plant right by bar or freezer doorway, I believe. But Juco's going to get taken out. Fox is going to take a member out. And then Ultra's going to take out another member, so they immediately even it up. We're going to see Ultracent try to push and defend Diffuser, but the Diffuser gets taken out, and OSU wins.
I mean, we were, you know, quite critical of how slow Oregon State played, and Boise State started to take a page out of their book. That was 2 times in a row that they just simply timed out, so now we have to go to overtime, and you cannot be confident if you're a Boise State fan that this attack's going to go any better than the last one, so OSU could be very close to going from down 6-2 to up on match point.
Yeah, they have brought this back very well. Their defense definitely came alive in the later rounds when they were just able to adapt to Boise State's strats since they don't change them up that much. And I think OSU adaptability, I just have to mention it again, has been their key strength here.
Yep.
With those extra roamers, you saw that Jaeger was able to get the immediate refrag onto the Ash, which immediately turned the tide in their favor. Even when Diffuser was getting planted, they stopped it and timed out the round, which has been their winning strat. And now that they're back on the same side after winning, and since we are in overtime now, I wonder if they're going to be able to pull it off again.
I would have to think if you're going to pick, you've got to go with Oregon State here, because Boise State's attack has left a lot to be desired, and it also has looked a lot like Oregon State recently, where it's been very, very slow, and with back-to-back timeouts, almost as if they're playing as if they're Oregon State. It's almost like Oregon State is playing against themselves at this point.
5 seconds remaining.
I really want Boise to just go balls to the wall and just do the most crazy thing possible. I know they never will because they love their strats, but I just want to see someone bring out like Tachanka Clash Finka crazy blitz shenanigans. Because the constant strats and the constant counters to set strats after they're played so many times is driving me mad. But we do see the Malusi actually in prep room right outside bakery wall. And we do see the Rook on white stairs, but all the way on between first and second floor. So OSU with those roamers, I'm more than happy to see that. Less people on site, less people playing slow and steady, and maybe more aggressive plays.
Yeah, and once again, Boise State, they're gonna, you know, sort of run it back. They'll drone down through the hatch, and somebody will follow, and they'll get into a bunch of fire. You know, there's probably a deployable shield. There it is, right there. Smoke's not on it now, but I mean, this feels like I'm watching last round, or the round before it.
It's definitely been the same over and over. We see Danny drop first. He's going to go right into Christmas, destroy the deployable shield, then push into the hallway and go into the bathroom, where the rotation always is. I don't see how Oregon State can lose this when this is just should be becoming muscle memory for them of just like, all right, they're all going to be in Christmas pushing these certain angles, and let's just counter them here, here, and here. Just like the same thing they did with Monty on the catwalk. He's going to keep pushing it. Let's just commit more and more to it to just take him out.
I mean, I guess you can kind of see the logic here, right, of why they banned the Monty. Because, I mean, Monty would just kind of walk through all of this gunfight.
Yeah, we're going to see Ace even try to open up that wall, but I believe his charge was destroyed or he missed it. He didn't get a good angle on that. We're going to see Sherb watching the hallway in case he gets swung from white stairs again. We're going to see Fox going for the same side push on that wall. 40 seconds remaining. Not a single member on either team is down, but Caster's Chris, like you've been saying, Fox goes down immediately to that Rook.
Attackers are activating,
but they got the diffuser down, so now it's on Oregon State to get aggressive.
Need to protect it.
And I like this from Boise State, forcing Oregon State now into a role that they clearly have not been comfortable on. Of now they're the ones who are attacking, in a sense.
The worst part is even if Boise wins this, there's another round after this because it's overtime. And Stable's going to be able to take out 2 more members of Boise State. Stable, possible ace here. But it looks like they're just going to go for possible defuse, but with Ultraset on the roof, able to watch that diffuser, it looks like he's able to stop the plant and just win the round.
The bomb diffuser.
But they were able to get the diffuser off.
Incredible. So Oregon State has gone from down 6-2 to now 7-6 match point, but if you're an Oregon State fan, this is probably the last thing you wanted to see, which is them attacking.
I mean, after all those defender rounds and them slowly beginning to learn to change things up and be more unpredictable, I hope that's what they do exactly on the attack rather than do the exact same thing Boise does of just, we're going to go to the roof, we're going to do this push, and we're going to do this, and go through their checklist. I really hope we see some versatility here.
You're probably barking up the wrong tree, Brenner Bear. I'm going to just give you that prediction right now.
Anything can happen in overtime, so I'm having my fingers crossed right now. Give me something.
I mean,
please.
Maybe they go for the YOLO rush we saw what feels like forever ago in the very first round of this map.
This is probably the most unique thing we've seen Boise do is the first defending site, they're going second floor rather than either kitchen or third floor. So even that's more throwing them for a loop than they have in the past. So I hope to see this pay off for Boise and possibly even things back up. But that just means another round for us. And hopefully,
well, someone's got to win next round. That's the positive. Is this cannot go more than 2 rounds.
Hopefully, within the next 2 rounds, we see some crazy things happen rather than more strats.
Yeah, I mean,
more copy pasta.
That was 5 straight defense rounds of. I mean, I guess the last round for Boise, I like their plan. They just couldn't, unfortunately, hold the diffuser. But as you see Oregon State starting to rappel onto the roof, I start to get this dreading feeling, Brenner Bear, that we're going to be here for the next 2 minutes without a whole lot of action.
2 minutes, 30 seconds, and possibly even longer, because we know they'll probably go for a diffuser plan. So.
No, they're definitely holding ops for last round at this point.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, yeah, they're holding ops. They're holding ops for last round.
One member's down. Everybody just go back to spawn. Just pretend you're AFK. We'll sit here and we'll wait.
Yeah, we're holding ops for the final round.
Looks like they're going to possibly even go for a top-down push.
Woo! You mean a roof party? I've seen this play before.
Yeah, there's already 2 people on the roof, and one of them has no drones remaining, so I don't know why they're just sitting there. But she dropped hatch, so some movement's happening, but another member's down. So when does the Jeopardy theme kick? Do we know? Can we play that? It's copyrighted.
It has to be soon. I would expect little movement from Oregon State for the next minute. They're going to try and find a pick, I'm going to assume. You see right there on a JUCO. He's being held down.
He is able to get downed at least, but not out.
Curious what that angle was. I wish I could have seen it from the attacker's point of view.
They're going to see Sherb able to take out another member.
He's low health, though.
It's still a 4v2 situation. Stable's about half health.
One person's on 3rd floor. I don't know where the other member of Oregon State. They're both on 3rd floor.
I think Stables are one hope for some aggressive plays here on the side of OSU because they know they can go one more match, and I don't know if they're going to swap sides for the final match, because if they're attacking, then I feel like they need to just start trying stuff here and now. That was almost perfect timing on the C4, but just barely missed it and didn't even get damage off to that Thatcher. Oh, LSU, why must you wait so long?
That's it. Yep, all right. Get ready, boys and girls. We're going to round 15.
It's going to happen. This is going to be a probably first overtime on map 3.
10 seconds left.
For this matchup. People really want these playoff games.
Hey, playoff seeding's important. Yeah, I think Big Boy Buzz is holding for the op.
He gets headshot through the wall anyway.
No op for him.
And
sarcastically,
we thought it was
of
valuable.
course. Sarcastically. If you missed the first couple maps, Oregon State didn't plan a couple times and said they were holding for op. I understand this is not Counter-Strike, chat. I'll make that aware. Well, good news for Oregon State. They're defending. So now it's up to Boise State to win their first attacking round in
4 rounds?
6. They were up 6-2 at one point and lost 5 straight.
Ouch.
This is for all the marbles, and if you're an Oregon State fan, you could not be more happy. The only thing you would question is, of all the bomb sites you would pick, you pick the only one you've lost.
And why the same ops? This, I want my variety.
No.
I know the Monty's banned, but at least bring a shield. Like, if you brought Fuse with a shield, now you have Fuse's gadget, you have a shield up. Variety! Give it to me! They're not even bringing a Mozzie, they're bringing Mute this time. So at least they're going some anti-drone, but unless they're having roamers, it's gonna get no value whatsoever, because if you're sitting on site, they're gonna expect you to sit on site. And they don't even have anti-electricity. They're solely playing off the Mute. So now Mute can't even go anti-drone, he's going anti-breach
10 seconds remaining.
against a Thatcher. I don't understand what this OSU defense is
5 seconds
at
left.
all.
ADS deployed and ready to go.
I mean, it's more understandable than whatever OSU does when they attack, at least. That's what I would say. It's about the only thing I'd have to say. But I mean, I guess, like I said, if you're a Bronco fan, you're nervous they've got to win their first attacking round in 6 tries. You've got to be happy that they're going to the only site they've found success on.
Last time they were on the site, though, every single member pushed from where they're pushing right now, and they lost because of it. I don't want to see them push any further than they have to right now unless we see 2 more members push through Bakery. Or we see them go 2nd floor.
I don't think that's happening.
I don't want to watch this. This is heartbreaking to see of just them going, it's our strat, this is what we'll do, and not change any variety. And then take poke damage through the drone hole.
And this has not been the best showing for Boise State. You've got to be nervous for playoffs if you're a Boise State Blue fan. But if they can pull it off, you've got to say something to their resiliency at least.
I mean, they have committed to this time and time again. So I respect them for believing in the strats, knowing it can work, but if it hasn't been, what's your backup plan? Like, I feel like that's something they should definitely work on after they win this game, because we know they will, hopefully. Because strats, I guess.
Maybe?
We are seeing Danny push towards Bakery, so variety is happening, even in the smallest of scales. We're going to see them even open up Freezer. So I'm so happy to see Boise State getting not even aggressive at this point, but changing it up to some extent. They're not even going for vertical plays here. They're just going and trying to frag out, I guess. We did hear the C4 for a quick second, but I don't think they're going to throw it. We see 2 members pushing that one window against the one of Oregon. We're going to see the smoke get downed, but he's not dead yet. I don't think they'll be able to get refied as they're watching the cross angle. We're going to see Sherb end up falling to Sweaty. So far, things seem to be even.
Yeah, assuming Doggo can't get up, it's pretty even. Health's even as well. Oh, nice pick.
Yeah, we see C4 come out, but Danny did fall. We're going to see Fox, Ultra Saiyan, and Juco all able to take up members of OSU. Seems like this might be a Boise State game with only 1 member remaining against the Rook with below half HP.
He's got a defuse as well.
Lights out.
Man, this is the epitome of Oregon State attack right here. I know this is
they got
1v3,
3 cross angles on that diffuser. He's going to have a miracle to win this, and he's not even docked to heal himself.
I mean, but he can't just wait. There is no next round.
No, at this point, he won't have enough time to kill all 3 and get the diffuser. So Fox manages to win the round and the game for BSU. This went down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, the hard-fought victory is an understatement. Boise State, it wasn't pretty, but it was a victory. And I guess that's all that matters in the end. But what a way to wrap up the blue team's regular season. My goodness, that was... That felt like a... sounds like, by the way, we have some news for the next one. Boise State's going to face the blue team against Cal Esports. A rematch. Their first playoff game.
Yeah, they were #1 seeded for the Mountain Pacific division that BSU is in. So coming playoffs, it seems this is going to be interesting because they're going to have to change a lot up because it seemed Cal definitely adapted to BSU's strat v strat method and just went total chaos and completely threw for a loop and 2-0'd them on the maps.
I'm just confused because I know when they played, they were the 1 and 2 seeds in the Mountain Pacific. Cal won. To our knowledge, Boise State hasn't lost another map, though it was close tonight. Why are the 1 and 2 seeds playing in the first round of the playoffs?
I'm not the one who makes the roster.
That is some questionable playoff decisions, I'll have to say. But
maybe they just want to establish who's the best in the division. Of just be like, you fight
maybe
again.
There's like some sort of, maybe Cal Esports lost and there's some sort of tiebreaker they're going to determine who's the top seed, because there's no way when we have a potential 128 team bracket as we saw in the breakdown that the top 2 teams in the same division should be playing each other. So we'll have to get more information on that. But of course, as you mentioned, there's a lot that Boise State Blue is going to have to do fine-tuning their strats because tonight was not pretty, but it was a victory nonetheless, and we'll see how they do against Cal Esports. Like I said, still a very interesting choice. But that's going to wrap everything up for us in a long night of Overwatch and Rainbow Six. So, Brenner Bear, thank you so much for hanging with us here tonight and getting through that grind of a game. That'll wrap up everything we have tonight. We'll have League of Legends on the dock tomorrow. So for our 6,000 followers or anyone else who followed after number 6,000, make sure you stay tuned for that. But for right now, we're going to leave you guys with the top 5 plays from Boise State's hard-fought victory over Oregon State. Members of Oregon State have taken any damage. Juco has been taken out, but he got Doggle incredibly low, and Danny's going to finish off that one, so he's going to get his second of the round.
15 seconds left.
Make it 3.
Possible 4 might be coming in with that Legion in main hallway, as he was able to get a double, but Ultrasense able to swing around. It's a 2v2 situation.
Boise State's got the slight health advantage, and of course the diffuser advantage as well.
We're going to see Fox holding the long angle, and we're going to see Danny able to get the final headshot onto Sable. Even when playing slow and steady, Boise State watching that angle. We're going to see Oregon able to open up Kitchen Hatch, but both Cade and Sherb on the Jaeger are watching the angle. So Oregon State's not doing too hot here so far. We're going to see Danny just pulse headshot Sophia through the wall. So Oregon heal your teammates or even revive them once they get downed.
I like how all those stats matter except for the part where you said he was a Frenchman. I really like that you include that one, Brenner Bear. You're making sure everyone knows about it. But hey, I mean, there you go right there. They're going to trade 1 for 1, but it's all about winning your gunfight. Well, it was.
Gunfights against them. So Thatcher isn't the most required op. And we do see Ultrasen able to take out the Sophia, but he wasn't able to K-trick the wall. So still pretty even in my book. Typically for Thatcher, in the most recent patch, he was slightly reworked, so his grenades don't destroy gadgets. They